Here we go. Try. This is my second attempt. I don't know if anybody's here yet. Here we go. Earlier today, I was about to start streaming this thing and had a power outage. My second attempt. I don't know if any... Hey, I appreciate your donation and support of the Flat Earth Art Show and the other activities. Extremely helpful. And I have some developments on that topic, which I can't share yet because I don't want to wait until I have everything nailed down. But I can tell you, I believe it's going to exceed people's expectations with regards to this art show and what is going to come out of it. So just thought I'd mention that. So earlier today, what's up, Steve? What's up, Bullet? Yeah, here's the thing. This was actually scheduled for like 4 o'clock today. I was about to log on. What's up, Lee Harvey Hitler? Okay, here we go. 33 people are here. So let's go ahead and start up from the beginning. So for those of you who tried to listen in earlier, I had a power outage right before it started. Don't know why. I have a theory, but I don't want to point any fingers. Hey, dailyplane.com. He's one of the other papers on the burgeoning Flat Earth Associated Press. If you haven't checked out the dailyplane.com, please check it out. And also this Flat Earth report, and I'll put the link below. My agenda for this particular show or stream is set by whatever news shows up on the flatearthreport.com. So if you haven't taken a look, this is the Drudge Report for Flat Earth, essentially. It's a news aggregator. Now, every Saturday night, the week's paper will be available as a print on demand. Best articles from the week, as well as the content generated by people from within the Flat Earth community. Bullet 1536, if you can't sell my art, you can take it home as a gift. Hey, if I can't sell it, I'll buy it off you. You know, the thing is, the show is going to get a lot of traction online. Like, more people online will see your art than will in person, because it's just not physically possible to cram that many people into a place, because you're going to see thousands of people will see each painting. I can promise you that. And there'll be a buy now button. It'll be going through my Shopify platform, so your work will be available on an international basis. And I have some other ideas as well, which I'll develop as the month continues. Well, but mainly pertaining to those of you who have art to sell and other things we can do with your art as far as print on demand. What's up, Rare Gamer? So again, this is my second attempt at the Flat Earth Report for episode 2. Earlier today, I had hit the start button to go live, and the power went off. Not just my place, like 2 blocks, a 2-block radius, no power, no air conditioning, no light. So it's kind of nice, actually, to unplug from the internet. I got to meet some of my neighbors. People were outside throwing the football around. I went to the gym, to the library. I kind of got away from the internet for a few hours. It's kind of interesting. There's a whole world out there. What's up, Chainsaw Samurai? The mech says. So the art show is going to be in July, but I've been very sparse with specific details. I want to be careful not to put the cart in front of the horse, because I know how the powers that be work. So you got to have everything nailed down first, and I pretty much do. It's going to happen. It's just a matter of we're trying to find the right venue because of a certain new development. We need it has to be properly situated for what we want to do. We are going to do the globe pinatas. That's absolutely going down. And so we just got to figure out what we're going to stuff in it. So I have some ideas for that as well. What's up, Jack Slater? The Daily Plane, troll the other live feed on the ODD podcast link too. Yes. Yes. In fact, if you guys didn't notice yesterday when we were force memeing the RIP Stephen Hawking hashtag, the whole day ODD put Stephen Hawking on his live feed on the bottom left, kind of playing along with it. And now you cannot search RIP Stephen Hawking without being inundated with websites related to his conspiracies about his death. When did he die? How long has he been dead? And if you look, so many of these hilarious memes hopping up, and like, wow, this has got to get people asking questions. It's just ridiculous. I mean, come on. It's an animatronic. Retire the thing already. We're tired of it. RIP Stephen Hawking. Yeah, so Anyway, today earlier I just got totally sidetracked, and for a minute there I got a little suspicious, to be honest with you, because I'm about to live stream, and somebody comes on and says, "Flat Earth and other hot potatoes is going on in 10 minutes," and I was like, "Well, maybe I'll hold off for a little bit," and then my whole block goes out like an EMP or something. So I'm thinking maybe, and I can't prove it, but maybe Miss Steer has access to EMP, like a little drone with a electromagnetic pulse beam, and just knocked out this area. Can't prove it though, so I'm not going to make any accusations. Yeah, no animatronics on flat Earth. Is Kissinger dead? Hey, flatmate, maybe we ought to start up the Rip Kissinger, but no one would care. What's up, Christian? How you doing today? YouTube. There are too many flat Earth hangouts for them to get trolled. Hey, that's one of the things, though. I was actually talking to some other people about this last night. How there are only so many trolls that you can possibly pay for. I mean, in fact, there aren't enough trolls to go around. It's not a one-to-one. Like there must be one troll for every 100 of us or something like that. And so the more we spread out to different hangouts, the more difficult it's going to be for them to corral us. What's up, Overthought? Overthought was on last night. He's the guy with the American Psycho moniker. And Starry-Eyed Aries, how are you today? So generally, though, I'm going to try to do this earlier in the day if I don't get EMP'd out of it, out of my slot. I had requests. They were like, would you please do it earlier? So I log on earlier. What's up, Chess? You're a flat Earth troll? Cool. Well, hey, you know what? There's not enough shills and trolls and agents to go around because this thing's expanding, and now we have all these hangouts. Like any time of the day, you're going to find people talking about this. And look at the sad, poor little pro globe hangouts, like 2 or 3 people at a time just moping. Here we go. Earth Discussions 2.0. 8 people are watching. I almost want to just, here, I'm going to post a link. Just, hey, what's up, Steve and Jean? Nice to see you here as well. Always appreciate your commentary. So I'm posting a link below to the really sad globies. And I'm just going to put a link here and just go ahead and hop on over there for a moment. Yeah, if Bro Sanchez was looking for me, and I was also trying to get on someone else's show, I was literally incapable of responding to anything. Like from, I think it was from like the last 6 hours, my whole block power's off. And I have a feeling that it was an EMP, but I can't prove it. So I'm going over to just really briefly here, this is not to get sidetracked, but I'm heading over to the Earth Discussions 2.0 just to make a point that if we go over there and we all drop down the hashtag GlobeExit in their chat, they don't have enough trolls on staff, enough pro globies on staff to keep us from dominating their here we go. Nice. GlobeExit. And post it more than once, Don't worry if they hit you with I think you can spam it 8 or 9 times before they block you. Like I just times. But that's all. We're just making a point, So you're currently trolling a self-proclaimed progressive feminist NASA fanboy. Ugh. Those all go together, by the way. Those all go together. They really do. And mainly because, as you probably understand, when people say feminist today, they don't really mean feminism. What they mean is cultural Marxism undermining the nuclear family in order to overthrow the capitalist system. It has nothing to do with women. Just like environmentalism has nothing to do with saving the planet and everything to do with increasing tax revenue and regulating the private economy and expanding the role and the scope of the federal government. Has nothing to do with saving the planet. Bill Nye does not want to save the planet. He just wants more of your money for, money, power, adulation. The guy's a preening narcissist. Like I said, he every time someone signs up for Netflix, he gets another bow tie. The mech says, yeah, as far as the venue, I'm looking at 3 specific ones, but I've had a new development that has made me kind of lean towards a different one because, but I don't want to make any announcements on anything yet. I'm going to wait until next week because I have some people who are pretty enthused about this and who may actually be coming down, but I want to make sure everything's in working order. And I have more than more than 100 people so far who want to send art. And so next week, I'm going to start bundling together Flat Earth memes by names of the creators, whoever submits them. And I'm going to have these things printed up as postcards for the art show itself. And I'm going to set it up so that every person who sends me the memes gets royalties for these postcards that I purchase. So you'll be getting paid for it in advance before the art show even starts. Jack Slater says, "Yep, now they know we're live." Yeah, I just want to say hi. Just go over there. It's like knock on their door, just hey guys. Look, they have 8 watching. I think it's a record for them. There are 8 of them watching, and then compare it to ODD's channel. He's got like 500 or 600 at any given moment usually. And here's something else too. I hear these globies come along and they say, "Oh, this is not a big deal. 500 people, 1,000 people watching. That's the best you can do." You'll find 8,000 watching cat videos. Well, on those cat videos, most of them are bots, but more importantly, it's not about the quantity, it's the quality. The level of engagement in these flat earth chat rooms are far more intense than these people who are just seeking to be amused by a cute kitty cat. So they try to put it down, they try to diminish it. They want to make it sound like we're all crazy or whatever, but it's like, you know what? We're the only ones who are thinking. We're the only ones who are questioning these power-hungry control freaks. Let's see who else is here. What's up, Eddie? Andrew Leon. Oh yes, Josephine Rogan's probably watching. Yeah, Josephine's watching. What's up, Toto? Hey, I don't know if any of you saw this thing. He took it down. GeoShifter did this hilarious video. It was a memorial video for Stephen Hawking. He got a ton of hits, and I didn't know this, but I was just looking through my videos, and I'm like, I'm waiting to see if this goes anywhere. And I'm like, I think that one set a record. The RIP Stephen Hawking, I think it picked up almost 6,000 hits. Yeah, it's at 6,000 hits, and it hasn't even been 24 hours. And so I'm hoping that it gains traction. Doesn't have to happen right away, but it's still going, and I'm still going to get some more memorial videos. Like, I think someone's doing a eulogy. Pinata stuffed with globe, bubblegum, or jawbreakers. Exactly. Yeah, YouTube. Good point. ODD gets all these people, and he's not even there. It's just playing stuff on a loop, and it's good material. There's some good stuff. Good. What's up, Ed? Upside down head. Nelson says this is boring shit. All right, goodbye. We don't have room for bullshit comments, and there are 4 types of people who we don't tolerate whatsoever. Naysayers, globe thumpers, Bible thumpers, and Mein Kampf thumpers. All of them out. No room. Limited seating. What's up, Kyle McDonald? Saw your latest video. Good stuff. Very important. Very important work, because this is the point where we start spilling out onto the streets, and they hate it. You know, these trolls hate it. Here's one thing they hate. They hate these live streams. They hate it when there's multiple live streams, because there are only so many trolls to go around, and we outnumber them. And now it's starting to show. And the more we spread out with these live streams, as well as everything else, the less effective they're going to be. They try to monitor the chat rooms. They'll read your comments, and they'll reply to your comments under a video. But it's more difficult for them to come dominate a narrative here. It's not working. And now that we can just we recognize them, and I'm passing out wrenches. Like, if you're hanging out and you're watching and you have links to share, I'll make sure that they get distributed through my Flat Earth Report newspaper and my other blogs. And but I'll give you a wrench so you can share these memes. You got a meme here, Dan, but you need the wrench because also you're being given the full authority to exercise. Here we go. The necessary level of quality control. Whether you don't even have to warn them, just whack them. Whack control. This is an NSFT zone. Not safe for trolls. Not safe for trolls. We don't really give them any warning. Christian, you need a wrench? Yep. Okay. Awesome. Seven Wolf just got back after spreading some truth. Where was that? Rip Joe Rogan. Exactly. Poor Josephine. I'm serious. He's shrinking. He needs to just get off the internet, get away from his podcast and away from all the flat earthers, and just take a little break. I told him too. I didn't tell him. I tweeted him. I'm like, hey man, we're cool. We like your show. Just leave flat earth alone. Like he's just not qualified to discuss it. I think it was Aristotle who said the mark of an educated mind or a developed mind is the capacity to contemplate an idea without accepting it. But then you've got people like Josephine Rogan and Brian Cox who won't even look into it. They say, no, I won't even look at that. Uh, Kyle McDonald, I'm starting live stream right now. Yeah, everybody should. Exactly. Everyone should start live streams. And if you don't have content, just build a playlist. And that's what's going to start happening here. So let's move on. Rogan is a flat earth outlet. Exactly. Exactly. That's true. That's true. And it is interesting to observe because he's the best that they have. And I think it's just funny, though, that he has not brought on a single scientist. And the reason why he doesn't want a legitimate question to be asked, he only brings on actors with scripts. Like, what makes Steve-O? You know, Steve-O, the guy from the prank TV show where they ate dog poop or whatever. What makes him credible? What gives him any kind of like credibility whatsoever? Where's his expertise? So he does some stunts, you know. He jumps off things that he should. I mean, he's like what is he? A stuntman? A prankster? And so he ends up saying, I went really high on a plane and I saw the curve. Slam dunk, flat earth, debunk, 2 minutes. Everybody delete your videos. I don't think so. Just pathetic. Steve-O's a clown, exactly. And Big L, Josephine Rogan, yeah, we all know about that. Bullet 1536 says, even bad publicity is good publicity. Thanks, Joe. Exactly. The most popular podcast on the internet, or one of the most popular podcasts on the internet, and all he talks about is flat earth. It's in his head. But I think he's being paid to defend it. Like I said, I don't think he's compromised. I think he's motivated by greed and his sense of entitlement as one of the elite. Thank you, Judas. I appreciate that. Judas Sleaze. Judas Sleaze. Nice heading. So Sean Hemming says, we need to come together and take empirical experiment results to a new level. I know how. I'm serious. Please share it. We're all ears. This is something too about this whole art show, is that it's not really just about the paintings. It's about getting a bunch of people together and talking about this stuff, like in face to face. I think it'll be more productive, the brainstorming. Just to give you an example, I was over at the Flat Earth Day. Well, it was the Earth Day, but it was a counter protest. And I ran into a couple of other people who look into this, a couple of ball agnostics. And we just sat down for a few minutes and talked about this whole situation. And by the time we left, we're like, one of them suggested, hey, because we had talked to a gallery owner, they're like, why don't we have an art show here? I'm like, yeah, okay, we'll start it. And so this whole thing for the art show in July, actually, the seed was planted back then on Earth Day, but I would not have come up with that on my own. It's because I was bouncing ideas off other free thinkers, people whose minds aren't locked up and shackled by all these lies. What's up, Papa Flatstack? Morgan Ellis. DailyPlane.com says Joe Rogan does not trip on shrooms anymore because he cannot face his egoless self after shilling for the globe. Yeah, you know what? I don't know why he has this reputation for being such an open-minded person. Like just doing DMT or huffing carbureted fluid or doing whatever drugs people do doesn't make you open-minded. Being an adrenaline junkie doesn't make you like an expert on life. Like, come on, the guy's not intellectually honest. He's a bitch. You know, Joe Rogan is a bitch, and I don't mean that like as a pejorative. I mean, if you just read the dictionary definition, it fits him. He's a bitch. And beyond that, he was very, I would say, condescending to his friend, Eddie Bravo. And Eddie Bravo didn't deserve that kind of treatment. But yeah, he does talk about flat earth as much as I do. In fact, someone said they should rename it from the JRE, the Joe Rogan Experience. Just call it Joe Rogan's Flat Earth Denial Experience. Joe Rogan Flat Earth Denialism Experience. Because that's what it is. His whole show is just flat earth denialism. I'm going to suggest that to him. Yeah, hashtag bitch Rogan. Well, he is. The reason why I'm saying that is that he will not debate anybody. He just brings on people like paid professional, not quite debunkers. I mean, it's such a, they appropriate terms, just like 1984 style. Like I could never understand how I'd watch Bill Maher. Politically Incorrect is the title of his show. And all he does is he enforces political correctness. It was the most politically correct TV show on the planet called Politically Incorrect. Black and Blueser says, hey, IPS, give Toto the band 21st Century Blues song a listen, full of flat earth lyrics. I'll take a look because something I've been commenting about, is about how we are like that kid in The Emperor's New Clothes, calling bullshit on the whole operation. But at the same time, I was like, well, in another way, we're kind of like Toto. Like Toto doesn't get fooled by the Wizard of Oz and by these illusions and the manipulations of the mind. He recognizes something's up and he goes over there and he tugs at the curtain and sees the old goofball behind the curtain pretending to be this big scary wizard. And I was like, flat earthers, it's like a whole bunch of Totos just set loose, like an army of Totos just ripping down curtains and sniffing around corners that they shouldn't be looking at because they're not scared of the psychodrama, the pageantry, the BS machine. And that's what it is. They don't even have big scary weapons. Even their nukes are fake. All of it's fake. All of it's a bluff. No big scary green face with fire and smoke. Even their rockets are fake. It's not even a scary big heavy metal missile. It's just a balloon. Just go seriously. That's how pathetic it is. Mr. Drobot says, thank you, brother. It makes the game worth playing. It also sparked an interest to find gems in games and now write about it. Yeah, that's going to go into the issue. I'm going to update it tonight. Mr. Drobot's doing, we did a really good review on a video game, which I'm going to be discussing tomorrow. Because the brainwashing, we call it the government entertainment media complex. Well, a lot of the programming's deep, deep, deep into these games. And it's all about putting a narrative first. Like I've been pointing out this show Salvation coming up, which we're going to have to troll it real time. Salvation is coming up. It's a show about an asteroid, a rock coming down from outer space. And so everybody reacts to it and begs the government, please save us, government. What can we do? They run to the government-controlled religions. Give us a meaning. What do we do? How do we pray right to appease the gods? It's a bunch of crap. And the only reason they're putting it out there is because they want people to think it's feasible. So if they decide to fake one, everybody will believe it. And I'm beginning to think that they can't fake an alien invasion anymore because I would say it's probably because of the smartphone. Like we would see through it. We would see through the illusion. We know the special effects. They couldn't pull it off convincingly enough. But an asteroid, what's that going to take? Just a bomb, some CGI. They'll just do a little bit of, look, they can fake a 9/11 jumper. They can fake an asteroid and people will believe it because they'll say, oh, I know a lot of people who were blown up there. My uncle's cousin had a nephew whose former boss worked over there and was hit by the asteroid. And you won't be able to question it because 3,000 people have died. Christian says, hey, IPS, this video explains how our hierarchical society works, and it relates to how deep inside the rabbit hole individuals are. Okay, good. See, I'm working on a chart, a triage chart that you could just use. Raymond Joy says, this guy's a goofball, smart but clueless. Hey, I appreciate your opinion. Go watch CNN, keep the globe on your lap and give it a few twirls and just enjoy it while you can, because it's not going to be relevant for very much longer. I mean, what's going to happen to those things anyway? I'm going to open up a globe recycling center. I'll pay for shipping. You just put your globe, just leave it in front of your house by your post box and tape the label on it. It'll get sent to me. Black and Blueser says, Dubé was just live on ODD. Cool, how was that? I'd be interested to hear. Larkin Rose is an atheist. No, he's a faux atheist. Larkin Rose understands that our collective dependency on big government, big religions are reflective of the same dysfunctional relationship with power. And we need to get over this idea. There's no royalty, there's no upper class, there's no elite. We're all equal. We're all supposed to be equal anyway. It's just that some of them have arrogated unto themselves the status of being more equal than others, and that's bullshit, and he knows it. But if you're an atheist and you accept heliocentrism, you are a de facto sun worshiper. I'm sorry, you're a state olatrist. The guy doesn't know it, but merely by supporting the heliocentric model, he is enforcing state olatry, the very thing he's against. The only true anti-statism today, the only true anarchism today is flat earth. This is the only counterculture. It's the only anti-statism, the only anarchism, the only thing that promotes a move away from authoritarianism and towards individualism. Yeah, that's us. We're the tip of this spear. We are the tip the cutting edge of societal evolution. Germanicus Keith says Jesus was a retarded hockey player. No wonder why he was nailed to the boards. He double hockey stick, hell, hell, hail Satan. I like that. Very poetic. I don't quite understand it. Caesarian says astrotheologians. Absolutely. That's exactly what they are. Don't let them scare you about September 23rd. That's just their regular astrotheology storytelling. Don't let them scare you. A funeral for the globe would be awesome. You're right, Mr. Drobot. We'll have to do that. We have some plans for what we're calling, well, I'm coming up with a term for it, because the art show is called Globe Exit, the first international flat Earth art show. But we have some things. I want to get, like I said, there's gonna be a panel discussion, and I want to have a devil's advocate, a globe's advocate, somebody who's informed enough about the globe to ask the right questions. But there's more. I want to have some type of because it's meant to generate a lot of YouTube content. And so if you have an art show opening, you have a lot of globies there, a lot of normies there, a lot of people who are just like the art. And then you have the actual people who are content creators and artists in this field. And we start talking about this stuff in a panel discussion. People are going to have some interesting reactions. So in addition to a discussion, I want to see if there's something else I can do. Some type of, maybe, I don't know, we'll see. I'll get into details next month. But I just want to say that there's going to be a lot of video content generated out of the art show, including the piñata. So it's going to be interesting. And I'm just happy to see so many people want to see it happen because, and I just keep checking this registration form and more people keep contacting me. So I'm going to be sending a message out probably tomorrow with the next set of instructions so that we can start having the work sent in. Court Jefferson, do I think the year is actually 2017? Yeah, I'm calling it 2AG. It went flat in 2015. Bro Sanchez just went live. Awesome. The more the merrier. You know, it's not like there's a, oh, what's up, Joey Silv? How does it work? This idea that like some people feel like maybe we should space it out, and you know, no, the more we have, the more live shows, the bigger the audience is going to grow. Like we have to get more live streams. Will a newspaper place an obituary for the Globe? If you write an obituary for the Globe, yeah, we could get it published as an ad, to be quite honest. That's actually a good idea. That's a good idea. Okay, so let's continue. Like and subscribe, please. What's up, Rusted Soul? Good to see you here. Rusted Soul had a painting. I can't wait to see the finished product. Just give you a hint. It's about one of our favorite globies who's actually shaped like an oblate spheroid. I'm sure one of you will guess that one. No, but I think an open mic situation would be good. I don't know how many of you saw Antonio Subarats went to a comedy club in Manchester, open mic, and he just repeated certain ideas. You know, the earth is flat, you know, that whole thing. And it's kind of interesting. They weren't expecting it. Overthought. Crow777 thinks the Dark Middle Ages was a transition from real to fake history. See, that could very well be the case. It could be. But for the time being, like I do want to look into this because I recognize that the same people that control our mainstream media, that control the education, that control the entertainment, well, they're the same ones who wrote the history books. So, you know, we all understand that. Eddie B says, oh, that's not a reference to me. Yeah, everyone should check out the dailyplane.com. We should plaster high signs on traffic intersections. Yeah, I found another number of interesting gigs on Fiverr.com. Like there are a number of people there. You give them $5, they'll print out a flyer and they'll go to the college and they'll throw it underneath different classroom doors. $5, cheap. Now the only thing is, well, we'll see. I'm trying it out right now because I'm waiting to see if I can find someone dependable. I'm trying to get someone else to also hold a sign. I'm looking at sign. You know, there are people who will, for a living, they will hold a sign for $10 an hour, and a flat earth sign. Somebody walking up and down the street. The thing is, they usually wear costumes. Wondering if I could find like a globe head costume or something. Yeah, Kyle, post a link. Oh, you already did. Okay. I'm not an OBS expert, but I'm willing to learn, especially tonight. I want to have a call-in line, but I don't want the regular slow pace where somebody calls in with their hangout, sound check, back and forth. Like what I want more is this faster paced, getting 10 calls in 1 hour. What do I think of Trump's gifts to Rome? I'm going to have to look into it. I mean, ever since I saw them with their hands on the globe, I'm like, I got to finish this documentary thing really quick because it's pretty naked what they're about. When you see that globe, all you're seeing is that all these world leaders all work together and they all worship the same idol and they all have the same goal. It's crazy. And I think that it's shouldn't be a surprise anyway. I mean, even if Trump ran as a quote outsider, anti-establishment, anti-globalist, the office itself is compromised. There really isn't any reason for us to expect a political savior anyway. You can buy a guest post on HuffPo. Now that's a good one. Geocentric Evaneer, do I believe in evolution? No. Evolution can't work if we change the timeline. I mean, evolution is based on this vast timeline that has been pretty much um, debunked. I mean, we can't take their word for any of it. That's all just story. It's all stories. I mean, look at the stories they tell you when you're little. One, they show you here, this ball, this is where you live, and then these dinosaurs used to be here, so you can play with these dinosaur toys. By the way, a big rock fell from the sky and killed all of them. So they give you an end times apocalypse scenario. And then if you're raised religious, when you're in Sunday school, what do they teach you when you're in Sunday school? They don't teach you like when you're a little kid. They don't teach you about the whore who is walking down the street and a bunch of men are going to murder her with rocks. No, they don't talk about that. They tell kids the nice stories, like the one about how angry God flooded the whole world and drowned everybody and everything and every creature. So they teach you when you're very young about these doomsday scenarios right away. And in both cases, it's this capricious, unpredictable being from the sky that at any moment can wreck everything if you don't obey, or just for the heck of it. Lee Harvey Hitler, Timmy said he was going to make a video about your yesterday's hangout. Yeah, he sent me an email, one of the trolls. He said he's going to make a video to use the meme Rip Stephen Hawking to paint all flat earthers as heartless and insensitive. And I'm like, please do. Please do. Anybody who thinks that it's heartless and insensitive should really think about who should be offended at what, because this is a big fraud that's been perpetrated on all of us for a long time. And if you're calling out the fraud, you're just the messenger. You know, you should not feel guilty for telling the truth, even if it's offensive. You know, as Orwell says, telling the truth in a time of universal deceit is a revolutionary act, and it's our responsibility to call BS. If you don't, you know, it just all it takes for the ignorant to succeed, for the control freaks to succeed, the liars and the deceivers, is for us not to call BS on it. But I'm looking into getting a good way to get, because if people can call in like rapid one after another, it'll be a good way to plug websites, to promote channels, to mention ideas, but it's not fast enough to bring a bunch of callers through on Google Hangouts. I have a particular pace I want to keep. And so I'm working right now with trying to get a call-in number. And if it requires that I get like a microphone, a desktop microphone, I'll go pick one up tomorrow. I think, and then I'll just use a speakerphone and I'll have a number that people can call in. I think it'll be very, very productive. Because these chats are very productive. Anonymous guest says, OCD much? Goodbye. Oh, you have a wrench. I can't get rid of you. Well, I'm not going to jump the gun. I'm trying to keep quality control here. And then something else too. I've been trying to draw in a lot of trolls for a very specific reason. I'm trying to get them all filed away. So what I'm doing is every time you wrench somebody who's out of line, it goes into a folder, it goes into a spreadsheet, and I'm building a master list. And I'm going to pass it around on a Google document and just say, hey, unsub to all these people, ignore all these people, or report on these people. You know, they're spying on us. They're taking your name down and they're reporting you to Big Brother. So I just say, hey, let's turn this whole 1984 dynamic around and let's start watching Big Brother, reporting on Big Brother, asking him what he's up to, what's in his mind, what are his intentions. You know, we're the ones who ought to be asking all the questions. Like, why are they spying on us? We're innocent. Why is the NSA spying on us? I mean, seriously, why are they reading our emails? Why do they have access to any of this? They shouldn't. Why are they paying trolls to control our thoughts? I mean, one good thing about flat Earth that I've heard, I actually heard Matt Powerland mention this thing. He says that this is creating a lot of jobs for government workers because they're having to hire a lot of people to work a lot of overtime hours to keep up with all of our thoughts that are out of bounds. So we're totally going to keep this whole live stream going on 24/7. Anytime you log in, there's going to be, look, Bro Sanchez live. Flat Earth with John the Morgile, with I Spy NASA Lies live, ODD Reality live. And then you got the lonely two people over here, the Earth Discussions 2.0, two lonely globies comforting each other. You know, I had to go donate a super chat so they could buy some Kleenex. Sorry, just a moth just flew into my place here and it's swirling around the fan here. I've got to come up with a better way to catch them. A couple of years ago, we had a big infestation of moths. I'm talking, it was like a plague where you had to drive with your windows closed. There were so many of them. And they would be getting into your house any way they possibly could. And it was just a freak. It happens like every 9 years, like a cycle. And it was so bad that I had to get a vacuum cleaner with a hose and then put a funnel over it just to suck these things out of the air because they would just be everywhere. And it wasn't just that they'd be flying everywhere, but since they head towards the light, they'd be ramming into the windows at all hours of the night. It was like kamikaze moths 24/7. There's actually a condition. I know someone who had it. It's called motophobia, like motophobes, where some people get totally thrown off by moths. It freaks them out. And it's what something else is gross about it is that they're so dirty. They leave that brown, scummy marks wherever they land. And I had a white truck at the time. Anyway, I'm staring at one of these bastards right now, and I just wish I had some way to deal with it. Okay, Kyle McDonald, let's build open source playlists. For the record, anyone can take any of my videos for live broadcasts. Okay, good, good. Yeah, that's what we need to do. We need to figure out how to get, maybe it'll just be a matter of, like I'm thinking, playlists on a loop. Silverwolf says, give it a minute before you ban. Okay, I will. I'm not going to jump the gun. Don't be afraid to disagree. Please, if you disagree, let me know. And one of the reasons why I want the phone number that you can call in on is so that even people who disagree vehemently can say something. Christian says, there's a way we could put up signs in our town that flat earth information and give a number to call. Now that's a good idea. I like the idea of having somebody with a sign that says, don't Google flat earth. Overthought said, some chick replied to my rest in peace tweet. Holy stone, his spirit will found the gauntlet back in time. Yeah, some of these tweets got out of hand. I was looking through my RIP Stephen Hawking tweets, and they're getting sent by multiple people, retweeted and retweeted. And it's so far from the source, from the origin, that most people aren't going to really know. And then they're going to search. And that's the power of this. They're going to search, is he dead? And they're going to find out that he's been declared dead every year since 2009. And there are many people who think that it's just a puppet that died years ago. And instead of just letting it go and retiring this character, they said, let's just turn it into a character like Kermit the Frog that you can just wheel out. You know, look at his IMDb. The guy's an actor. It's an actor. It's a character. It's a brand. It's a New World Order sock puppet. And if it wasn't shilling for the New World Order, I would be totally fine with it. I mean, you got to read some of these statements this thing makes. And it's all fake, by the way. It's all being fed to these lies. Okay, here we go. It says he made this statement just a couple of days ago that if the human race doesn't leave the earth in 100 years, we were all doomed. And this is an actual article from 2 weeks ago. It says, While much of humanity concerns itself with saving the planet from the ravages mankind has inflicted on it, that's misanthropy, one of the world's brightest minds is already warning us that we should be spending time planning for our ultimate escape. We have about 100 years until the Earth is a big old pile of gross, and that if we don't focus our efforts on colonizing other planets, namely Mars, humanity will face total extinction. He warns us that we should start packing our bags because of climate change from pollution, artificial intelligence, and man-made viruses. What did I say? Animatronic doomsayer. Is there truth to any of that crap that he says? No. How would he know any of this stuff? And some of his opinions are just, they're not scientific. They're all ideological. They're all written for him, for his computer. He's not speaking. He's not real. He died in the 80s, by the way. Just so what I'm saying here is this. Because a number of people said, hey man, that's kind of cold. You're making fun of him because he's in a chair. It's like, no, it has nothing to do with that. They put somebody like this in this position because you can't say anything. You know, like it's not PC. It's really not. Of course, it's a double standard with these human shields. Anyway, that was yesterday's topic. We're still pushing the meme, RIP Stephen Hawking. It's not going to go away. I'm not taking down that video. I don't care who tells me to. I don't care who tells me that it's mean or it's wrong. It's like, no, it's mean and wrong to have some guy like that telling us that we're dirty, disgusting creatures, and that if we don't let big daddy government put us in a state of neo-feudalism because freedom's not sustainable, that we're all going to die. It's like, how do you even, I mean, where is he coming up with this information? Elliot Hall says, I saw Hawking in 2007 in college. Was it convincing? Because here's what I think. I think somebody's sitting on a chair underneath the puppet, and then they have a prosthetic that covers the lower half of the face. Because I saw the eyes on that costume the last time it was on TV, and I swear I saw the eyes of, I don't know, Robbie Parker or something. Some crisis actor was in that thing. Yeah, Chainsaw Samurai. What we were talking about yesterday. Hey, what's up, Elgene? What we were talking about yesterday is how we have to pay attention now to how they always use the entertainment to soften our brains up for the government-sponsored media propaganda. That's always their MO. And so they set us up with, hey, look at Captain Pike, or look at this character from Mr. Doctor Who or whatever, or Professor X, where they've created this archetype of this genius in a wheelchair who's just a life support system for a brain. And they feed this particular archetype to all the people who are in the indoctrination camps who are later going to be exposed to Stephen Hawking. And so to them, it's the same thing. Oh, that's Professor X. That's Captain Pike. That's, you know, just the smartest man in the universe. And he's mind typing at 200 words per minute. And these people absolutely believe in it. And so what we're looking at is a sacred cow. And I'm saying there are no more sacred cows. Tip the sacred cows over. Don't fall for this trap of, well, we can't criticize this news event because these people might be offended. Because we're looking at facts, and facts don't care about feelings. And the people who cry about this type of stuff anyway, do they care about your feelings? You know, when they call you uneducated, stupid, brainwashed. And besides, here's something about brainwashing. I hate it when people say brainwashing in reference to people who have strayed from the party line or from the state propaganda. Brainwashing is what you got from the day you entered the school system until the day you got out. That was brainwashing. Brainwashing also includes everything you saw on TV, everything you listened to from pop culture. That was, you know, through any sort of these controlled avenues. But that was brainwashing. It's all about not having choice in being immersed in this thing. But going away from that is the opposite of brainwashing. So it's just ironic you have brainwashed people telling us, you're brainwashed, you're brainwashed. Yeah, sacred cow tipping. Because we are Mythbusters. You know, I watched the show Mythbusters, and they were addressing, is it possible to have a rocket in space if it's a vacuum? Which it's not. And this has been demonstrated numerous times. But on Mythbusters, they created an experiment where they showed that it could happen. And it was fake. They faked it. Mythbusters said, "Are there panels on the moon that reflect or whatever? We can shine a laser at the moon and it'll bounce back." In every single episode, it's all about damage control. It's not myth busting. It's damage control. It's myth reinforcement. That's all it is. And those two guys are just NWO shills anyway. They're not scientists. They're actors. Well, these days, Gatnina says you saw him as well, Stephen Hawking. These days, he'll show up as a hologram. But watch some of his older videos. Like, if you want to see how fake NASA is, watch the videos from 20 years ago, 30 years ago. You want to see how fake Stephen Hawking is, watch his like Larry King interview from a few years ago. It's so fake. It's either 100% staged and the guy's just being used, or it was fake all along. And that's kind of what I'm leaning towards. Mainly because, like I'm saying, it's the archetypes. Like, I know a lot of you aren't going to want to accept that. Sometimes they will. I mean, like I said, these people are pawns. We're dealing with an entire, like a whole class, a whole caste above us of just pawns for the elite, who's their servants. We call them actors. And you have to remember now, these actors, they don't just act when they're in front of the camera. They act everywhere. If you see them, they are acting, if they're using their actor's name. So Matt Damon on the street talking about global warming is just as much of an actor then as he is when he's on the big screen. That's why you saw all these losers doing these PSAs during the election. It's because they don't have original thoughts. They may, but they don't express them. They don't have an offstage persona as long as they're using their stage name. What's up, TEIF? Yeah, it's not that you're late. I was late. I just hit start broadcast, and there was a power outage in a 2-mile radius here for about 6 hours. And I'm not pointing any fingers. I'm not going to get all conspiratorial, but Flat Earth and Other Hot Potatoes was just about to go live. And I'm not accusing anybody of having access to electromagnetic pulse weaponry, maybe drones, but Judas Sleaze, yes, I'm always taking notes. I have a checklist of things to talk about. And if I'm not writing, I'm sketching, actually. Usually I'm sketching. I do these drawings, I call them unicursals. I have about 7 different designs where I can draw, a cat, a penguin, a dog, a goat, and a skeleton with different postures with one continuous line. And it's just something I've been working on. I've literally done hundreds of each one, or thousands actually. And it's a matter of practice, though. It's like cursive. Like, think about this. You could write A through Z without lifting your pen with cursive. Any one of you could do it blindfolded. And if you think about all the different decisions, the different little loops, there's a lot of information packed into that. And so what I've been doing is making these really intricate little drawings that have the same level of, the same number of loops and little details, but I'll show you some examples at some point. So that's what I'm doing, if you're asking if I'm taking notes right now. What's up, Toto Cult? Appreciate that very much. This is very helpful. It really is, because it helps me gauge how interested people are in seeing these things happen. And you will see, I think everyone's going to be pleasantly surprised with the results of this this art show, which will not be the first. I'm probably not going to organize the second, but whoever does, I will definitely be helping out. I have some other ideas as well. Jose Fresco says I'm a compulsive note taker. It's true. And there's a reason why. It's just that your short-term memory can only handle so much. IPS, do I have a fine arts degree? I was an art student, and the pace was so slow compared to my pace, because I was self-taught when I was in high school. I was working at a pizza restaurant, delivering pizzas and all that. And every night I would come home after work, and I would, from 10 p.m. to like 4 in the morning, I'd be up doing oil painting. And I would recreate album covers. I was a better painter when I was a teenager, than I am right now, because that's all I did. And all I did was oil painting, and I was very patient with it. My attention to detail back then was a lot better too. I'm trying to get back to that point. But anyway, right after that, I went into fine arts at the university, and I was so bored by the pace of it, because I was used to working, every night, 6 hours at a time. That's 30 hours of painting a week, if not more. And then I go to the college where You walk to the classroom, you sit down, and then we're doing gesture drawings, like take out a piece of paper and now take out your charcoal and draw a line, draw another line. And the class was so slow that I just wasn't entertained. It couldn't hold my attention. And I was like, screw this. And I joined the military. I was also tired of being broke. I mean, I was actually donating plasma to pay for parking. And as far as food goes, like it was rarely there. So I just said, screw it. I joined the army. And when I came back, I realized it's just not practical. So I just took other things in college with my college fund. I got into computer programming, 3D animation, got into film studies, and then I went into journalism. I did spend a couple of semesters in fire science so I could take my EMT basic because I wanted to work for an ambulance company, which I did, not as an EMT, but the ambulance company had a subcontract. They were basically the ones that were picking up all of the homicides and suicides and car wreck deaths and transporting the bodies to the morgue. So I worked as a decedent transporter for a couple of years, and it was a nice job. I would go to work at 10 in the morning on a Saturday. All I'd do is I'd pick up the white van with the gurneys, pick up my beeper and the company cell phone, and then I'd just go to my apartment and I'd play video games with my girlfriend and just hang out until I'd get a beep and be like, go to this address, pick up this body, take it to the morgue. And it was a 48-hour shift. I could sleep when I wanted to. And so that'd be a 96 hours every paycheck. And I only worked 4 days for that pay period. And that's 16 hours of overtime. So I made a good living at that point, and I was still able to paint most of the time. Looks like we have another self-taught artist here. Whose comment was that? Sorry, I got sidetracked here. Here we go. Dusty Blue Tuify. I'm a self-taught artist. Go figure, teaching with art with kids. Yeah, you know what? Here's an interesting thing I've noticed. Other people pointed this out too. Um, a high percentage of people who look into this ball earth deception, I've noticed, are artists, writers, musicians, poets, um, a lot of creative minds in this area. And I think that's not a coincidence. Anonymous guest says IPS crowdfund and advertise on a billboard for a month in every major city. Oh, direct traffic to ODD's live stream. Now that's a good idea. That's a good idea. Cesarian says my art teacher gave me a D minus. Same here. I didn't do any art in my art classes. I mean, I hated it in school. I did everything at home. Yeah, the thing is, it does take, I think, this something of a to be able to even conceptualize the flat Earth. I mean, to kind of even imagine it, it does take, I think, a very creative mind because it's so the opposite of what you've been taught when you think about these things. That's why when most people think about flat Earth, they hear the phrase, their go-to image in their head is a disk floating in space. And it's like, no, there's no outer space. That's the hardest part for some people to grasp. There is no outer space. Rambinator 44 says, you're getting too personal, man. No, it's relevant, man. Jack Slater, what woke you up? What woke me up was a life crisis, which, when you lose jobs, you lose a relationship, whatever, and you end up having a lot of time on your hands. So I was like kind of in between residences, and I had a lot of time on my hands, and I was researching a painting. So I was painting a sculpture that I saw at this place. It's a big sculpture of Atlas, and I was researching the subject of Atlas. And at the same time, I was already looking into psyops. Like I was looking into Sandy Hook pretty deep. I had a website dedicated to the Charleston shooting hoax. I was looking into all the psyops while I was researching this sculpture and the origin of it. And as I was researching in YouTube, I'm looking up the origin of the globe, and I'm like, wait, did they know it was a ball back then? So I started doing videos researching the origin of, the statue of Atlas, and it brought up flat Earth stuff. And it just so happened some of these people investigating these different hoaxes, like Sandy Hook, were saying, don't look into that. That's a distraction. Don't look into that. That'll delegitimize what we're looking into. So I looked into it. Like if you don't want me to look at something, or if you don't want me to talk about something, tell me not to. I mean, if you don't want me to, don't mention it. Because if you tell me not to, I'm probably going to. I've been pretty good about it. And it's because sometimes people will tell you not to look at something because it's outside of their comfort zone. But you have to remember the flat earth itself is outside of our comfort zone. So I've been pretty good at looking at things that even I don't want to look at. I didn't want to look at Joe Rogan being a chick. And I say that with all seriousness because there is a conspiracy theory that he's a chick. And I'm like, I don't even want to hear about that. That's crazy. But I looked at it just for a laugh, just to troll him with it. And I was like, all right, well, as crazy as it sounds, no, he's not a chick, but he is a bitch. There's a difference. He's still a guy, but he's a loser. He's a shill for the New World Order, and he wants to see your children rounded up and put into barns and treated like barnyard animals. That's where he sees you. I mean, you might want to like temper your sense of empathy for some of these people when you remember that they're total sellouts. Think of that character at the end of They Live, the one who says, "Don't you want to be on the winning side?" That's how these people are. They're utter traitors. Jose Fresco says, "Yep, it takes a high intellectuality to grasp flat Earth." Um, I don't know if you're being sarcastic or not, but I will say this: if you believe in the globe, you believe in it because you were told to believe it and you accepted it as an article of faith. You can't say otherwise because you have not proved it to yourself because it has not been proven. The burden of proof is on the globee and it's still not there. Like if people say, I want to debate you, it's like, you want to convince me we're on a ball? Go ahead. But, we're not starting from the premise. Like I'm not proving flat Earth. I mean, the flat stationary Earth thing is self-evident. The sky is blue. That's self-evident. The moon goes from the east to the west, just like the sun. That's self-evident. They want to tell you it's otherwise, but I'm like, prove it. Prove to me the moon's going the opposite direction because the Earth is going that same direction a little bit faster. Prove to me it's moving. It's not there. Flat Trotter SS says, "Oh, John Loxell, my friend has seen Rogan's thing. He's not a woman. Yeah, I know he's not. And if he is, I don't care. It's not really about that. It's about the fact that you can't be afraid to look at some of these things, especially if these things are put out there as distractions. Listen, the ones who are trying to control your opinions, they're going to throw some red herrings so they can discredit you. And so we need to look into it. Like I ignored all of the Hitler stuff for a long time because people said, don't look at it. So I'm like, well, I'm not going to have that attitude. So I look at it. I watch Jew World Order. I watch all this stuff. I'm just not sure how much I can accept. And the one point I will not agree with any people who try to push this idea that Hitler was a good guy, even if he was, the answer to our present situation is not a political savior. We don't need to be rescued by, Hitler 2.0 or Donald Trump or anybody else. Hillary Clinton's not going to come to your rescue. Angela Merkel's not going to save you. We don't need a big government solution to a big government problem. There's nothing more they would want than for you to beg big government to save this thing. Humanity has a codependent relationship with big government, big religion, and that needs to stop. And that stops by raising our collective self-esteem. We have to value human life more than we do. And we do, but the people like the animatronic doomsayer don't. They say human beings are gross and dirty, and if you keep breathing, the planet's not going to be habitable in 100 years. That's their attitude towards us, which is sick. It's it really is a psychopathic ideology. It's misanthropic, it's nihilistic, and they glorify their nihilism. They act like it's a good thing. They're like, look, we're just little specks. The universe is ever expanding, and you're getting smaller by comparison every day. You're smaller now than you were 5 minutes ago because the universe has grown. So you're relatively smaller, and you're less significant now. Jose Fresco, it wasn't sarcasm. Awesome. I appreciate it. It's sometimes hard to tell. When I'm being sarcastic, I'll hit /S so they know I'm sarcastic. Hitler was a Jesuit puppet. That's absolutely true. We don't know if he was Walt Disney or not. We don't know if he was a complete movie fabrication, but we do know, and we don't know if Hitler was a chick. We don't know that either. But we are certain that, yeah, Hitler was a Jesuit puppet, as was Karl Marx. So anyone who tries to blame communism and the Bolshevik Revolution on the Jews, they've always been a proxy. They've always been the scapegoat. Doesn't mean they're not complicit in it. Doesn't mean I'm trying to keep you from looking into it, but it's there. They are absolutely puppets. TheDailyPlane.com says, just a bunch of quotes for a digital billboard. Oh, that's a good idea. He's requesting quotes. DailyPlane.com yesterday mentioned to me that he was going to do some research today for us. So if we could find out, how much we're going to have to spend on a billboard, how much we'll have to raise. So my intention is, the BuzzDev says, hey, IPS, the live stream is totally choppy. Anybody else? Anybody else having problems with the live stream? I mean, I'm just happy I have the internet open and available to me because, okay, so I'm having a bad live stream. That's interesting. Darren Fuchs says it's all good. Okay, so if you're having an issue with the live stream, it's probably you need to close some of your windows. Loud and clear, Lima Charlie. All right, we're good to go. We'll just continue. Hopefully, when you replay it later, it sounds really clear. Because if they're hearing it clear, it's being recorded. Okay, we're good to go. Check out glass of Pepsi from NASA. Okay, I will do. Okay, Baba Yaga says, could the crisis actors be from the other side of the wall? They may be, or they may even, one thing I'm starting to really consider is that we'll never see or even read the names of the people behind this thing. That's why I'm so annoyed with people who are really content to blame it on all the Jews, because even if every person that you can find in control of this thing has a Jewish sounding last name or whatever, it doesn't mean that they're in control. We may never even see the ones who run this thing or hear their names. We don't know what they look like. So you don't want to fall for the trap of going after a proxy, a red herring. You don't want to fall for that trap. Now, the red herring comes from the idea of, you throw off the dogs that are hunting you with the smelly fish or whatever. So don't fall for the smelly fish and think that's the bad guy. You got to look at the bigger picture here. And the bigger picture is that this control system has been in place before the globe was even invented, and it's a continuation of the same thing, just more of the same. Loco Tomo says, I wonder what NASA is going to stuff Cadaver Hawkins in a spacesuit for the world to see. Yeah, I have a feeling they're probably just going to, Ryan Smith says Jews are jealous. Adam B says, either way, I'm sick of the Rothschilds owning the banks. Okay, well, what about the Vatican? Do they have any sort of wealth accrued over there? Like, I think that what they're trying to do is distract you from seeing the big picture so that they can just make a public change of faces and satisfy those of you who are comfortable going along with this idea that it's just that simple. We got the right scapegoat. We got the right guy. And don't fall for that. You should be smarter than that. You really should be. I mean, I agree the Fed needs to go. I agree with all of that. But listen, just because I'm saying that the Jews aren't like the bad guys in the world and that every Jew needs to go, just because I'm not saying that doesn't mean I'm defending Zionism. And that's such a dumb argument. Skid Holt says Jews think Gentiles are animals. Well, replace Jews, though. I mean, if you listen to the globalist rhetoric, the environmentalist rhetoric, the New World Order ideology, it's all about misanthropy. It's all about man is going to destroy the world. So it's like they all think we're shit. The elite think that we're just animals that need to be regulated. So you got to not miss the forest for the trees. Lee Harvey Hitler says the Rothschilds own the banks, but the Catholic Church owns the Rothschilds. Yeah, see, that's more like it. It really is. You have to expand your definition of, when you look at like who controls this thing, like you're too narrow. You have to expand your focus. If you just focus on one group, I think you're gonna end up screwing yourself. You're gonna look for look at this. Out of Bubblegum says you're an apologist. All right, we got a Mein Kampf thumper. Hippie Hitler is a chick, by the way. Way to pick yourself an idol and a hero. Goodbye. Sick of all these people. Sorry. And I'm not an apologist for anybody. I'm just saying, don't be stupid. Don't be stupid. Like there's nobody. No one's going to benefit more from you thinking that this scapegoat is the bad guy than the ones who built this thing. So dumb. John Loxell says NASA loves their sex magic. Maybe the tranny thing is more of that. Could be. Could actually absolutely be that. In fact, I think it is. Like for those of you who haven't heard this yet, and I'm sure most of you have, the obelisk, you know what the obelisk is, the symbol of the sun god, the symbol of regeneration. It's a phallic symbol. The obelisk is still with us today and is still worshipped by the masses. It is the symbol of the one world order religion that they all bow to. And today, it's a rocket, whether it's SpaceX or NASA or that crazy-eyed Jeff Bezos' rocket. It's the same thing. Those are obelisks. They're not going into space. And they're filled up with helium, not a coincidence, given that Helios is the name of the sun god, because they're helium balloons. Way BMX says the Pope is the most powerful person on the plane. Well, the Pope is the vicar of God. And that's why his number is 666. And that's why the earth tilts that degree. That's why the obelisks are set up to this height. It's all about sun worship. And sun worship is a proxy for worshiping a man as an idol representing God, a living idol. So instead of praying to a statue, you're praying to a figure, just like in every Masonic lodge. In every Mason lodge, the master of the lodge represents the sun. And you're worshiping the sun in the form of a man, just like in witchcraft. Drawing down the moon, you worship the goddess in the form of a woman, a living idol. Kyle McDonald says, if your feed is choppy, go over to the simulcast. I've got some dope ass Canadian fiber internet. And there's a link there. So try that out, anonymous guest. Try it out. So right now what I'm working on is improving this live stream so I can do a screencast and then take callers. I'm going to try to have that done by tomorrow. I may just have to buy an external mic. I've been trying to find some kind of software where I can take calls, but I don't want to, like I said, I don't want to bother with Skype and Google Hangouts. It's too clunky. I want like lots of people to be able to call in one after another. Well, here's the story though about the obelisk. For those who want to understand how this thing works, I mean, it's twisted, but the more I look into it, um, the more it explains the obsession with the occult, these occult groups with their worship of these archetypes of sex and death. And why the symbolism is always about that. It's always skulls and bones and obelisks. It's completely explained when you understand that it's actually astrotheological, and it refers to the way that the sun is represented in their religious, how it's anthropomorphized every day. So the rising sun on the horizon is Horus, because it's the child. It's the child of Isis and Osiris. It's the baby Jesus. The baby Jesus is the rising sun. That's what it symbolizes, the child. And then because Mary, of course, is just a recasting of Isis. But what happens is, the sun grows up, matures, reaches its peak, and then it dies in the west when it sets. And of course, it sets, and Set being the name of the Prince of Darkness, or the prototype. This is the half brother of Osiris, who chops up Osiris into 14 pieces, scatters his body parts, and then Isis, the goddess of magic, cruises around in a boat, fishing up all of his pieces, puts him back together, but can't find his manhood. So she buries him, or she puts him in the sarcophagus or whatever, and then she puts an obelisk on him. Then she impregnates herself on his corpse, resurrects him. So you got some necrophilia there, some sex and death. And this dead Osiris, the dead sun god, is associated with Saturn. This is why you see a lot of Saturn worship. A lot of Saturn worship is connected to sun worship, and people say, well, how does that work? Well, when the sun is in the underworld, he gets that association, and Osiris is the god of the underworld, the god of the dead. So that's his death aspect. And so the crucified god Osiris is the god of the underworld, kind of. Then he has the baby again, and it starts all over again. He has He copulates with the sky goddess, the obelisk and the goddess, and then the next morning the sun rises again. And so every day it's a cycle: birth, death, regeneration. That's the reoccurring myth. And so when you see the rockets launching up into space, like SpaceX, it's not a coincidence that it sounds like that. Space, sex. The rocket's the obelisk. The goddess is represented by the sky, the dome of the sky. You know, it looks like an arch. That's the goddess. And so the obelisk penetrates the goddess. And even in SpaceX, they say it's the payload. So the rocket deposits its payload into space. That symbolizes the womb. Just like you have the Pope has the dome at St. Peter's Basilica, and then you have St. Peter's Square with the obelisk. That's the phallus and the dome, the womb rather. And so the rocket going into space, that's replaying the old myth. And that's why all these rockets have these sun god names: Apollo, Saturn. They're filled up with helium. SpaceX has Falcon 9. Falcon is the symbol of Horus. Then you have Osiris Rex, King Osiris. Yeah, Darren Fuchs, this does make sense because what we're seeing here is we're seeing that this old Babylonian mystery religion that was recast Roman polytheism, recast as heliocentrism, it's the same old system, same template. The only difference is they dressed it up as science. And now that I'm finding out that the rockets are nothing more than rocket-propelled cylindrical blimps filled up with helium, I'm like, whoa, Helios, sun worship, heliocentrism. It's all encoded. And we have to understand this. We have to understand their language and understand that not only are these people masters of mindfuckery, but they're also doing magic right in front of us. They're engaging this ancient system of worship, and you are, to the extent that you're not aware of it, you're feeding into the beast matrix. And that's why, like someone mentioned Larkin Rose as an atheist. I'm like, no, I'm sorry. He's a sun worshiper, just like everybody else. Megalodan says Saturn worship. It's everywhere. Well, here's something else too. When you look at how these religions are set up, you know, you have the sun god, the vicar of Christ. Well, look at the Pope. The Pope sits on the throne of St. Peter. The throne of St. Peter had a different name a couple thousand years ago, or however long ago it was. It was the throne of Jupiter, because Jupiter is the father of Apollo, just as Jehovah is the father of Jesus, and Jehovah is Jupiter. That's what Christians are going to have a hard time with. The Old Testament Bible was not a monotheistic book. They just took a polytheistic myth and they melded them all into one. So it's kind of a deception. Christianity is a deception. They took this old religion and just gave it a new paint job. It was never polytheistic. I mean, monotheistic. But Jesus, though, has a grandfather, and that would be Saturn, because the father of Jupiter. And in the Old Testament, Saturn makes an appearance as Abraham. The father of the Abrahamic faith is Saturn. So whether you're Christian, Jewish, or Muslim, you're worshiping Saturn, or you're practicing a religion that venerates Saturn, among others. But look at the images of Saturn. Just do a web search for, like, Saturn. Sometimes he's devouring his own kid, but usually he's killing his kid. He's killing a child usually. He holds like a knife or a sword, curved blade. He'll have like a hexagram on his chest. And that image is the exact same image of up on the hill butchering Isaac, or about to butcher Isaac. And it's because these myths aren't real events. These are just retellings of older myths that are based on astrotheology. And so the Saturn killing his kid, that actually has an explanation when you look at the astrotheological myth. Kevin Dunn remarks that Washington Monument, 666 inches by 6,660 inches in Virginia, Maryland, Mary. Yep, Virgin Mary. Lickety Split says no necro incest on flat Earth. Yeah, exactly. Well, now that you understand how the sun is represented throughout the day and how this is a myth replayed every day about the sun being born and killed, dismembered, necrosex, reborn, now when you know, when people start talking about September 23rd, you'll know what they're talking about, and you'll be able to explain it, because all we're seeing is Jupiter passing through Virgo. That represents the sun god being born again. It's just astrotheological. There's no mumbo jumbo, anything else. Saturn is connected to the black cube. Tefillin is a black cube worn by the Jews when they pray. Also, look how Jesus, the son of Saturn, sent his son to be sacrificed on the unfolded cube, the cross. Yep, you nailed it. Again, Saturn's connected to the black cube, and then look at how the son of Saturn sent his son to the. Oh yeah, because see, if you unfold a cross, yeah, on a cube you get a cross. That's fascinating. But no, you're right on target with that. And what it points to as well is that the idea of sacrificing his son, like Jesus being sacrificed, is just a retelling of the old Abraham sacrificing his son, Saturn sacrificing his son. And Jesus actually shows you, if you read like the stories about him, the iconography shows you his origins. He multiplies the loaves because Saturn's the god of the harvest, the god of the, and the loaves actually symbolize Saturn. He's also amalgamated with Dagon, the fish god. Same thing. He multiplied the fish. So he multiplies fish, multiplies loaves. He turns water into wine. And that's because water into wine references Dionysus, or the Romans called him Bacchus, the wine god. And so a lot of this is an interesting point too, just because you'll probably run across this. Many Christians will say, oh, you're just reciting Zeitgeist and that was debunked. Uh, Not an argument. Zeitgeist got a lot of things wrong, but they got the main idea right and most of it right. And they're just trying to distance it because they want to be able to protect their beliefs. They don't want to know or recognize that there is no Jesus outside of its pagan origins, that you can take Jesus out of Rome, but you can't take Rome out of Jesus. You can take your Bible out of church, but you can't take the religious, it's a reality filter. You can't take the reality filter out of it. Like the Bible by itself still contains certain assumptions that you must accept, certain leaps of faith if you accept it. And by accepting these, you actually integrate yourself into the beast matrix because it's full of pathological altruism. It's full of this notion of vicarious sacrifice as being a value, of martyrdom, of turning the other cheek, of of worship of authority. And that's what it's all about, worshiping authority. Skids Holshoot says Cuban Mecca. Yep, you nailed it. Listen, like I said, all the Abrahamic faiths come from Saturn worship. That's why you got the Muslims running around the big cube, you got the Jews with the cube on their head, and then you got the Christians with their cross. That's exactly the reason why. It's all Saturn worship. Saturn's the god of death. You'll see it in the Skull and Bones Society. They got their skull and bones on the table, the grandfather clock. Well, what's the grandfather clock? The grandfather's the grandfather, Saturn, grandfather of Apollo. The clock, Kronos. Kronos is the Greek name for Saturn, the god of death. Grim Reaper, Father Time. So the Skull and Bones Society is a cult that worships Saturn, just like all the Abrahamic faiths. And this is why I say the Abrahamic faiths include all the secret societies, including the Masons, Jews, Muslims, Christians. You all worship Saturn. You all worship the same beast matrix. Sorry, none of you exempt. And those Christians, like the ones who just constantly say, oh, it's the evil Masons, it's the evil Masons. I'm sorry, but you guys are all integrated into the same system. And I don't mean to be blunt about it, but if you're a Christian and your spirituality is being dictated to you from the government-run religion, you're worshiping the beast matrix. Now, if you have spiritual experiences outside of that, and the Bible does offer you answers, that's fine. I'm not knocking that. But I'm saying that you found spirituality in the book despite the fact that it's designed to lure you into worshiping the beast. Flat Earth Subgenius says, thanks for joining my group. Can you plug the League of Extraordinary Gentlemen? Yes. There's a League of Extraordinary Flat Earthers. Please post a link. And that includes all of us, I think. I've never met a flat earther that was not extraordinary in some way. Now, globies are pretty much normies. And there is a cure for normie, for normie-itis. There is a cure. It's called, I think I would call it objectivity. And then also having the ability to humble oneself enough to recognize that they don't have all the answers. You found my Facebook page. You found it? Okay, good. Flat Earth Subgenius. You can follow me on Facebook as well. I have a group. I'll post a link here for Infinite Plane Society. I'm not very active on Facebook. I actually hate Facebook. Mr. Drobot remarks, Zachariah writes phenomenal sci-fi. Are you talking about Zachariah Stitchin? A lot of people believed in a lot of these new age books and these authors who'd come on the scene and think that they were actually writing or researching and actually digging up real stuff, but it's all setting the precedent. In order to have a believable story for an alien invasion, they had to set the stage. And I think they want us to believe that we were made by aliens and that the elite that rule over us, or those who have the divine right to rule, were actually put here in place by the aliens. I mean, it's garbage. Sean Hemming says there must be more to their understanding to the true nature of how reality works for them to worship this symbology in the actual planets and sun. I agree. See, I think that one of the things they hoard, like, yeah, they'll hoard technology if they can, they hoard money, they hoard wealth, they hoard whatever, but they also hoard the true knowledge, what they actually know about the human soul. Like I say, everything they do has an exoteric side to it that's for public consumption and an esoteric. Even in the Catholic Church, all these people in the pews don't know that the ones up on the stage are in a secret society and that they're not allowed to tell you the things that they learn in seminary school, the meaning of what the stuff actually is. It has two sides to it. And so that applies to religions. It applies to pretty much everything. And a lot of people aren't aware of it. They're just like, you can't take things at face value with these people. And so when they give you something like psychiatry today or psychology, where's the soul? They'll tell you about the ego, the id, the superego, the Oedipus complex, but where's the soul? When you go in to get, if you talk to a psychiatrist or a therapist and they talk about, your serotonin levels or your brain chemistry's off, when do they talk about the soul? They don't, because it doesn't exist. It's not in their textbooks. But that's because it's exoteric. You're not allowed to know about that stuff. They know about it. They have a very refined science of the soul. They have more knowledge than we do. They hoard that knowledge. The only way you get it, or used to be the case, is that you would have to swear to secrecy. You join the mystery schools. They control it. They monopolize it. And that's why you have all these oaths, these non-disclosure agreements from hell, where it's like, yeah, if I spill a secret, you can rip my guts out, because they don't want you to have this information. And that's one of the things, this awakening, this we're trying to aim for what would be the motherlode of all WikiLeaks. And it's not just about geography. It's not just about getting a real map or finding out what space actually is or any of it. It's about finding out everything that has been withheld from us, specifically and most importantly, the information about what we are at a spiritual level, like what kind of information they have about us. Because they know how to manipulate our minds. They know how to hypnotize us. They know how to influence us. They know how to terrorize us with, like the mainstream media is a terrorist organization. Why so much emphasis on astrotheology? It seems to me that the creators of this place is the same entity these guys worship. Yeah, isn't it confusing? It is rather interesting because it's not like it's all pageantry. There is a lot of pageantry, but there is something behind it. There absolutely is. And here's the thing, just because they're doing it doesn't make it evil. It's just that they're hoarding it. So there is something to it that's worth looking into, and we need to keep digging. That's why I say we need to understand that when they introduce this heliocentric model and in its modern incarnation, the deeper we go into it, you'll see that they have just updated every single aspect of it. They kept original sin in the form of a carbon footprint. You have the invisible watchers that report to God in the form of satellites. Every single element of this old system has been rebranded. IPS, we are living on a level plane turned into a working prison camp where our resources are being used somewhere else by the sun worship cult. Yeah, that's kind of what I'm thinking. The Vatican Library has a lot of answers. That's what I think. I absolutely think so, that this information is known. And so, in my view, what I think it's going to be, like from a tactical perspective, what makes more sense or what's going to be faster? Are you going to be able to create a map yourself, do all the cartography, and figure out what we're on by financing explorations on your own independently or crowdsourcing it? Or Is it going to be the result of a huge paradigm shift when everyone has a mass awakening because of some information that gets out that can't be stopped and that triggers the release of information? And that's what I'm hoping for. Like, I want a big shakedown. I don't think that we need to rediscover these things that have been hidden from us. We just need to reveal it. We need a revelation. Santos Bonacci does great work on astrotheology, Jose Fresco. Absolutely. Everybody ought to look at his work. But you have to be objective. There's a whole lot of people who have discovered that the ball is a deception, but because they can't let go of the state-controlled religious indoctrination, and they can't let their beliefs go, and they can't let their spirituality be detached from that system, they can't look at astrotheology, so they will not understand how it works. They just won't be as informed as you are. And that's what my problem with reality filters is. They blinker you, especially when they're religious in nature, where you're not allowed to look into things that don't fit within those narrow parameters. So they're going to be in the dark. And it's like, well, I'm sorry for you. I hope that they're awake enough though to make it worthwhile, because here's the problem too, is that if you're awakening into recognizing that the ball is a deception causes you to run to a big state-controlled church for the answers, you're pretty much just a globie. You're still part of the beast matrix. The beast matrix itself has to be overthrown. Every single bit of it. Lickety Split says, the Vatican and friends took all the occultic books after pillaging and started using them. Yeah, like, if they're burning witches, it's not because they don't like witchcraft. It's because they don't want the general public having knowledge about what the witches or those who are accused of witchcraft would have known, whether it was herbal medicine or maybe they had too much common sense. Because you have to remember, the elite parasites, they like to rule over an ignorant slave class. They don't like intelligent, informed people. They see us as a threat. Why do you think they invest all this money into paying these? I don't know what kind of people that are actually involved in this, but the people that they're paying to troll us, to demoralize you, like, that's your tax dollars at work. It's pretty pathetic. And if it weren't for the tax dollars, they wouldn't be able to afford to police our thoughts, which just goes to show how parasitical government itself is. And we need to break away from this codependent relationship with government, with big religion. And one thing is important to understand is that the globe itself, the heliocentric model, it's a religion, but the globe and the whole concept of globalism and global warming and everything tied to it effectively replaces the cross. The cross burdens you with what? Burdens you with original sin, the need to expiate your sins, the need to purge your desires so that you live meek, that you serve, you don't question, you don't fight, you're meek and mild, and then you earn your way to heaven. So it's all about nullifying you, reducing your ambition, your desire, reducing the value you place on the here and now, because you have to live for the here and after. They don't want you to think about the here and now. They want you to think about the future, afterlife, if you serve well. It's all about diminishing your present day experience and making you feel dirty and sinful, and that your desires are sinful. Even like looking at somebody else, like let's say you're married and you see another woman, just looking at her and not turning away, like if you just accidentally find yourself attracted, okay, that's a sin. God read your mind. Like, they get in your head. They fill you with guilt. It's all to control you. Well, fast forward to today, the global warming cult, they put the globe on your back. So now instead of original sin burdening you, you're burdened with your carbon footprint. And now everything you do, you want to go see a movie. Well, every single action you take, everything that you do will somehow negatively impact the environment. Like, so you drive over there, so you're using gas. You consume these certain products. Everything you do has a price tag, cost, and Mother Earth is paying the cost. Just like Jesus on the cross is suffering for your sin, well, Mother Gaia is suffering for your indulgences. And just as the church's goal is to eliminate sin, the goal of global governance and purifying the world is all about reducing your carbon footprint, because they have found that freedom is unsustainable. Your consumerist lifestyle is unsustainable. They want you to grasp this notion that you should be ascetic, you should be happy with less, you should do less. It's all about reducing you. Meanwhile, look at the contradiction between how the man bear pig lives and how you live. I mean, that guy has an air conditioning bill that's probably 50 times what the 200 some of us watching right now pay. I mean, that guy has a carbon footprint bigger than, really bigger than, I don't know, an entire city if you really get down to it, because he owns all these big houses. He flies around. Like if you took the number of plane flights he takes, you take a look at all of his homes. I don't know. I don't know how he can live with himself. But that's just the pattern, though. The elite have two sets of rules. You know, it's like one set for them, one set for you. You got to do with less. You should walk to work. Don't drive. Wear a plant on top of your head to make up for the oxygen that you waste. Meanwhile, he can live it up with his boy Leonardo DiCaprio on their cruise ship. Man, bear, pig. Exactly. But my point is that it's religion based. And then, of course, what's even worse is they've tied it into an end times doomsday scenario. So if you don't pay him taxes, the world will flood. And who tells them so? NASA and Noah. And that's another thing. I told you about how this thing is all about recasting the old religion with modern nomenclature. Well, they replaced Noah warning of the impending flood from the God with Noah, the National Atmospheric and Oceanic Administration, warning us of a flood. One, we get flooded for sin. The other, we get flooded for pollution. And the symbol for Noah is a dove flying over the ocean. And then in the Bible, Noah's symbol became the dove because after the flood, God sent a dove to let him know that the flood was over. These are not coincidences. These parallels I'm pointing out, these are not coincidences. They designed this in this manner. They designed, don't flood me, bro. Exactly. They designed this mind control system off of a blueprint that has been proven to work. And it's all about control. And one of the ways that they control, you'll know they have total control when they've annihilated the nuclear family. And that's what they want. They want to annihilate the nuclear family because what they do is they put an imperial cult. Like, this is why it's a family. You have the father, the son, the sacred mother. You have the grandfather, Saturn. They have government as family. So you all understand Big Brother. Well, if they eliminate your nuclear family and you're raised by the state, you're made to worship the government. They anthropomorphize government into human figures. That's how it's always been. It's very clear in North Korea, sun god's worshipped as the sun, his grandmother's the sacred mother, then they have the father represented by obelisks all over. So now you know, whenever North Korea is doing these rocket tests, they have nothing to do with launching any strike against us. No, it's just sun worship. It's the same garbage. The Korean guy, it's a pharaoh. It's what he is. And they worship him as such. But they want to eliminate the nuclear family because they want government to be family. They want you to have this relationship with government to where you actually feel worshipful towards it. And this is where it becomes where father, you call the priest father, or the pope's the holy father. It's because it's a daddy figure. And then Mary's the sacred mother. And then Jesus's whole message was, you know, listen to my father above. And the whole idea of above, the father above, and this is how Christians get confused because they're not thinking like polytheistic. They think they're monotheistic. And you ask them, is Jesus God? Or is God and Jesus, is the Father two different beings? And they get kind of confused about it. And some will say, well, no, God is God, but he loves us so much, he came down as Jesus and he died for us. So they get confused because they can't understand how it's two people and it's one person at the same time. And that's called doublethink. 2 + 2 = 5. Because Big Brother told me so. No, sorry, you guys are confused because they tricked you. It's the old Roman polytheistic system. So Jesus is the sun. His father's Jupiter. That's why he's above in the heavens, because the biggest planet or the ruler of the heavens, the king of the gods, is Jupiter. That's why he points up. He's pointing to his daddy. He says, listen to my dad. So Jesus might be a nice guy. You know, he might be meek, mild, calm. You know, he gives you life. But his dad's an ass. His dad's a tyrant. His dad's a narcissist. You just read it in the books. And also remember, I have to point this out one more time, Old Testament, Elohim, it was never one God, is always polytheistic. Let's see what else. And yeah, oh, here's something else too. There's a book, someone actually brought it up yesterday, and I think everybody ought to read it. It's called Games People Play, and it's about something called transactional analysis. And it goes into detail about how we have our personalities, but we also have ego states. And we don't always choose. It's kind of like automatic. So when a parent is talking to a child, the ego state is parent to child. When a parent is talking to another adult, it's adult to adult. But the dynamics can change. So when you're, let's say you're in court and you're talking to a judge, well, your ego states change, and it does. And the judge is higher up, and it's the psychology of it. It actually puts you in a state where it's not, you're not two equals. This person's actually above you. And so religions do the same thing. It's all about putting you in the state of you're a child, and that's father. In the Christian church, they'll tell you, be like a child, be like a sheep, follow the shepherd. They teach you, and they actually program you in this way to be subservient, to hit your knees. It's all S&M. It really is S&M, by the way. There is a high level of sadomasochism in this thing, because the state, the government, it's a narcissistic construct. You're in a codependent state, and the state itself is the narcissist. It's an abusive relationship. The dynamic they enforce, it involves sadomasochism. So on the bottom, you're in the pews, they tell you sacrifice, give. Meanwhile, they just take. They're perfect. They're infallible. Remember, the Pope used to be considered infallible. They're infallible, but you're dirty and sinful. That's classic abuse. The narcissist is always perfect. Everyone else around is flawed. And they did this on purpose. They invented this system in this manner to cause you to submit. And that's why the religions all have you groveling. I mean, if you look objectively at people in a church, if they're on their knees with their head down, like I was raised in this. When you're in a Catholic church, you got your head down, your hands clasped, you're on your knees, and they tell you, think about your sins and beg for forgiveness. So you're in a room full of people with your eyes closed, and you're all thinking about what worthless pieces of crap you are, and your brain, you're like, in your mind, you're like, please God, I'm sorry, I'm a horrible piece of shit. It's such a self-abasement. And sometimes it's more overt. They actually flagellate themselves, and then they hold up as an icon, like the perfect human being. Be like this guy, the guy up there on the cross who died for you. He sacrificed himself. He martyred for you. And then you drink his blood. You eat his flesh. So it's all ritualized cannibalism and vampirism, and it is psychic vampirism. And the cannibalism manifests as this belief in collectivism, in the idea that the individual ought to sacrifice themselves, and that the right thing to do is to sacrifice yourself for the group, to put others first. And that sounds nice, but it's actually not. You have to put yourself first. You have to be number one. If you put everyone else first, that's called pathological altruism. And they want you to be self-effacing. They want you, this is what even the New Age cults, all the New Age cults tell you, get rid of your ego. Don't have an ego. Well, it's very useful for the powers that be if you don't have an ego. They don't want you to have a self. They don't want you to have knowledge of good and evil. Because if you have knowledge and good of evil, if you can think for yourself, if you know that you're a sovereign being, that you shouldn't have anybody ruling over you, you're worthless to them, because they want you as property, but they have to get you to accept it and to submit it. And I look at these churches and people praying, like in a mosque, they're on their knees, like groveling. I'm like, this looks like obedience school for humans. I don't see any spirituality here. It's obedience school. And again, all the Abrahamic faiths, they worship the same garbage. They worship the same, and maybe it's not garbage, but the way that they use it is. I'm not knocking spirituality. I'm just saying, hey, spirituality and religion are two different things. But they want you to be dependent. That's a big part of it. They want you to think that you cannot be saved without a mediator. And it's all about programming. So you have to go through a mediator to be saved. Well, now you have to go through, like, the idea of being saved itself is BS. Like, you don't have to be saved. That's a lie. It's all about, like, Scientology, actually. Here, if you want to understand how these things work, it's more blatant in some of these newer religions. And religion does mean to bind. That's correct. Take a look. Yeah, it's a satire on human psychology, says Paris Polylogic. It absolutely is. It is a satire on human psychology. It's a good way of looking at it. When I was investigating Scientology, and I recognized this is the same blueprint as Christianity. only they replace the word sin with engram. And you have to go to church and see a counselor to remove your engrams, which is just like confessing your sins. Scientology is all about the confession booth. It's the same crap. And so I'm like, well, what is the purpose of this? Well, now I know. It's all about putting you in a position. Because, see, in an abusive relationship, it's all about boundary violation. And so the authority figure or the dominant one can violate the boundaries of the one below them, but not vice versa. So when you join a Church of Scientology and you're confessing your sins to your auditor, well, they're violating your boundaries because you don't know their secrets, but now they know yours. You see how that works? You don't know what they're ashamed of, but now they know what you're ashamed of. You don't know their fears, now they know your fears. And they keep files on you. And whether you know it or not, or whether the person knows it or not, on some level, it's they sense that the dynamic is shifted. It's an imbalance. And they do it on purpose. And this is what confession does. And Scientology is just another Vatican organization. Make no mistake about that. Scientology is a Catholic organization. It's no different. It's also a space religion. So when you start looking at which religions are not going to be able to survive the transition into a post-globe society, well, Scientology can't make it because they're all about space balls. Let's see, who else? Mormonism has a lot of space ball stuff. They're not going to make it. The sun and planets as fetish objects. Exactly. When you start looking at, like, look closely now, because their programming or their encoding, it's all religious syncretism. Like, so when they tell you the qualities of the planets, the size, the colors, they're telling you this exoterically, but there's still an esoteric side to it. These things are, in fact, idols. So, for example, they tell us the sun is comprised of hydrogen and helium. Well, we don't know that's true, but they want us to believe it's true. They tell us that Uranus has an atmosphere of methane gas. Is that true? Or is that some kind of a sick joke from the people who tell us that American astronauts drink Russian pee? Like, everything has two sides to it. TEIF says every time NASA posts a story on their Instagram, they say, we are doing science, or this craft here so we can do science. They glorify fake science. Absolutely. They glorify fake science. And we need to use that. I'm going to actually type that hashtag fake science, because fake news, everybody knows fake news, but we got to really push the idea out here that just because they're wearing a white smock, just because they have the reputation of being scientists because they played one on TV, doesn't mean that whatever they're saying is true. Just like priests lie, journalists lie, scientists lie. We need to get that. I mean, and we all know politicians lie, but priests lie. I mean, it's just like trusting in authority blindly, having faith in your authority figures. That's really the cause of all this problem. It's this, like I said, humanity has collectively, we have a dysfunctional relationship with power. It's codependent. We let them violate boundaries that they shouldn't violate. We let them have authority they shouldn't have. And this is why I find it so obnoxious that we have these statist shills, these people working for big government, getting paid money to police our thoughts. Screw that. They don't have, I mean, to me, that's malfeasance. They should not have the right to do that. And then, of course, they encourage scientific illiteracy. Neil deGrasse Tyson encourages it. Joe Rogan encourages it. No, don't think for yourself. Trust the experts. Trust me. And as I say, faith is the mind killer. Faith is the abnegation of your responsibility to speak. I mean, to think for yourself. Faith is like, trust me science, they call it. Trust me science. The age of trust me science. Have faith in your scientific leaders. That's so bad. Like, would you trust your priest? Like, hey, I gotta go run some errands today. You're a Catholic priest. Would you come watch my kids? Like, why? You wouldn't, of course, right? I wouldn't. But just because he's a priest, a lot of people actually have that. Like, yeah, Father, you can come watch my kids. Robert Olivan says, I appreciate about IPS. He's speaking his own truth. We get a different perspective. He's not saying follow me. Exactly. Exactly. None of us get our answers from any one source. And sometimes someone will have just one piece of the puzzle, but you may not agree with anything else that they say. And that's fine. I get some of my best information from brainwashed people who believe that there's a second coming imminent. It's like, I'm sorry, but the government churches brainwashed you with Jesuit futurism. There is no end times coming. But all of your other research is sound, so thank you. You got to learn how to extract pearls from the swine. Let's see. Al Jean says it's all fake news. Yeah, as time goes on, the more it occurs to me that the mainstream media, the globalist media, is in fact Hollywood. It's Hollywood. It's all fake. The only real journalism today is on the internet. It is people who are outside of this thing. It's the people's internet and the people's news, I would call it. In the 90s, the Clintons were terrified of the internet and what it meant. And in their White House memos, they said, we're not going to be able to control the narrative if the people form their own media. And that's what we have. The Hori Sheet Show says, do you think the given size of planets affect astrology readings? Watch something about that in a flat earth astrology video. I'm talking to someone who's done astrology for some 20 years, and she's saying that the flat earth cosmology makes everything different in a sense. Like a lot of it's the same, but now it makes it more. She says it has more explanatory power. That she had to kind of like, I don't know. I guess the globe doesn't truly explain a lot of this stuff, but because here's something: if you're studying astrology and if you believe in the heliocentric system and these distant stars, um, it seems a little of a stretch to think that these planetary bodies could have any effect. But now that you know they're local, now it kind of like makes me wonder, well, what kind of effects do these things have? Does the moon have an effect on consciousness? Do the different planetary, now when we say planetary bodies, we don't mean planetoids. These are luminaries. But yeah, it's certainly it's turning astrology upside down, or maybe it's going to, I don't know what's going to happen with it, but there are people looking into it. I'm certainly interested in it. Yeah, here we go. Sean Hemmings. Wakey Wakey goes into detail and practices with flat Earth astrology. Have I looked into the Back to the Future theory? Which one is that? Sorry, just a second here. This moth is within reach. I'm going to see if I can nail this thing. Come on. I've got an empty big cup. It had yogurt in it or something. And I'm going to see if I can capture this thing underneath it. Got it. All right. Thank you for that. Now I'm going to vacuum that sucker up. I had this moth. I don't know how it got in here. I've been following that guy around all night. I just didn't want it to crawl into my mouth while I sleep tonight or something. I didn't kill it, Hori Sheet Show. I'm going to probably throw it outside, let it invade my neighbor's house. Paul is Dead says, no, Dusty Blue says, synchronicity in my life has shown me many insights. Yeah, synchronicity is literally what guided me to this information, because I was always looking. It wasn't like I was a total normie and then I found flat Earth. It was more like I realized how much of the stuff was fake, but I didn't have all the pieces yet, and I didn't have a way of connecting them together, but I was always searching. But synchronicities led me to this. Thanks for stopping by tonight, Ryan Smith. I'm going to try to have a call-in line set up by tomorrow. I might just go buy a microphone. Even if it means, well, we'll see. I'm thinking that's going to be the best option, honestly. No, I didn't have my topics list put in here. I was about to write that down before my power went out. And my power going out was honestly the best thing that could have happened for me, because I did a new painting. I haven't sat down and done a painting in a while. And I did a painting of a bunch of people on a chessboard with a big wall around it with a bunch of giants looking over the wall. You'll see it. I'm sure I'll probably post a picture of it on Twitter or something. Parapolylogic says, I knew theoretical physics was bunk long before I realized Earth was flat. Yeah. See, I was at the point where I was seeing this theoretical physics as nothing more than just appropriating scientific terminology, um, in a sense, but just describing things that are essentially mysticism. Like it's not real science. I recognized it had no basis in reality, and that people were accepting it on faith. And so I thought it was just junk food for the brain. I didn't realize it was part of a bigger mind control system. Dailyplane.com started a GoFundMe for a digital billboard. Excellent. I will go to that link. I'm going to definitely look into billboards as well. My main focus is July's art show, making sure that we get all of the artwork in. And of course, I also want to see if I can help bring people in. And then anything that comes out of it, I will definitely contribute towards billboards. I had a nice conversation with a nice chat with YouTube user deep inside the rabbit hole who has years and years of experience with marketing, something like 20 years or something. And he was citing some studies about billboards versus other forms of advertising. And it's like, yeah, it's definitely, it can be demonstrated that I think it's like if you have a billboard up in a city for a certain period of time versus any other form of advertising in print, if you were to do like a survey and just call random homes out of a phone book, you would find like 75% of the people there, 75% more will have seen the billboard and will know about it than any other ad. Billboards are just that much more powerful. And I think a really well made one is a headline grabber. And a flat earth billboard, yeah, that's a good idea. Can't go wrong with that. And then there's sort of like another element to it. You know, people, they'll take pictures of it, they'll tweet it. And then of course it's unusual, but I don't know, you have to call them and let me know tomorrow as far as what kind of messages, like do they allow, could you write the words flat earth or do not Google flat earth? Do they have any kind of controls over it? Dailyplane.com, we need a live stream dedicated to think tanking adverts for the billboard. Well, let's do that now. Let's do that now. So if anybody has any ideas for think tank, well, here's what we should do. We'll do a separate one, dailyplane.com. I'll do one tomorrow, and I'll set up a Google form, and then we'll just compile them, just like we did for Earth Day. And in fact, let me bring that up. I have a Google document from Earth Day where we were fielding different ideas for signs and for sound bites. And I'll post that link there because a lot of those ideas would work on billboards just as easily. Parapolylogic says, orbital mechanics is known to be impractical. Look up the three-body problem. They admit it doesn't work. It's paradoxical. Algene says, do not use flat earth as a title anymore. They're using the term flat earth to demonize us. Yeah, that's an interesting debate. You know, I had some suggest, and I kind of agreed. They said, don't use flat earth in the title of your paper because then people won't look at it. But the term flat earth has tremendous mimetic quality. It's a Trojan horse meme. Hey, flatmate, thanks for hanging out. Appreciate it. This was going to happen 4 hours ago, but somebody sent an EMP over here, a little electromagnetic pulse, and they put out my power. Celestial photo or painting with big globe, a la Powerland style. Yeah, exactly. Simpler the better. And seriously, the words flat earth, if we could try to shield it and hide it and use a euphemism and only infer it. You can try to be clever, but honestly, sometimes it makes more sense to be very blunt. You know, especially when all other advertisements are very, you know, they insinuate things. You look at an ad, what are they advertising? Or they use contextual advertising. Like, I think we got to be blunt. You know, we don't want to just invest. I mean, we want to invest in something that's going to have an impact. And if I drove by a billboard and it said flat earth or don't Google flat earth, I would take a picture of it. I'd probably stand in front of it and have somebody photograph me in front of it just for, you know, just to share it on Facebook. Like, look at this sign. This is crazy. But it really depends. I think that's a good idea though. You're on a plane, not a spinning ball. See, that's a good one too. But someone else had suggested something that will refer people to the live stream, which yeah, I can see that. But if you Google flat Earth, I think you're going to automatically hit a live stream. But I think that's a good idea. But don't Google flat Earth is kind of interesting because if you read it, you're going to read it and there's like a little challenge inherent in this thing. Like if you like, okay, I won't. Well, then the person who made the sign just made you not do it. Like so, I think it's kind of like reverse psychology. Bubbles in space would be a good one, and even bubbles in space. I think that's a good Trojan horse meme because if you search it up, you find good stuff. And I think we got to be blunt. I had people say, don't use bubbles in space. It's been discredited because they have an answer. It doesn't matter. Their answer doesn't hold water. How about a big picture of Bill Nye, the pseudoscience guy, holding a flat Earth sign? That's a good one. Make a billboard that says, you're so jealous of flat Earth, that'll make them mad. Yeah, actually, it would be. Don't be the last person to know Earth is flat. Oh, don't be the last person on your block to know the globe is a lie. Don't Google flat Earth. Don't smoke weed. Yeah, that's a good one. A list of don'ts. Don't Google flat Earth. Don't smoke weed. And space is a giant magic trick. You've been fooled. That's a good one. Lickety Split says the Earth is flat. They are not. Oh, I see. He says have a sign that says the Earth is flat. They are not, and then have two women with giant breasts. Yeah, okay. Space is fake is a good one. Dailyplane.com. Earth is flat. Triggered. That's a good one. But a list of don'ts. Let's come up with a list of don'ts. Yeah, Hori Sheet Show. They don't get any better with this thing. The bubbles in space. It's like they don't even care. I think they're relying on the blind faith that the public has in them, and people have blind faith. But people don't know when to say no, when to leave an abusive relationship. Like after this church that I grew up at, after it was discovered that they were a bunch of rapists and pedophiles and psychopaths, people waited a few weeks, then they went right back to it, even though the next priest was just as bad. Like I said, people have Stockholm syndrome, battered wife syndrome, battered Globey syndrome. That's what it is, battered Globey syndrome. Hori Shicho says, I noticed last time he had 4 instances of bubbles in space. See, they do it in these distilled water tanks because I guess it reduces the bubbles or something, but no, they suck at it. And that's really not even the worst of it. And they'll say, oh no, it's just debris, which I don't see how they buy it. Or they say, no, that's not a bubble because it went sideways. Well, they turn the camera 90 degrees. I've seen other videos recently where, like, look at these guys when they have their arms crossed, the astronauts on the ISS. If they have their arms crossed and their mouths tightly closed and their faces look a little bit swollen, it's because they're hanging upside down like vampire bats. And the camera's upside down and people fall for it. It's like, no, they're hanging upside down, literally, like Penn and Teller. It's an old magic trick. It's a magic show. The ISS is a reality TV show, and all they do is magic tricks. And then the media presents it as real. And you have the choice whether you want to believe it or not. And most people choose to believe in the illusion. What's up, James Gibbons? Good to see you here. I tried to launch this earlier, but the instant I hit go live, my power went out. I waited for like an hour, and then I realized all my neighbors were outside, so I went outside and I met some people that I didn't even know I had any neighbors. And they're all out there throwing footballs and stuff because the air conditioning's off. It's like 100 degrees. Nikki loves, I'll be showing my screen starting tomorrow. I was going to do it today, but like I said, the power's off. That set me back by tomorrow. And I'm also going to be taking calls, not these long, drawn-out interview type calls where you have other people on their computer with Hangouts, but no, it's going to be like rapid succession. You call in for a minute. Have you ever listened to the show? It was Alan Combs. Alan Combs had this thing where he would open it up at the beginning or at the end where you would call in and he would give every person a statement back to back, and people would just like spout out a meme, shout out whatever, just shout out their friends, make a trolly comment. Shout out calls, yes. And so I'm going to start doing that tomorrow. I've been wanting to get this done. The software's not there. The Uber conference doesn't work. I can't get it to work. And I figured if I have to do it, I'll just buy a desk mic. It'll probably sound better anyway. And I'll have my phone out on speaker. And then I'll have people calling in. Thanks, Chess, for stopping by. Relative perspective says, how long will it take for the majority to realize the flat earth truth? Well, it doesn't matter about the majority. Like, remember this. The majority of people didn't go from landline to cell phone in one day. It took time, it took iterations, and then you had a bunch of people saying, I would never want to be tracked. I will never do that. And now these are the same people carrying tablets and phones and Bluetooth gear. So it's never like that. Any technology that's introduced is going to go through stages. You're going to have the early adopters, early majority, late majority, and the laggards. So don't worry about the laggards. If they still believe in the stories told to them at night by Anderson Pooper Scooper, don't worry about them. They'll come to it later. If they're already seeing that the media lies and they know that the psyops are fake, yeah, then you can talk to them about it. But if they're not there, if they believe in the moon landing and they're emotionally invested in it, and they take that as like that's like something they have pride in because we landed on the moon, don't bother. Growing up, I always, people like around me watching sports, I never understood how they could say, we won last night. It's like, no, you sat on your couch guzzling beer and eating potato chips, and you haven't actually done any sports since, I don't know, college, if then. You didn't win the Super Bowl. Those guys did. And it was probably rigged anyway. Same thing with the moon landing. You didn't land on the moon. You're not an astronaut. Nobody is. It was just a movie. So, but people have a lot of pride in it. Like, we did it. We proved to the Russians. It's like, no, you didn't do anything. The earth is flat. Get over it. That's one of my favorite ones. That's one of my responses anyway. Someone's like, show me proof the earth's flat. It's like, it's flat, man. Get over it. It's 2017. Year 2 AG, Afterglobe. It's been flat for 2 years. It's actually been flat forever, but it's pretty much the early adopters have already, the dominoes are already falling, all right? It's flat enough. And it's just going to flatten out from here. All we have to do is just keep hammering this issue. And we have to accelerate it. And that's why we're taking this thing out of YouTube. We're breaking the dam because they can only have so many agents out here at a time. And the more we have these live streams spreading out, the more videos there are, the harder it's going to be for them to match up with us. So we're just going to outnumber them eventually. And then in the streets, they can't control us. In the art galleries, they can't control us. And more people, I'm finding videos all the time on my news aggregator. And that's what flatearthreport.com is, the flatearthreport.com. It's a news aggregator. And I got a video yesterday. I don't know who it is. I didn't even follow up on it. But this guy's just jogging down the street, waving at other joggers saying, good morning, the earth is flat. Good morning, the earth is flat. It was pretty good. I'm like, I don't know who this is, but people are laughing at it. And I'm like, we need more of this because it's pretty funny and it's worth sharing. It's the most important PSA of their entire lives. The earth is flat. Flat Trotter, good night. Speaking of joggers, was that you, Flat Trotter? Trotting around your neighborhood? Dropping truth bombs on unsuspecting neighbors? Oh, by the way, I'm getting some signs made up too. From Sign Bandit for Globe Exit for the art show. That is the name of the art show is hashtag Globe Exit. Hey, how you doing, Flat Earth Addict? TheDailyPlane.com. Yeah. Hey, those of you who just got here, go to TheDailyPlane.com and go to theflatearthreport.com. We are the beginnings of the Flat Earth Associated Press. And what that means is that if you start a Flat Earth News website, all of the content creators who submit work to be put on my news aggregator are also going to have their work posted on thedailyplane.com and any others in this. And of course, on Saturday, I'll have issue or volume 1 available on a print on demand. Lickety split. What's up with Steemit? I'm using Steemit to post all of my articles. And I like Steemit because it's just like any other, it's kind of like Reddit. But when people approve or they thumbs up it or they upvote your post, that is, they esteem your post, it earns cryptocurrency. TheDailyPlane.com, it's past your bedtime. No sleep till flat earth. But I understand, it's okay. We'll keep the torch burning here. Like, I can actually sleep easier now knowing that 24/7 you've got flat earth live streams that are packed with people talking about this stuff. And don't let them diminish this by saying that SpongeBob has 8,000 viewers, because no, 7,999 of those are bots. And they're just watching a stupid cartoon. They're not engaging their mind. The people in these chats are thinkers. This is a think tank. This isn't people trying to disassociate from reality by watching a stupid cartoon making stupid noises. This is a think tank, and they hate it. And the trolls are pretty dumb. You know, their army of trolls or AI bots, they cannot keep up with this. Relative Perspective says, but what about the sense of urgency you talk about? Does that mean that just enough people who know will soon know enough? Well, there is a sense of urgency because they're brainwashing children and they're preparing them for something. They're preparing them for this new Brave New World system, and it's going to be ugly. But the sad part about it is that they won't know it's ugly. They won't know it's ugly because they'll be conditioned to accept it as normal. I mean, that's their objective. They want to teach you to love your status, even if it's lowly. They want to teach you this stuff. They want to condition them to accept it. Celestial says, Bible thumpers get confused when I tell them it's written in the Bible. What are you referring to? And when I say Bible thumpers, I'm not even attacking the Bible, by the way. I'm attacking the argument of because my holy book. That's not an argument. Because my globe. That's not an argument. Because Mein Kampf. Not an argument. Because Bill Nye. Not an argument. Because Anderson Cooper, CNN, globalist media. Those aren't arguments. We need to call him out on that. Scuba Dracula Flat Earth Rocker says, I used to like the Flat Earth drive-through route. A quick, hey, have you heard the news? Earth is flat. I leave, their faces and reactions are priceless. You know, on my playlist, if you go to my page, I have a playlist for all the people going to Starbucks, and this is still an open offer. No flat earther should pay for their coffee these days. If you want free coffee, you just send me an email, infiniteplainsociety@gmail.com, put coffee in the headline, and I'll send you a gift card by email for Starbucks, and go order a complicated drink, tell them your name's Flat Earth, just to mess with them so they have to call it out. Earth is flat, your coffee's ready. Earth is flat, your coffee's ready. But on this playlist, and I'm posting the link now, let's see who this is. Redneck Tree Goddess does this, where she tells the barista that the earth is flat. Here's a link. The link I just posted is to a playlist, and it starts off with Redneck Tree Goddess, and she talks about, or she's talking about trolling these people at the drive-thru. That's a good idea, and I'll start doing that. It's always better if you can tape it. Tape their reactions. It's priceless. It really is. I want to get a good video of a triggered Globie, though. That's YouTube gold, when you watch people lose their heads over this stuff. That's one of the reasons why the only reason we watch Joe Rogan is to watch him get flustered. Because flat earthers have undergone the ultimate paradigm shock. We've literally had our world pulled out from underneath our feet, right? And yet we're still standing. We're still having fun with this, right? We're unflappable. And then Joe Rogan, a cage fighter, a roided up cage fighter, Mr. Fear Factor, fearless, Mr. DMT, Neo Timothy Leary. This guy, he's a psychonaut. He's a fighter. He's like fearless. Yet, you talk about flat earth, he gets all flabbergasted and flustered. Butthurt. Joe Rogan is butthurt. Oh, make flat earth sticky tape. Good one. What do I think about Dior's comment about downvoting Steam? Do you think flat earth would be a target? That's a good question. I don't know. I hadn't even thought about that because I posted stuff on there and I haven't had any downvotes. I've had people ask me questions or they inform me. They said, "Oh no, you're wrong about that. The Earth's a ball." I'm like, "Oh, thanks. Thanks for letting me know." But I beg to differ. Overthought says, "I think he's backing off of it because he knows how triggered it makes him." Deborah Millard says, "I missed your hours 1 and 2 because I was enjoying your playlist." Well, Deborah, tomorrow is going to be better. Tomorrow's going to be much better because I'll be better prepared. I was going to be prepared today, but somebody, and I'm not pointing fingers, but somebody who had a live stream about to go on at the same time, I think that person might have sent an EMP bolt over here to shut off my power. So I was held off for 6 hours. Didn't have time to prepare. I want to have the phone thing, though. That's important. I want to get callers. I want callers to shout out things. And I think it's also nice, the whole interactivity of this chat, because this is a think tank and the ideas are just genius. What's coming out of this. And this is what is a threat to the powers that be. They don't want an informed populace that can communicate with one another. They want you isolated. They want you self-segregating. They want you compartmentalized. They want you distracted. That's the big one. They want you distracted. They want you entranced and hypnotized, subservient. They want you to be conquered because that's what they are. So it's probably going to be 7 to 10. Well, actually, tomorrow I'll probably be on all day, to be quite honest. I'll be doing a couple of live streams tomorrow. Billboards are silent salesmen. They are. Well, I've been looking at this notion of because there's these people in my not in my neighborhood, but nearby. There's certain street corners that are pretty popular by these. I'm not gonna say bums, but bums. And I would, I'll give them my lunch money. I'll buy them lunch or whatever. But I would I'd be more than willing to give them like $20. Like here's $20. The sign says Earth is flat. Would you just hold it up for an hour? Let me take a few pictures. Some of them will happily do it, and you're not exploiting them, by the way, if they're happy to do it. But I think I'm going to probably try that out. Archer Sage has mentioned IPS. Did you see my vid exposing how NASA gets their real-time Earth images? I caught them using climate and weather simulations layered over a 3D model. No, please post a link. I'm going to have to see that. That's just messed up. And we need to point this out now because if you notice, and this is common, the state propaganda always aims at the kids. That's why that's where their focus is, and you can't really reach them. They don't want you to be able to reach them, and they're going to be reached eventually. But it's kind of a race because they're going to try to indoctrinate a new generation and get them believing everything, getting them to be fundamentalist believers in the cult, and they're the ones who are going to be inheriting this thing, and they're going to be carrying it forward. They're going to be carriers of this demented system, and they're going to carry it to their kids and their kids. And it's going to get worse. Like I said, that video with crazy eye Jeff Bezos, Dr. Evil himself, with his Apollo altar surrounded by toddlers, talking to them about the nuances of transporting mass to space into the moon and landing it on the Sea of Tranquility. And he's just describing the process of starting a moon base. These kids don't care. They want to go kick a soccer ball or whatever. But he's like, they want to go play. They don't want to hear about this guy. And this guy's creepy, but he's there brainwashing them because what they're probably going to do is build artificial planets in Truman Show-like domes in hidden locations. And they're going to have kids grow up in them saying, yeah, you were born here. Your parents are astronauts, and wave to the camera so the people on Earth can see you. It's going to be just like the ISS. It's just going to be a lot of fakery. And they're going to get so good that we're going to be in a simulated universe. And maybe they'll just kill off the non-believers. Maybe they'll drone strike us. But as long as they get rid of those who question it, they can build this thing as big as they want. And no one's going to stop them. And that's kind of why I'm saying it's a big deal that we stop it now, because they're just going to get better. And their holds over the minds are going to get better. And right now they're working against us. I mean, they're playing chess. And you can bet that right now they're monitoring the situation and they're saying, hey, how can we shut these people up right now so we don't have any naysayers or peanut gallery when we ramp this thing up? Because they're not like going to build a fake Mars to be populated. No, they've already built it. It's already been built. It's just a matter of them unveiling it. Where do you think all this money's going? This 50 million a day, it's not all going to, coke and hookers. No, they're building the infrastructure for the new world order religion that's going to be permanent. It's going to be mass mind control, worse than it is now. We're going deeper into it. Hey, thanks D.K. I appreciate that. Um, those of you who have been contributing to the chats and these hangouts, it is seriously such an enabler. Like, listen to this. I've been thinking about this concept of being conscious co-creators, because we are. That's what we are as sentient conscious beings, ensouled beings. We're conscious co-creators in this thing. But they don't want you to know, so that every thought you have just adds to their beast matrix. They don't want you to unplug from it. But it also pertains to what you invest in, because that's also about your intent. And when you're investing in anybody who's putting out content, you get more of it, right? So the more we let them take our money to build this slave system that they're building, the more we let them raise taxes on us, it's just going to go towards building our future prison. And so it's always nice when I see someone who says, well, instead of giving my money to Netflix so Bill Nye can buy another bow tie, I'm going to contribute to some of these people who are helping to unravel the deception that is going to turn all future generations into slaves if we don't stop it now. Because that is their goal. Hey, part-time recluse, I love your avatar. He's got the globe with the X through it. That's like a religious symbol. Someone was trying to make some globe shirts on Teespring, and they sent me an email about it because they got copyright notices or something. You're not allowed to use the blue marble on a shirt with teespring.com. And I don't think that was always the case. So I've used it before. Would I turn mine upside down? Maybe that's the difference. But we have to deface that idol. We really do. It's an idol. It really is an idol. That's why I have videos where I have like an image of the globe burning. And a lot of people are really scared of that. They're scared of the imagery of a globe getting burned. So for the art show, I've been talking about doing that, but I said, let's just do a piñata. But the imagery of a burning globe is powerful. And if you see it, you can't unsee it. But we have to use this. We have to use idol smashing. That's what it is. Iconoclasm. You have to smash their idols. You have to do it. It's a symbolic act. And here's the thing. Those of you who say, oh, we can't do it, it's a hostile image, it scares people. What do you think that they do when they tell you that you have a carbon footprint? Or that human, like Stephen Hawking said 2 days ago, that the animatronic voice said, if the human race doesn't depopulate, if it doesn't stop polluting, you're all going to be dead in 100 years. What do you think that is? That's them destroying man. And then the previous version of the system, the crucified man, it's all about destroying you, diminishing you. And so we have to do the same thing. We have to destroy the idol that they want us to bow towards. Atlas Shrugged, the book is about the same kind of concept. It's about shrugging this burden that they put on your back. Get off the cross, get out from under the ball, get out from underneath their thumb. Don't let this nasty beast system squat on you. It's a big parasite. Hey, Algene, thanks for the contribution there. I think you're all going to be pleasantly surprised as this art show turns out, because one of the things I want to do, I'm trying to find how I'm going to do it, but I want to have like an open mic, like spoken word, or even video presentations, because I've seen a lot of these YouTube presentations where people go in front of a room and they have a slideshow and they talk about it. And I would like to have some of that going on as well. Like I said, the art show is going to result in a whole lot of YouTube content. We want this thing to go all over the place. We want it to go viral. We want there to be live streams. We want there to be discussions with the general public kind of around the whole thing. And the art's just going to be like teaching aids, or it's going to explain certain concepts, but it's It's going to be a big think tank, and I think a lot's going to come out of it. And I hope that Big Brother doesn't drone strike it, because that would be a tremendous loss. But Level Headed says gravity holds our air in against the strong space vacuum. The moon tide's pull would allow that air to escape into space. Earth would die from the moon immediately. Robert Livian says Daily Plane just pitched in some cash to your idea. Thanks for putting stuff up there. Yeah, let me put that link up again. Or would you post it again? It's a GoFundMe account for a billboard at the Philly airport. Okay. Nice. $900 goal. All right, let me go ahead and tweet that. Yeah, if you don't have anything to contribute towards it now, just tweet it or share it, which is what I'm doing as we speak. I'm posting the link below. And this is going to be a good one. I think that's a fantastic idea. I think you'll reach that goal too pretty quickly. And whatever I'm able to generate from this art show, I'll be able to also contribute to this, if not more sooner. But like I said, my focus is on making this thing here in July a success and getting people to show up. Even if I have to get a couple of tickets or whatever, there are some people I really want to show up there. We still haven't come up with a good devil's advocate. I'm trying to see if I can get someone to come down and play that role. Jared Hempfield, can I shoot my spherical melons at the art show with my guns? Now that's not a bad idea. There might be something that can be done with that. Maybe not with guns, but like kind of like Gallagher, smashing watermelons. Could you somehow paint it up? Well, the pinata will serve that. I think the pinata will serve that purpose. And the pinatas, I'm not sure what I'm going to fill them up with, but I'm going to have a professional cinematographer there, because I think some good slow motion footage of a flat earther busting a pinata open, candy flying everywhere. I think that image itself will be a defining moment, kind of emblematic of this thing being torn apart, being deconstructed. Flat earthers are like cultural Marxists on steroids, but instead of undermining Western civ, we're undermining the whole thing. Parapolylogic says, when they finally drop the globe, people will laugh at the NASA hoax and nostalgically enjoy it. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. I mean, I already kind of do. We already do. We laugh at it real time, the mistakes they make. I mean, it's just more evidence that, government can't do anything right. They can't perform special effects on par with what the private sector can do. They really should have outsourced ISS to Hollywood. They should have just paid Steven Spielberg to do it. They had the right idea with the whole, let's get Stanley Kubrick to help us out with this Apollo mission. Hey, Lee Harvey Hitler says, fill up the globe pinatas with reefer. That's not a bad idea. Maybe some pre-rolls, like in plastic tubes or whatever. That'd actually be DJ Dior says, anarchy, a state of disorder due to the absence or non-recognition of authority. Yeah, see, the word anarchy has been kind of tainted. When I say anarchy, I think without dictator, without authoritarian, without pope, without whatever figure that claims to have like some divine mandate to rule. And of course, they're delegates, but a better word for me is anti-statism, because it's not going to be tainted the same way. When you say anarchy, people think the movie The Purge. They think The Walking Dead. And it's because the government wants you to believe that if it were not for government, we would all be killing each other. Just like the priests want you to believe, if it weren't for a religion, we would all be killing each other. It's like, no, you can't start wars without the big government. You can't turn people against one another without religions, whether it's one of the Abrahamic faiths or a political religion or a race religion, any one of these different forms of religion, because religion doesn't always look like these traditional religions. Sometimes it looks like a political organization or a party even. I would say that Antifa is a cult. It's a political cult. a utopian cult, and it's not a coincidence that they dress up just like the guys from ISIS because it's the same mentality. We got to get rid of all of this enemy. We got to basically, we can't have a perfect world until we've gotten rid of all the opposition. And if you're not thinking right, you're a sinner. It's a religious mission. And when Bill Nye says he's going to save the world, aside from just being a massive ego trip, he's actually saying what their actual intention is. And they're using religious terminology. In fact, the oblate spheroid himself, Neil deGrasse Tyson, he's used sort of pseudo-religious terminology describing this thing, equating not believing in science with being a sinner. Al Gore, Fat Man Bear Pig, said that it's like the book of Revelations when I go outside and I see the climate change. They use religious terminology for a reason. Lickety Split says he'll donate to the reefer idea. Okay, yep. Search Antifa Google Trends will do. Now, Antifa is all controlled, by the way. Both sides are controlled. But Antifa it's the anti-fascist group that uses the tactics of fascism to shut down free speech. And they have no sense of irony for some reason. Okay, I'm reading through your comments. Any other questions? It's approaching the time. See, right now is when I would be taking calls, which I'm going to start doing tomorrow, whether I have to get a mic or what. Can I elaborate on Globe Exit? Yes, let's talk about Globe Exit for a minute. Because one of the reasons why I pushed this art show back into July is one, to get more participation and to give more people time to show up, but also I kind of wanted to appropriate July 4th for a signing of a Declaration of Independence from the globe. Globe Exit is cessation from the globe. The idea is that why are we paying for NASA to make these stupid propaganda films? Why are we paying for the indoctrination of the youth? Why are we paying carbon taxes when we know the globe is a fraud? So why don't we just secede from the globe, kind of like our version of the Boston Tea Party? And what we're just going to do is sign a declaration saying, yeah, we're not going to participate in this, and we're going to see what we can opt out of. Like, our world no longer spins. We're on the flat plane. You guys want to buy into that delusion? You want to pay for that garbage? Go for it. But we're not. We're opting out. And I remember in 2009, we had the Affordable Health Care Act, and the Amish were opting out of it because it was against their religious beliefs to have the government mandate them to pay for something or whatever. They had some rationale coming out of their religion. So I'm saying that if you do not believe in the official state religion of globe worship, if you reject the idol, you reject their stateletry, you shouldn't have to pay for it. You don't tithe to the Mormon church if you're not a Mormon. You don't go to the church every day and drop some money in the collection bucket so that later they can pay for the victims of the kids they rape. Like, you don't even do it because you don't believe in that. So why should you be paying for the man bear pig to fly around the country? Why should you pay for the expansion of global government and centralization of power if you're an anti-statist, if you believe in freedom, if you don't want neo-feudalism, if you don't want brainwashing? Why should you pay for it? So what we're going to try to do is find out if we make a formal declaration and we sign it, and in person we're going to be signing it, the Globe Exit, because the art show is called Globe Exit. We are going to sign it in person, those of us who are there. But at the same time, I'm going to have a digital document version so you can sign it live if you're not there. So you'll be included in it. And what we're all doing is just signing it saying we're not on a spinning ball. And then we're going to look into it and see what can we do? What can we opt out of legitimately? And even if it's not right away, if we can just start agitating for it and saying, hey, I want my money back. I don't know how much of whatever my taxes are going into this deception, this religious cult, but I want my money back. What can I opt out of? So, and by the way, how many of you noticed that on Earth Day, there were power outages across the country? don't know how many of you noticed it. Dragon Lord says, please, please, no globe burning. It's violence. We must be anti-violence. Yeah. Listen, Dragon Lord, you were born into a psychological warfare zone. Every kindergartner classroom is a psychological warfare zone, and the war is being waged against the children. The war is being waged against you. You were born into it. Don't turn the other cheek. That's what they want you to do. Don't accept that you're a dirty human with a big carbon footprint that needs to be regulated. Don't bow to their idols. I say, F their idols. I mean, I would invert the globe, but that's not offensive enough. You got to do something shocking. And burning it is symbolic. It's art. And think about these other things they've done to mess with your head, to traumatize you, to scare the children. They have these frauds like Sandy Hook where they say, yeah, 26 kids were mowed down by some psychopath with a gun, and they did it right before Christmas. They rubbed it in your face. The president was on TV crying. They mess with your heads. They guilt trip you, and then they get people to hate others. They say, well, look, this is the fault of those NRA members. So they turn people against other people because some people believe in the right to bear arms, or they understand the necessity of it, and they disabuse other people of this notion that we ought to be able to defend ourselves. So it's very destructive. We're in a very destructive environment. They're at war with us. They're all about disempowering us, enslaving us. And then here you are saying, please, let's play nice. No, I'm sorry, man. Gloves are off. Gloves are off. They don't play fair. We don't play fair. They play dirty. We play dirty. That's why yesterday we were force memeing RIP Stephen Hawking, because we don't need to be PC anymore. We don't need to respect their human shields. Robbie Parker's a scumbag liar and a psychopath. He's not a mourning parent that we should respect and donate money to. So, no more Mr. Nice Flatty. Yep, globe exit, hashtag globe exit. And the signs, oh yeah, that's right, the signs. So I found a good rate. It was $70 for 100 signs. They're like little political signs, 2 metal stakes, and it has, across it, hashtag globe exit. And I'm either going to get flat earth or globe exit, probably both. I'm ordering some samples tomorrow. And then I'll be actually making those available through my website if you want one for your front lawn. And those of you people, like there's some people who are probably in the background in the peanut gallery saying, oh, look, he's just in it to make the money. First of all, F you. And second, and no, it's not really about the money. It's about the signs themselves, but also since I'm buying them in bulk, I'm getting a lower rate. So they're actually saving money rather than just buying them individually, one by themselves. Not that I have to explain myself, and none of us do, by the way. No need to apologize for what we're doing. The MRG only says mass shooters are good for the planet. Yeah, technically, according to their logic, they are. According to the misanthropic nihilistic logic of the globe believer, mass shootings are not only good, but they're necessary because they need to call the population, because they're also told that there are more people than there actually are. Population's a lie. You heard that one? Like, there are not 7 billion people on the planet. Maybe half, if that. They've inflated the numbers because they want you to hate man. They want you to think that there are too many of us. So you can buy into it if you want, Mr. MRG, but nope, there hasn't been a single real one yet. Nobody died. Nobody got hurt. Sorry. Spakeface says, gloves are off and I just sharpened my katana. Oh, that's a good one. A katana would chop a globe in half. Now that would be some good footage. Dragonlord says, I think you're right. Subtlety doesn't work with people today. Sadly, I agree with your idea on pop figures. Yeah, no, subtlety will not work. Haven't you watched Seven? With that chick Brad Pitt and the smug, what's that smug loser's name? God, I hate that guy now. I used to like his stuff. Kevin Spacey. Smug face Kevin Spacey, Jimi Hendrix, who's been recast as Morgan Freeman, and the chick Brad Pitt. They're in that movie Seven about the serial killer. And when they finally catch the guy, He's in the back of the cab and they're driving out to the desert so they can find Brad Pitt's wife's Gwyneth Paltrow's head in a box, which to me doesn't sound like a bad idea. But like they're going out to go collect Gwyneth Paltrow's head from the box in the desert. They're driving out there, and he says to the smug-faced Kevin Spacey in the back, he says, "Hey, do you sick fucks ever just sit there for a moment and look at the pile of feces you just ejaculated onto and say to yourself, damn, it's amazing how fucking crazy I really am." And then Kevin Spacey says, "No, these days it's not enough to tap people on the shoulder if you want to get their attention. These days you got to use a sledgehammer." And that's kind of where we're at. We got to really sledgehammer this thing in. Hey, I called it. Look at, I knew that guy was a sick fuck. DailyPlane.com says Kevin Spacey went to Jeffrey Epstein's pedophile island. He was on the flight logs. Ooh, on the Lolita Express. Kevin Spacey, he probably eats little boys. Kevin Spacey, he tortures, rapes, and eats kids. By the way, another idol for you that they put for you to worship. He's implicated in Pizzagate. How did I know? How did I know? If you want to know how sick these people are, look into what's that guy's name? Bryan Singer? Who's the one who directed the X-Men? Who was raping the kids in the pool? That sicko. He'd like drug up teenage boys, bring them to the party with a bunch of old men. He had one that he locked him in a gun safe or whatever, put a gun in his head. These people are sick, and they make all the movies that your kids watch. Sick, sick bastards. House of Cards. Ugh. I knew that guy was sick. He was probably sick before they even put him in movie 7. He's always made me uncomfortable. He's always seemed smug. I remember back when I was in the Matrix, like when I was totally brainwashed, I liked some of this stuff. Like I like these movies. Like I was like, yeah, people are sick. They need a serial killer to show them morality. No, now I'm like, no, this is just misanthropy, where they make the murderer the good guy, and they make man bad. Like, oh, well, this guy's a glutton. He deserved to die. She was a whore. She deserved to get raped with a strap-on knife. Like the sickness and perversion that they make acceptable is just, it's an indication of how brainwashed people are and how they've accepted and internalized this lowering of our collective self-esteem. Al Bandito says Kevin Spacey's face is so punchable. I agree. I agree. Dragonlord says, yep, narcissistic smirking. Had a lot of that in my life, been targeted. A sledgehammer should be used on Spacey's creepy face. He was in that movie called K-Pac about an alien. See, they bring up these idols and they let them judge us and put us down, and they're propped up as some type of like, they're gods basically. And like he came down from space this is so crap, and then pay it forward. Ugh. They should have killed that kid in the first scene. The whole movie was just horrible to watch. I didn't cry at the end of that. I don't think you were supposed to, but these movies are just they're so fake, so phony. But the subtext, that's what's so sick about it. And Dale, yeah, in the movie, they had the 7 deadly sins, and then they killed each of the 7 victims according to their sin. So the greedy guy had a pound of his flesh cut off, like his skin was cut off. The prostitute was killed with a strap-on knife. The glutton was force-fed until he couldn't eat anymore. Then he was kicked in the stomach. And then you had who else was there? It was just like one after another, and it was all based on the Bible, 7 deadly sins or whatever. Well, that's not even biblical. James Gibbons, no, I wouldn't cry over it, but that movie, they try to make this sad scene with this kid, like, pay it forward. They try to make him like a martyr. Kevin Spacey's in it. And like, this stuff is so corny. And people believe it. They buy into it. They think that they actually agree with a lot of the stuff without even realizing they internalize it. That's what American Beauty was about. American Beauty was about making you think that, all American families are screwed up. The nuclear family's screwed up. That it's all just a facade. It's all cultural Marxism, cultural pessimism. It's designed to disabuse you of the idea that you ought to be looking after your own family, that you ought to be trying to better your own life. It's just trying to like make it seem like the American dream, which is nothing more than this idea that you should be independent and not rely on anybody, but be, the idea that you can achieve your own your own goals and rise according to your own merit. That whole idea, they've tried to destroy it. They don't want you to believe that it's a good idea. And it's not just an American dream. The idea of the American dream is just this idea of how we should all think anyway. The idea that you don't want to be dependent on a centralized authority, that you want to provide for yourself and your own. But they try to kind of disabuse you of this. Lucifer Tim says The Exorcist was pre-programming for Pizzagate. Interesting. I'm going to have to look into that. Pizzagate is such a disgusting subject. When you read those letters, you read these things, and then what is that guy? The guy with the vampire teeth and the real creepy face. The guy you wouldn't want to babysit your kids, or even, what's his name? Podesta. Podesta works for the Washington's. I think he does now. Let me double check that because I know they were talking about it. Because you know that the Jeff Bezos, he bought the Washington. It was a month ago, so I just want to make sure I get my facts right here. Did just Jeff Bezos end up hiring Podesta? And I was also noticing those guys kind of look the same. Yeah, he did hire him for the Washington Post. Now the Washington Post, yep, there we go. So that deviant does work for the CIA-connected Washington Post. Just beautiful. It's like a little family, isn't it? Yeah, John Podesta was hired by Crazy Eye Bezos. And they're all part of the same cult, but that's so gross, isn't it? And then you see Jeff Bezos in a room full of toddlers teaching them about his phallic worship, which is what it is. It's phallus worship. These space agencies, it's just nothing more than Babylon mystery religion. It's fertility rites. But he's got a room full of kids. And I'm like, that's so sick. Arrest Podesta. Yeah, that's a good start. I think we could just, well, I don't know. You know, Podesta was called out a long time ago. He was called out even in 2012, I think it was, by Andrew Breitbart. No, it's 2013. Early 2013, Andrew Breitbart tweeted about Podesta saying that this guy is connected with human trafficking and stuff that people would not believe. Lickety Split has a blog, The Dinosaur Industrial Complex, at wordpress.org. I actually have that RSS feed plugged into my news aggregator now, so your stuff will start showing up. I actually saw the picture on your site, man. That was funny. The dinosaur. He was doing it dino style against some person. It's pretty funny. Yeah, Podesta has a gold statue of one of Jeffrey Dahmer's victims. I saw that, El Bandito. Some of his images are just sad. You know, they're definitely child abusers. Even if you haven't caught them with it, you don't have any evidence of it specifically. You look at the artwork and some of those paintings of these kids. You know, these kids with the sad faces, like in states of undress. But if you just read the emails, like anyone who says there's nothing there is, I don't know what it is, cognitive dissonance, or they're enablers, globe enablers. You know, and that's something. That's why I call it a dysfunctional or a codependent relationship with government. People enable their own abusers. That's why I call it battered wife syndrome, Stockholm syndrome. These are globe enablers. Charlie Sheen's meltdown was a distraction from the fact he's a sick pedo. Yeah, I've had some thoughts about that character because it seemed like Corey Feldman was kind of referencing him indirectly. He was like suggesting that maybe he's part of this whole thing. But when they say that pedophilia is the biggest problem in Hollywood, I think that's only one part of it. And yeah, there's definitely something with him, his meltdown being a cover for something. And I think what it is exactly that. Podesta strongly contrasts with the power of the Senate and the prudence, a common way to refer to Roman jurists. Martin Sheen is Trump. I don't know what that means. What do I think of your avatar? I can't really see it. It's got some fine detail. Yeah, I'm sorry. You'll have to post me a link with a bigger image of it. Dinosaurs are real, and Santa told you so, said Cindy Pritchard. I wouldn't believe that. Now, if a guy in a white smock told you they're real, then I would believe it. Someone needs to buy a white smock and just have a video where you just talk about flat Earth. That will convince so many people. Dale says Charlie Sheen probably does not have HIV. It's another hoax. AIDS is caused by malnutrition, starvation, toxic medicine, not sexually transmitted. I've actually read a lot on that, and yeah, the level of fraud in this whole thing is just unbelievable. They invent diseases. They literally invent conditions, or they cause them, or they facilitate them, or they enable them because it's big business. There's no business and there's no money to be made in cures. And they want you to be dependent. And one way to get someone to be totally dependent upon you is to be the guy that has the medicine. There's this old myth I read about, and it's this image of this there's a symbol of this snake god on a was this snake on a staff, this symbol, right? And it's pretty common, the medical symbol, Mercury. But there was this version of him in this African myth. Elegua was his name, and he's like the god of medicine. And so in the story, they're like, well, why is he always shown as a man with a staff or a snake on a staff? And they said, well, in the story, somebody's walking down the road like a traveler, and there's a snake in the road, and the snake bites them. So then the person is dying, and around the next corner, they come across an old man with a staff, and the old man with the staff has medicine to sell the person for the snake bite. So the person buys the cure. The person leaves, and it turns out that the old man with the staff turns himself into the snake that bites the person, and then comes back to sell him the cure. And that's a lot of how this thing is. You know, I think that medicine is as much like modern medicine, this modern that everything about this entire matrix we're in, this entire system is all about poisoning you on every level. And then, of course, they're the ones in charge of the cure. Somebody here says it's all pseudoscience. Yeah, I kind of see that. I kind of think that like a virus in many ways is sort of like saying possession. Like, oh, you're possessed by a demon, so you need the priest to come clean you up. Same thing with a virus, something that's never been isolated. So I talk about how this modern beast matrix is just a new scientific iteration of the old system. I think that we're looking at parallels, like the rocket being a parallel of the obelisk, the angels, the satellites, global warming, original sin, the floods, all that. Well, viruses are demonic possession of the day. But something about this Charlie Sheen thing that I kind of that set my alarm bells ringing was his association with Alex Jones. Because Alex Jones was hanging out with Charlie Sheen and the quote goddesses at Charlie Sheen's house before Charlie Sheen's breakdown. And that kind of made me really look at Alex Jones, like give him a double take. Because you can kind of like, not always, it's not guilt by association, but you hang out with certain types. It's kind of like, how could you possibly not know what they're like or you're like them? And I think it's more likely than not, since they're all part of the same club, that you can kind of make some inferences there that I think should be made, that will be made. Lucifer Tim says, the world is a temporary illusions, which is real. A permanent temporary illusion, which is real. Yes, exactly. Alchemical Cosmology says, the level of deep mind control that exists in the world is startling when you can sit back and see it from the outside. Al Bendito says, Alex Jones, I want a t-shirt that says that they're turning the frogs gay. Yeah, Alex Jones is such a fascinating character because sometimes it's like he seems authentic and then they're always attacking him and it gives him credibility. But the more I look into it, the more I think that all these different mainstream media attacks on Alex Jones are designed to make you think that he's legit. Like I think behind the scenes, Alex Jones is probably BFFs with Anderson Cooper. Gina Nina says, have you heard the rumor of the Charlie Sheen Alex Jones sex tape? No, I haven't. No, I haven't. I don't even want to imagine what that would look like. Brad Cullen, can I elaborate on the 27 Club? Yeah, now the 27 Club, I'm kind of looking at it all over again because we know that some of those people aren't dead, for one thing. But for another, now it's like, well, what are they really saying? Because I've seen different associations with the number 27, the return of Saturn, and this idea, which that could be part of it. Something else, though, a lot of these people who are killed off and then they come back as someone else or they're recast, they do use the age 33 quite a lot. 32, 33. But Alex Jones, yeah, I think Alex Jones is born into this thing, lifetime actor. And that's a phrase we should all get accustomed to using, lifetime actor. Cindy Pritchard says, what's the difference between Alex Jones and a hippo? About 40 pounds and a microphone. Agreed. Dale is saying people are trying to say that homosexuality is natural. It's not. It's an anomaly. Heterosexuality is natural. Well, the way they use words, like people will talk about gender as a spectrum, but that's not really the proper use of the word spectrum. If you're talking about something that's like people who fall outside of the regular bimodal distribution, it's like 1%. So you can't call it a spectrum. It's an anomaly, or it doesn't mean it's bad, but I'm saying it's just you can't let people appropriate the language, and that's what they're constantly doing. They twist the words, they expand the definition of words. Lucifer Tim says, you are a trip that God takes, called a human being. Now that's good. You are a trip that God takes, called a human being. I've always liked the idea of conceiving of the human race as the creator simultaneously living itself out through 6 billion different, individual beings. Because if you think of it in those terms, it kind of like it explains empathy and it explains why murder is evil and why we should be, the idea of the golden rule is a great idea, and Jesus did not invent it. I think we were born with the golden rule kind of in our programming, and they condition you not to have it. Then they can have you selectively apply empathy. Yeah, hey, Kyle McDonald, good point. There aren't very many trolls tonight. When you ban and mute them, they disappear fast. So I'm thinking maybe only 250 legit paid trolls. That's what I'm thinking. And that's why I'm so happy about this new development, which is just pretty recent, where we have these 24/7 live streams being packed like this, and this 24/7 on ODD reality. I think this is a game changer. I really do. I think it's the start of something because they don't have enough trolls to keep this thing stocked. There just aren't enough. I mean, and how pathetic is this group over here? The Earth Discussions 2.0. To me, it's just sad. They get like 4 people defending their failed model. And what's worse is when you listen to it, they're not even talking. They're just like, yeah, I went and bought some dog food today. The other guy's like, yeah, well, flat earthers are still talking. They're so dumb. And there's like 10 minutes of silence. And I'm like, what are these people doing? Like, what a snooze fest. Go get a life. It's over. Stop rearranging these deck chairs on your sinking Titanic globe because the flat earth iceberg has already ripped your hull in two and you're going down. Get on the lifeboat while you still can. Relative perspective. Yeah, about the Jimi Hendrix, Morgan Freeman, I don't really think that one holds water. I think it's an interesting idea, but it's possible. I haven't looked closely enough at it, though. I have to double check it. I think he might like that association. I mean, who wouldn't want that? Like, if Rush Limbaugh, if I don't know, I don't want to sidetrack us right now. I'll get into that Saturday because I find that one to be extremely intriguing. The Rush Limbaugh Jim Morrison one. Has anyone heard this? Anybody heard about Rush Limbaugh and Jim Morrison and their special relationship? Anyone taking a look to see where does Jim Morrison end and Rush Limbaugh begin? Ponoku, Terrence McKenna was the real Timothy Leary. Yeah, and Joe Rogan is a fake imitation Timothy Leary. Joe Rogan's trying to carry the mantle of the the drug taking, free thinker, mind expander guru of this generation. He's totally flopped on it. The guy's so close minded. There are no closed minds on flat Earth. Let me go ahead and write that down. Please use this. There are no closed minds on flat Earth. Another thing we need to start using is the phrase purple pillars. Purple pillars. Because many of these red pillars, or so-called red pillars running around, are not red pillars. They're 1 foot in the matrix, 1 foot in reality. And they're still taking orders from Anderson Cooper. They're still taking orders from CNN or Fox. Come on. You're not a red pillar if you still believe in the psyops. Just because you see through some of it doesn't make you a red pillar. I'm sorry. You're purple. You're halfway there. Way BMX. That might be true about Joe Rogan, but I only call him Josephine Rogan, and I bait him on this because I know it gets under his skin. He's insecure. Globies are so insecure, and they're so sensitive. Like, I am going to start a globe recycling center, but I'm probably also going to have to invest in Kleenex. Maybe I ought to private label my own brand of Kleenex, like with a flat earth map on it or something, just say, it's okay. We were all fooled. Timothy Leary wrote a book called The Intelligence Agents. Interesting. Yeah, his brother talks about this. There's a lot of good information. Look up Manufacturing the Deadhead. Look up Weaponized Anthropology. So many books on the subject. And when you look into this, it explains the Jim Morrison, Rush Limbaugh connection even more. And one thing, and this is relative perspective. That one's the most shocking one. But you look at the late pictures of Jim Morrison, and you're seeing Limbaugh. And then you look into Jim Morrison's dad, and then you recognize he's a lifetime actor. They invent backstories. The whole thing's the guy's a gatekeeper, all right? I mean, I like his show. He's skilled. It doesn't matter about someone's politics. I used to listen to a lot of talk radio because I enjoy the medium. I like the thought. I like the debate. I like to control the ones I disagree with. And what I've determined is that these people are all controlled. Like, we had the fairness doctrine repealed, opened the gates to talk radio, where you had opinions out there that contradicted the globalist media. But even then, he was controlled. So now I'm thinking, for the last, 29 years or whatever, Rush Limbaugh has been the #1 enemy of the Clintons, always attacking the Clintons. And now I'm starting to think maybe they're on the same team. And this goes even into the Clinton-Lewinsky scandal. I think that the Clinton-Lewinsky scandal was totally made up. I don't think it happened the way it was reported. I think it might have been a red herring to distract us from Clinton's other offenses. I think like one way to distract people from the fact that the guy was a rapist is to show him having a harmless affair. An affair with a secretary who doesn't seem as bad. A lot of people identify with it, like, oh, he's cool, look at that. I didn't think so, but I've heard people make that thing like Bill Clinton was a pimp. It's like, no, the guy's a pervert and a rapist, and you fell for it. You fell for this sideshow that keeps you from looking at the truth. Chris Reeves is Al Gore. Christopher Reeves is Al Gore, yeah. Okay, Jat Nina, Rush is an opioid addict for the war on drugs. Well, that's what I mean. Controlled opposition means it doesn't matter what his opinions are or who he attacks as long as he supports the growth of government. And he believes in, everything that he says makes sense if you buy into the mainstream media narratives. But when you understand what a deception it is, he backs up all of the psyops, all the school shootings. This is why I don't even pay attention to mainstream news, and I do not at all look into any of these alternative media outlets like alt-right news or any of these alternative news channels, the ones who basically try to look like anti-establishment or outsider, but if they're still pushing psyops, they're garbage. Don't trust anybody who says that these terrorist attacks are real. Al Bandito says, I just Googled young Rush Limbaugh and young Jim Morrison. I would say investigate it a little closer because there's more than just pictures. And besides the pictures, and there's a lot of them, you see what they did was they added a ridge to the nose. You can see the facelift. You can see the same moles. You can see the same hairlines, same skull structure. But there's more. And a lot of it has to do with his dad and his father's role in. I'll probably talk about this Saturday, but Al Gore is another one I want to talk about as well. Lucifer Tim, the West Memphis Three and Johnny Depp. Know about that? I didn't know of a connection between them. I remember the West Memphis Three. So many people raising money for them. I'll have to look into that. The MRG and only says they grow government from the left and right. Yeah, left-wing psyops like school shootings. That's used to grow the government by attacking the Second Amendment and increasing regulation over our basic rights that the government shouldn't have the right to even mess with. And then the right wing uses these fake terrorist attacks to grow the national security apparatus and build up this idea that we need to have a war on terror. You know, if you want to have a war on terror, just turn off your TV, because the mainstream media outlets, they serve as a terrorist organization. It is the terrorist wing of the New World Order system. Like, it's like they're not using terrorism, the fact like they're not blowing things up, but they may as well. Like, if they can convince you that there are all these school shootings and terrorist bombings and they keep you scared and you vote and you react in the way they expect you to because you believe these things to be real, then for all intents and purposes, it was a terrorist act. These are terrorist organizations. I call it aesthetic terrorism. Flying Squirrel, what did you miss? Here's what you missed. Just a little side topic. Uh, Jim Morrison didn't die. Hey, what's up, Han Solo? A relative perspective said, what if the player... Oh, I see. I see. Interesting question there. We'll get into that in a minute. Hey, thanks, Robert Olivan. Much appreciated. Those of you just getting here, this is episode 2, actually the third, because 0 is also a number. This is episode 2 of the Flat Earth Report, where most of this news comes from, or anything I'm talking about is coming from the flatearthreport.com. And the flatearthreport.com is the Drudge Report for Flat Earth News. The subheadline is Flat Earth inoculates you from lie disease. And the purpose of this particular program is to talk about topical subjects with the news and take calls. But I don't want to do the slow-paced calls like the interview style where somebody calls in, you do your mic check, you talk about yourselves, whatever. No, I want it to be very fast-paced. I have a very specific structure I want to use, kind of analogous to what Alan Colmes used. Alan Colmes was a totally controlled, media pundit, but he was very skillful, and he had a very interesting way of taking calls, where the last 20 minutes of his thing or 30 minutes, he would just take call after call after call. Hey, what's up, Zulu One? And it's a good way for people to shout out other channels, get any sort of ideas out that I didn't mention, or if you didn't get your message in here in the chat, you'll be able to say it at the end. Dragon Lord says, look how many pics cover up ears on celebrity duper pics. Well, they're masters at this thing. This is spycraft. These are not anomalies. Like, for example, oh, here we go. Johnny Depp and Memphis 3, there is a connection. Very interesting. Right on, Lucifer Tim. I'll have to look into that. That does sound intriguing. But no, when we're looking at these actors, okay, um, don't look at them as just like a thespian who gets on a stage and puts on a costume and recites lines. If you look at them as enemy spies or moles, then you get a better idea of what they are. Cindy Pritchard says Tim Osmond stole Tim Osmond's thunder. Hilarious. Yeah, actually, if any of you know who Tim Osmond is, he's um, he's a Globie, and he gets mixed reviews. You know, he incurred a lot of uh, bad feelings from a lot of people. He made a lot of people mad, but you know, in all fairness, he wasn't given a fair shake to talk a lot of times because he's a Globie and he's rude and kind of mean, kind of condescending, kind of a troll. He doxes people, but anyway, he's a kind of a fixture, and so everybody knows who he is. Anyway, in his last video, he was talking about how bad flat earthers are and how we're all evil and we're not thinking right. And in the middle of his video, he said, if somebody does a documentary about flat earth once it's been debunked, they're going to talk about him because he's so popular as flat earthers. And he's going to say, everybody's going to know Tim Osman. Well, guess what? No matter how hard he works, no matter what he does, no matter what kind of brand recognition Tim Osman gets, if you search flat earth Tim Osman, guess what? There happens to be a book called Flat Earth Activist by Tim Osman that I wrote. So I kind of hijacked his name. And I did that intentionally because it's fun. One way to get rid of trolls is just take their name and steal their thunder because they're doing it for attention. So he can't draw attention to himself without drawing it to me. So he and I are like, we're like Siamese twins. I like to think of him as my Bizarro. You know who's Superman? And then you have Bizarro. James Gibbons, if you're rude, you don't deserve a fair shake. Exactly. Exactly. Well, I actually extended the olive branch and I had a conversation with him. I'm like, hey, let's start over again. Let's just lay down some ground rules. Because remember earlier I mentioned games people play, the book about transactional analysis. Well, when a troll isn't allowed to speak on a level with you and engage in that adult to adult dynamic, they revert into the rebellious kid against the authoritarian. And so you want to change the dynamic. Instead of going down to their level and trolling back, you both get on an equal level and you force them into it, because then if they can publicly, you know, engage in an adult to adult, eye to eye conversation, then in the future, if they backslide, then the public will turn against them. So they have to kind of own up to their behavior. So it's a good way to get people to step back and it's not just trolls for the globe, but all of us, I think, need to be at the point where we can just talk to each other, even if we hate each other's guts. Like there's a couple of flat earthers out there who don't like me. They think I'm a horrible person. And I'm like, well, let's just talk. Like even, you know, Eric Dubay says I'm a snake. He said I'm a snake and then I'm running cover for the Jews. And it's like, well, okay, that's your opinion. That's fine. That's your observation. But at this point, I'm at the point where I'm like, hey, why don't you just come on? And I'd like him to. And let's not talk about flat earth. Let's not talk about you. Let's not talk about me, but educate me about your point of view with regards to how the Jews fit in this picture. And let's help make this thing more of about educating ourselves and other people. And let's just say, let's get the facts out and make sure we all understand everybody else's narratives. I never understood people who could only watch Fox or only watch CNN or only read whatever the Drudge Reports tells them to read and not look at the HuffPo. You have to kind of look at the whole thing. You know, Sun Tzu, Art of War, talks about this. The general that only knows his own plans will lose half the time. The one that only studies his enemy will lose half the time. And if you want to win, you have to know thy enemy as well as you know thyself. Lucifer Tim says, Tim Osman is a soft puppy, fun to play with. I agree. He's a soft puppy, fun to play with, and he will piss in the corner. So you got to have newspapers spread out because it's not his fault. He just hasn't learned to control it yet. You know, incontinence, it's just part of being a puppy. But he's getting there. We're potty training him, Tim. Lucifer Tim. We're potty training your buddy, and he's just about there. I just had to, you know, he's got to rub his nose in it a few more times, and he'll get the picture. Madam Mask said, I once forced a troll into an apology by not getting emotionally involved. He deleted it. Interesting. Interesting. Well, for some people who are trolling, good attention feeds them as much as bad attention. So any attention at all is bad. It comes down to it. Relative Perspective says, is there a chance that ODD and Wakey Wakey could persuade Eric to talk to you? Probably. I'll ask him though. Honestly, I do want to talk about this. But Lucifer Tim, you're right. Nobody hates him. Honestly, I don't think so. Like here's what Tim Osman did to me, just so you know. He decided that he was going to ruin me, so he let everybody know that I produced a whole lot of really bad artwork in the past. And instead of causing me to lose credibility, I just got in front of it and I did a slideshow with a bunch of my artwork, and I sold $300 worth of artwork over the next 2 days. And ever since then, I've been a little more, kindly disposed to Tim, because I'm like, oh, that's the worst he can do to me. And I was like, well, maybe he's just misunderstood. But then I saw him sniping people's accounts, which is, it's a low tactic, but it's not like it's illegal. It's not criminal, but it just shows that he didn't have a level of respect. So I'm like, well, let's show him a base level of respect and see if he reciprocates. And if he doesn't, then he'll be booted from all of our parties from then on. But I think he's at the point where he wants to be a little more. He wants to have more credibility. He wants to be more respected. But that doesn't mean he's not trying to bring down flat Earth. He is. He told me. He sent me an email yesterday and he said, hey, you flat earthers trying to say that Stephen Hawking is dead. Well, that's a new low. And I'm gonna go tell CNN, and they're gonna do a story on you, and it's gonna bring you all down. I'm like, please, man, please do. Appreciate the publicity. And that's the last I've heard. I've been a little too busy. Spakeface said, I'm gonna name my next puppy Timio. Yeah, after Tim. Yeah, do it. If I had a puppy, I would name him. In fact, that moth underneath the upended cup on my floor over there, I'm gonna name that Timo as well. Dragonlord says it's okay to be human. Honesty and integrity will be self-evident. I agree. No, but I'm not really specifically looking to talk to Eric DeBay necessarily, but I want to talk to somebody that has this idea about Hitler being a hero and Jews being the bad guy. I want to talk about it. I want to learn more about it because I've investigated it and I've looked into it. I've looked into all of it, but I want to know more about their point of view because there's a lot of paranoia in that line of thinking where if you don't agree with them, you work for the other side. Jose Fresco says, I don't care if they talk good or bad about me as long as they keep on talking about me. Yeah, I mean, if you want to know the value of bad publicity, look at the 2016 election. They monetized, they did an estimation. They said, if you count all the airtime that Donald Trump got for the things he said that made people mad, all the negative publicity, they said he got billions of dollars in free publicity just by saying stuff, just by putting his foot in his mouth. Relative Perspective says, I think your artwork is expressive and interesting, and I thought it was cool that you said Flat Earth woke you out of the zombie mindset. Yeah, I had internalized a lot of the misanthropy, the necrophilia inherent in pop culture, and this idea that humankind, that mankind, that we're a bunch of animals and that we need to be regulated, that there's too many people, and that maybe Mother Nature needs to come up with a new virus to wipe us out. That's all the garbage that they want you to internalize. And I fed into it for a long time. And then flat Earth is a very this whole idea of recognizing that we're all under a deception. It's kind of rebooted this because now I don't look at people and think, oh, you're brainwashed, you're deceived, you're worthless. I'm like, no, you're a victim of a mind control cult, and we're trying to break the spell. So I don't even think of the masses of like this. The elite have this idea that the masses are dumb, and I don't like it when people talk like that. Like the world isn't full of dumb people. Honestly, common sense is vastly underrated. Common sense is really I mean, listen, there's nothing more than they want us to believe that we are too stupid to think for ourselves and we need elites because all we have is common sense and they have specialized knowledge. They don't have specialized knowledge. They claim to know things they can't possibly know. Dragon Lord linked to my artwork. I don't have, I've sold all of it. I just, today, just because the power's out, I started painting again, but I've sold all of it. I had a bunch of flat earth related artwork. I have a painting I finished today I'm probably going to sell. If you want to look at it, though, send me an email, infiniteplainsociety@gmail.com, and I'll send you a link to my artwork. I don't use the name Tim Osman on the artwork. TheDailyPlane.com says, a globe thumper sent me an email by accident that had mentioned you. You forwarded it to me. Oh, excellent. I can't wait to see it. Alchemical Cosmology says, mind control is extremely powerful. It's just simply disturbing when you see it all. Yeah, one of the best quotes I've seen so far on this topic is by Mark Twain, who said, it's easier to fool a man than convince him he's been fooled, which is true. And the sad thing is, they fool you when you're a little kid. And so you're trying to, it's just that you don't even have any defenses against it. The Daily Plane, oh, it's a Bible thumper, not a globe thumper. Okay, okay, sorry. They're kind of the same thing. You know, they make arguments, from the globe. It's the but my holy book argument. Actually, you know what? I do have, here's what I do have. My Instagram, I have an Instagram account for Infinite Plane Society, but I haven't put anything flat earth related. So if you go to that Instagram account, what you'll see is just a bunch of my artwork. So here, I'm posting a link. There you go. Good Twainism. Yeah, Mark Twain, brilliant. Ryan, yeah, Ryan, Kyle, you looked at his video, the traffic vest. Yeah, hey, Kyle McDonald was a guy who protested the fake astronaut, the actor Chris Hadfield, the guy who's never been to space, the guy who's a narcissist who likes getting attention for something he never accomplished, that scumbag. He was protested by Kyle McDonald. And what wasn't really a protest, I thought. I don't know what you would call it. It's just like the guy put a bunch of signs out in front of this place with the auditorium and was letting people know the earth's flat, and a few people agreed with him. But anyway, he was wearing an orange vest. And some conspiracy theorists say that the color orange means you're a 33rd degree Mason, Illuminati, shill for the New World Order. They've demonized the color orange because there's a lot of, I don't know. Here's the thing. It's important not to go overboard with this superstition, like, oh, that person has a mole, so she's a witch. This person has a black cat. That's superstition. So just because you're wearing an orange vest doesn't mean that because the number orange or the color orange can be translated by numerology to the number 33, that therefore you are suggesting that you're a 33rd degree Mason. Like, that's a bit of a stretch. Sometimes a cigar is just a cigar, and sometimes a rocket is in fact the erection of Osiris. Well, that's actually all the time. Janis Joplin is not Tracy Ullman. Huh. I'm going to have to look into that. See, that's the power of the word not. Like, do not search for flat earth. Do not Google flat earth. Don't let me catching you Googling flat earth. Could you imagine like some parents saying that to their kid? Like their kids are up, like some like high school age kids, they're up at night on their computers tapping. It's 11 o'clock. The parents knock on the door. What did I tell you about Googling flat earth? You turn that off. Like, what's going to happen when the people who are still going through the indoctrination camps start waking up to it? Like, I remember the way I was. If there's anybody like me in schools today and they get wind of this, they're going to be busting the balls of their physics teachers, of their biology teachers, of their geology teachers, of their history teachers, and they're going to be saying, hey, all this is false. Stop teaching us BS. Prove to me it's a ball. The earth is flat. And the other students are going to laugh. Some are going to agree. And that's what they're afraid of. They don't want the ones who haven't been fully brainwashed to wake up. because they're relying on them to carry this deception forward. Anonymous guest says, if you're not with us, you're with the terrorists. Yeah, us versus them. You're a non-believer. If you're not with us, you're with the Globies. Chris Hatfield looks like a woman with a mustache. It wouldn't shock me at this point, but I am unshockable. And if you're going to be looking into this, it helps that you're unflappable. You have to be. Cylindrical phallic blimps filled up with helium because they worship the Helio sun god. And yes, these are obelisks. It's so sick. And someone else pointed something out. They said the word rocket has an interesting sound to it, like Ra, Ra, sun god. It's so encoded. Hey, yeah, I'm not knocking Russian vids' shtick. I actually think it's funny. You know, the whole Orange 33. It's just funny because every other video is like, for those of you who are new to my videos, 33 means orange. And he just cuts to this like little clip that he's used again and again. It's like, hey man, we've all seen it. We all know. We figured it out. But I like his catchphrases. Give me a break. It's all mockery. And most of it is correct though. And here's something else too though. You do have to repeat these things when you're reaching a mass audience because you can't assume that everybody is as far down the rabbit hole as you are. And he's doing a great service by doing all this research. Oh, look, my good friend, the Scottish Truth Movement. Oh, this is very revealing. These people, I pissed off Scotland. I mean, Scotland's flat, and the flat earthers there hate my guts because of, I don't know what started it. I guess I'm a shill or whatever, but I mean, Jesus Christ. He called me Mark Mars, and I know how he came to that name. The only reason why Scottish Truth Movement would think that I'm Mark Mars is because he did a search on an address after Googling. Oh man, that meant that he watched. I know how you found that and the address that you found, all that. So yeah, for those of you who are wondering, my real name may or may not be Mark Mars, Marrs, and you may or may not find my address there. But you're in Scotland, so you want to get a ticket, you want to come over here, bring it. You'll stand out like a sore thumb. Motherfuckers. And something else that's even worse. Listen, 6 months ago, I sold my eBay store to this friend of mine who sells clothes like from Ross, flips them on eBay and shoes. And so somebody went through this eBay account because if you go back past 6 months, you see feedback left by people who bought my art. And then people are like searching this and they're saying, oh, he owns this store. So this person who bought a store from me 7 months ago is getting trolled by Scottish people, by Scottish stalkers. Scottish flat earthers are stalking the woman who bought an eBay store from me 7 months ago. And I got some weird guy saying that I was like selling women's shoes on the side. I'm like, dude, I don't have anything to do with eBay. I fucking hate eBay. eBay took so much of my income last year, their fees. It was unsustainable. So I got off of eBay. But anyway, the Scots are stalking me. They're more concerned about me than the Globies. Instead of investing their time looking into NASA, SpaceX, Jeff Bezos, and the future plan for humanity, they're stalking me in my hometown and stalking people who know me. I got to get my passport. I'm going tomorrow to get my passport because I'm going to go take a visit over there. And I'm going to, so these guys, they believe in walking in the street and proselytizing. I'm all for it. But it's like, yeah, maybe we ought to go talk because this is ridiculous. There's no reason to stalk each other. We're all friends here. We're all on the level. Unbelievable. What a waste of your time. What are you going to do? Send me an angry letter. Hey, thanks, Mixlix. And hey, by the way, I got your email about your idea, and I am going to be discussing that tomorrow. I got a lot of emails today. I got to peruse them, but I didn't have a chance to actually review them because I don't know. I'm not going to blame her, but coincidentally, Flat Earth and Other Hot Potatoes was about to start a live stream. I was about to start a live stream, and then an electromagnetic pulse just shut off the power in a 2 block radius here. So I don't know if she has access to that kind of tech, but I was shut down for about 6 months. I mean, 6 hours. 6 hours without the internet felt like 6 months. But it gave me time to do a painting. I went to the library. I went to the gym. I met some of my neighbors outside that I've never met before because I always ignore them. You know, we just like have our heads down and stuff. But now the air conditioner's off, so everybody's outside just kicking around a ball. I'm like, I'll go meet some of the people I live around. It's kind of nice to get off the internet for a minute. Yeah, Spakeface, the Scottish Rite's coming for me. Mixlix, here's a $300 idea. Yeah, listen to this, Mixlix. Please elaborate. Hey, don't ban the Scots. I need to do some good. I want to hear what they have to say. Lucifer Tim says Scotland is the arse of England. Uh-oh. You might get some stalkers after you. There's only one way they would have called me out as Mark Mars, by the way. And I know the avenue of research that they went to find that. And I don't appreciate people digging into me like that when they can just ask me. I'm very open. Ask me anything. I'll tell you anything. Lucifer Tim says, just joking. So, hey, all of you, I don't know who, unbelievable. Yeah, so my real name is not Tim Osman. You know, it's not a, and then the name I use to sell my art is not my real name. Just like Mark Dice's real name isn't Mark Dice. He's River Phoenix. Hey, who's that guy? And what is his name? There's another guy. He's been doing flat Earth videos forever. Used to be a comedian or something. I'll have to dig up the video. But man, he went on to the live stream for Mark Dice and he called him out as River Phoenix. And River Phoenix, or rather, Mark Dice actually answered it. He said, I'm not River Phoenix. And he was just, he kind of had a slip though. He's like, this conspiracy theory says that I faked my own death and came back as Mark Dice. He didn't say River Phoenix faked his death and came back as Mark Dice. He says I faked my own death because he is. Mark Dice is River Phoenix. Totally controlled, totally fake. He just had a little ridge added to his nose, took a lot of steroids, got some platforms for his shoes, overstated his height by a couple of inches, and there you go. Oh, a lot of hair dye. Relative perspective says River Phoenix is not Mark Dice. Yeah, he is. Lucifer Tim says, I would not bother Infinite Plane Society. Hey, let them find out their own way. Let them find out the hard way. No, I'm just kidding. Oh, Jesse Spots. Yeah, it was Jesse Spots. And it was pretty funny. Jesse Spots managed to goad Mark Dice into trying to do some damage control about his previous role. And he kind of had a slip. Kurt Brown, late night show with IPS is a great night. Late night is when your musing kicks in, flat, flat. Exactly. Never a boring day on flat Earth. Yeah, Jesse Spots. I would like to get him on this show, actually. Jesse Spots is a very harsh critic of the controlled opposition, and he doesn't miss this stuff. He's always on top of it. Mixlick says, I want to pay, let's say, this is what he's saying. Let's say I want to pay 100 flat earthers $2 each to appear on an internet gamer live stream and flood the chat with 100 flat earth memes. Now, I know we can make that happen. And I read your email and I was thinking about it. And I'm like, you know what? If you look at how well it worked when we kind of organized this thing about force memeing, Rip Stephen Hawking, that came from thedailyplane.com, and I were just talking. He said, hey, man, what do you call him again? An embalmed animatronic New World Order sock puppet doomsayer. I'm like, yeah, let's just say, and then we kind of said, let's do something with this. Let's tell everybody he's dead. That'd be a great time. And it was fun, but it got really organized, and people were producing videos and memes and spreading it around the Twitter sphere relatively fast. And so we're going to take you up on that. I'm going to organize a live stream specifically for the purpose of, as you said, appearing on an internet gamer live stream and flooding it with flat earth memes. And we'll coordinate it, we'll record it, and we will have a good time. Excellent idea. Away BMX says, take Algene's wrench away. I don't know how. I might have to. I don't think I know how to. Algene comes off as a nice person though. Hey, Mixlix, it can be done in a 5 minute window. It can be done. We can pull it off. All we have to do is organize a live stream and get enough people there, coordinate it in a 1, 2, 3, and we'll do it. Because I've tested this out a number of times where it's like, let's all go over to the Globe discussions live stream and hit the hashtag Globe exit. And yeah, we can organize it. We can make it happen. Excellent idea. We need to do more of that kind of stuff too. Because what did I have? I think on the 10 debate tactics for debating flat Earth in the book, The Flat Earth Activist, one of the tactics in there, if you look it up, it's ganging up on them, where it's not about necessarily being more numerous, but being more organized to appear to have more in your number. Yeah, ganging up on them and just overwhelming the conversation, flooding them. Excellent idea. We will absolutely do it. Dragon Lord says, wow, been checking out your art. Slightly scary, but who the hell said it was so bad? Yeah, well, I freely admit that I'm a better marketer than painter. But my newer stuff looks nothing like the older stuff. Jared Hempfield says, anyone play BF4 on PS3? Add me Geocentric Peach. Lamont Spellman, you got blocked from ODD TV live stream. What were you telling people? Let me give you a wrench, just to make sure you never get blocked from here. Lamont Spellman, you should actually post your channel, and we got to get on a talk. Seven Raven Wolf says, IPS, are you an Aquarius? I don't really want to say. I'll say that's a pretty good guess. How about that? Well, I'll say it. I just don't want to be too specific because I got stalkers. They're looking me up. And what's this going to do? I mean, come on, seriously, all of you people from Scotland who are mad because whatever. Like, I didn't even know. I don't even know who these people are. But what are they going to get out of it by stalking me? Like, seriously, you want to scare my mom or something? You want my parents' address? Because that's happened to me. I was stalked by Anonymous before. And it's ironic because I was doing the same thing they were. We were all kind of trolling the same Church of Scientology thing, but I got on their list because they thought I was working for Scientology. They thought I was working for them because they saw my name on the sign-in roster because I was at the time taking a course there. And they found some address or something. They stalked my family's house. Tires are slashed. I mean, it gets really nasty when you got gang stalkers on your back. Not into it. But keep it up. It shows how, I mean, to me, it's just a waste of your resources. We don't have a lot of time. They're brainwashing the kids. They want to enslave you. Literally, they want to reintroduce like worldwide feudalism is what they want. They want you to have a very low self-esteem, collectively and individually. They want you to be dependent on government, dependent on big religion, ignorant, scientifically illiterate. They want to dumb you down, poison you. It's a psychological warfare, chemical warfare, spiritual warfare, all of that. And you have a following with what, 6,000 or 7,000 people. You got these live streams that are popular. You have a long record of running around, talking to people, convincing people, spreading this information. And now you're taking this thing that you've built, this machine, this operation, this infrastructure. You have this thing, and instead of moving forward and accelerating and finding new ways to get the information out there and accelerating the awakening, you're like, no, let's compete with another YouTuber and fuck with him on a personal level and find his address. Like, if you're doing that, you're pathetic. You might as well just go back to the globe because you have a globe mentality. That is a small-minded, narrow globe mindset, and you're pretty much just a globie. Maybe you know it's flat, but you're just a globie. You're a faux flatty. You're a faux flat because you're behaving like a globie. You're a purple pillar. Seven Raven Wolf says, if you're not an Aquarius sun sign, I'd say it's very strong in your chart. No, I have an Aquarius moon, but I'm not going to say my sun sign. You could figure it out if you knew the year, but you're not going to find that out. I'll tell you that I've been on a spinning ball for 33 years, and then if maybe 33 and a half years. Mark Dice on the street. What do you think of the U.S. government announcing flat Earth should be taught in school? Will you sign the petition? Hey, Mark Dice does a lot of that stuff. Has he done that one? Because somebody should do it. Get a petition and say. That's one thing I like about Mark Dice. Like, I don't have any problem with him. I think it's cool that he's a River Phoenix. Like, honestly, I'm very impressed by Rush Limbaugh. Like, sure, he's a mouthpiece for big government, but I think it's pretty cool he pulled this thing off, rock star, icon, and now he's, totally infiltrated the highest levels of the media mind control matrix. Like, come on, that's kind of cool. He's still evil, or maybe not an evil, but I'll say he's an evil enabler. I don't know how much of this he's aware of. And something else too. I think his dad. This is a side topic. I'll go into this later. But Jim Morrison's dad had something to do with a thing called Operation Chaos. Listen to this. I just did a web search for Operation Chaos, the CIA's war against the 60s counterculture. And that phrase, Operation Chaos, is used by Rush Limbaugh quite a lot. Whenever he tries to influence an election in a certain way, he calls it Operation Chaos. Relative perspective says, aren't all sides mixed up with the addition of the serpent? Good question. Well, yeah, there are some interesting connections. The sun worship. Sun worship has always been associated with the serpent for some reason. There's some very valid reasons, and Santos Bonicio really goes into this. Rush likes Vicodin, so they say. That's the narrative. And all the people who hate him love to run with that. But I don't think that's it. Like, sometimes I question, does Rush Limbaugh actually have a cochlear implant? Is he really deaf? Or does he have somebody in his ear at all times? I don't know. We could see. DMT, that's River Phoenix could act. Mark Dice is a horrible actor. I hear people say, Bill Hicks was funny. Alex Jones is not. But you have to remember, they're actors on and off the stage. Sometimes they do a comedy. Sometimes they don't. Sometimes they, it's like when you're playing a different character, your purpose is to not be recognized. So when people say, well, Alex Jones is nothing like Bill Hicks, it makes as much sense as saying that, well, take any actor, Matt Damon, for example, and like when he played the talented Mr. Ripley, he's nothing like he was when he went to the Mars movie, the Mars Mission to Mars or whatever. It's like they're different roles, and their object is to conceal. Their object is to mislead you. Somebody's got to call out Rush Limbaugh. Yeah, I think so. In fact, Alex Jones brought that up and he laughed about it. And that's what they do. They laugh about it. It's always a fake laugh because it's really not that funny. Because when Mark Dice was talking about being River Phoenix, he laughed at it. He said, I can't keep my face straight. And it's like, dude, you're not even laughing. That smile's not reaching your face. You're just trying to distract people. Jose Fresco says, you've been exposed, has done 11 hours of streaming. Hey, listen to this. And this is going to happen. I'm not going to say who's going to do it, but I hear a couple of people talking about it. You remember the other day we were talking about how someone just ought to get a room with green screen and do a mock ISS, and you look out the window, there's a spinning planet, but a mock ISS, and we do like fake ISS live streams at the same time that the real one does it, the quote unquote real one, and we'll get more traffic. But it would be like an ongoing, like a skit, a comedy skit, but someone's going to do it. Someone's going to have to do it because you can use consumer technology and in your garage recreate the International Space Station. May as well do it. Dragonlord says Limbaugh worth 410 million. Good incentive. Yep. I think he's worth more than that. I mean, his contract was like 500 million a year. Charlie Brown says that was my idea, IPS. I would be the lead astronaut. Absolutely, Charlie Brown. We will keep that in mind. But the thing is, I mean, think about what you could pull off. Like in every episode, and I've been jotting down these ideas, and they will be used. Like they would all be drinking lemonade, of course, but the joke, the running gag would be it's Russian pee. We would have somebody would have something with hairspray, like the Medusa hair. We could pull that off, and then their stunts would be intentionally dumb, but they would be, we'd goof on stuff. I mean, holy crap! And you know what? One thing we could do is some type of a bar where they could hang upside down. I mean, it's endless. I'm serious. Once somebody kicks off this whole thing, the fake ISS, it's going to be a hit, and it's going to be hilarious. James says IPS sounds more like a Jason. I don't sound like a Mark Mars. Don't tell anybody that's my name, because then they'll find my address. Oh, this book, How to Be Invisible: Protect Your Home, Your Children, Your Assets, and Your Life. That's a good one. I found another one. I think it was something about disappearing, and it was this concept of data poisoning. You looked up data poisoning? I'll have to find this book. It was a book about disappearing once people already know who you are. There we go, Tom Corner. Pee's good for you. Hey, I'm not going to talk about drinking pee, but oh, that's a good one, Madam Ask. We could all drink the tears of Bill Nye. Those would be sweet. In fact, I had a mug, a coffee mug that I saw for sale, and it had like a liberal tears. I might do one for Globy tears because that's going to be there's going to be a lot of those. Seriously, there's going to be a lot of those. But magic tricks in space, that's going to be hilarious. I can't wait till that happens, and it's going to happen. And I'm gonna make sure to promote the hell out of it because sorry, I got sidetracked here. Oh yeah, pee. Yeah, one day somebody was talking about drinking urine, Russian pee. I was making fun of the astronauts for that, and then somebody said it's good for you. Don't knock it until you've tried it. And then I started getting flooded with emails of people telling me to drink it. I'm like, I'm not there yet. Let me quit smoking first, and then I'll look into drinking pee. I think Bill Nye would make the great next Stephen Hawking's. Yeah, that he would actually. Oh, could you imagine? That'd be sick. Donald Couchman. Oh, non-bar, not bar. I think I know who you are too. Which one? One of you is a stalker. Which one of you Scottish flat earthers with nothing better to do? Which one of you Scottish flat earthers not interested in exposing the globe the globe paradigm and exposing the fraud and the deceptions? Which one of you, instead of investing your time, your energy, and your ideas into saving the children, which one of you is the one stalking my customers, my former customers? Which one of you is looking for my home address? I mean, come on. You realize how pathetic that is, right? I hope you're aware. And don't think that you're not being looked into because friggin' lick spittles. Exactly. Exactly. No, I really do though. I have this thing. I don't, well, I'll tell you what it's called. I call it the Book of the Damned. I have a black book, right? And listen, I'm not a psychopath or anything like that, but I do believe that it's important to forgive, but never forget. And I do keep files, and I have for a long time. And honestly, it's a lot of it's kind of fun. It's kind of funny, interesting. You see somebody, somebody tries to stalk you, whatever. You find out who they are, you build a file, and you check up with them every few years. Maybe play a joke. Like here's something I did a few years ago to somebody, an enemy, an a mutual enemy. A number of people and I had problems with a certain person, and one of the things we did to help get the person to leave. Uh, well, maybe I shouldn't be talking about that. I'll judge it by your comments. Hey, thanks, Jason. All I'm asking is, what's up with the two sons? See, that's a good question. Very good question. And I happen to think that there is something to it because what happens if you go far enough south? What are you going to see? Dale, if you guess what I'm wearing, oh, that's creepy. Yeah, the two suns, I think this is what happens is that I also think there's a very good explanation for what they're calling Southern Star Trails. But if we're on a flat plane and each one of these planes has one pole, because remember, it's not a bipolar system, what do you think it's going to look like when you see the next one? And at certain times of the year, like for example, on Christmas Eve, our sun is at 23.5 degrees south latitude. So if you're that far south and the area next door, you know, is going to have their own winter when their sun is further from their pole, and that's when it would be visible at certain times. And so I think it could be something, but I don't know if there's any pictures of it. I wouldn't go off any picture where you see something because yeah, the Occam's razor is going to say what's more likely. You're seeing something totally out of the ordinary through the camera, or that the camera is malfunctioning in some way. But I think there's something to it. And I think that that's one of the reasons why they would want to keep you from exploring certain areas. It's not because they're afraid that you're going to contaminate the environment or, you're going to leave too much trash in the South Pole and all the emperor penguins are going to they're going to choke on, spent cigarette lighters or whatever. But I think it's because they don't want you to notice any anomalies that might give you a clue that there's more to the south. Drady, just like seeing the next pole star. Exactly. I mean, going farther enough south, let's say you just keep going south, what you're going to see is going to look like another pole star, wouldn't it? And that would be a perfect explanation for Southern Star Trails. Another pond. Another pond. You're staring into another world, and it's much closer than you think. Flat Sabbath, I know who you're talking about. I went to that person's channel. Actually, I liked his work. I thought we were on the same team. But I went over there and he started with the ad hominem saying that I'm not trustworthy, I'm a bad person because Dale thinks I'm a bad person. I don't even know Dale, honestly. Nor do I care. But they care enough about me to look for my address. I guess so they can send me a birthday card. It's unbelievable. Like I'm not gonna go away. I don't care if the Globies stalk me, but now that I have to deal with flat earthers stalking me, I'm like, come on, guys, aren't we united on enough? But apparently we're not. Apparently, it's not enough that we all have a common enemy and a common deception and that we're all under the same exact system of mind control. No, that's not enough because some flat earthers feel like their time is better spent attacking others, which is fine. That's cool. Whatever. Don't care because none of us are going to be all that relevant in 6 months. And what I mean by this is that as the next wave of people move into this, there are going to be 1,000 more content creators, dozens of live streams, hundreds of more videos per day, and so many more people. There won't be enough trolls. And all these, here's this expression: small pond, many big fish. All right. Well, what happens when the pond is merged with a larger body of water? All these big fish aren't going to be so big anymore, right? Jason says not relevant in 6 months. Yeah, that's what I mean. Small pond, many big fish won't be the same. It's going to change. Anonymous guest, IPS, hide your assets and disappear. A step-by-step guide to vanishing without a trace. Yeah, I'm going to look into that, honestly. I have thought about that because I've actually been making sort of a contingency plan for a long time. Not that I want to fake my own death or anything, but I like the idea of gradually kind of pulling myself out of this whole social media thing because I want to have privacy and they're trying to destroy that. I want to have the option and I want all of my interactions online to be through proxies, as in like fake IDs or aliases, which is what I have. And this is why it was such a dumb idea for that person, that one troll, to try to stalk me and then show everybody the art. Because listen, when I started producing the art 9 months ago, 9 years ago, and selling it online, I was using a fake name then. And even before that, I was using a fake name. And so I haven't used my real name since I was in the military. And the reason I stopped was when I was in the military, I was a victim of identity theft. And at that time, we used to have, they were pretty open about having social security numbers out, like posted on doors and stuff. But I was in El Paso and a whole bunch of credit cards were opened in my name. A bunch of stuff happened, a phone. I don't know what it was all told, but it took a lot of time and energy and money to clean up my credit. And so from that time, I stopped using my name. And so anybody stalking me is going to find business name after business name after business name. And then if you find my real name, you're not going to find any pictures or any other evidence connecting it because the addresses won't match up. So good luck. Good luck, those of you who want to do whatever you think you're going to do. It's not going to do anything. It's just going to spur me on. Jason says, you also said wave. Oh dear, I connect the dots. You're not supposed to. I heard about the tsunami drill near New York. Yeah. Oh, that's going to be messed up, isn't it? There's this guy, I think it's Logic Before Authority. There's a YouTube channel that talks about floods, and that's something I've been wondering about. Because they do have to do something, or they will have to do something. But I don't think it's going to be a flood. I think it might be an asteroid. That's what they're prepping us for. You can predict what they're going to do by looking at their predictive programming. What narratives have they set up? And one narrative they've set up that's still feasible is the asteroid, because the asteroid would destroy people, create a worldwide national emergency. Maybe it'd even blot out the sun for a few days. And then on top of it, it would provide an excuse to say, look, there's no more time for any more meetings of the Flat Earth Society, because now that we know there's an outer space full of asteroids, we need to devote all of our time, energy, and money to building weapons that can shoot down asteroids before they hit us. Yeah, Madam Mask, you're right. You know how we talk about predictive programming and how they announce what they're going to do in advance? Well, we saw with the money how 9/11 was pretty much described on the back of the cards, on the back of the bills when you fold it a certain way. Well, someone has actually shown that it appears to be the case that maybe they're hinting or showing us that there's going to be a flood in New York. I would like you to post a link to that, by the way. What do you suggest to prepare for the fake asteroid psyop? Good one. Good question. I was actually thinking about this. I was thinking about that. Like, because presumably they're going to shut off the power and they're going to use this to kind of clean house. You know what would be really ironic is if the asteroid landed in, I don't know, North Carolina or something. Maybe it lands on the hotel where the Flat Earth Conference is. Like, hey, let's get all the flat earthers in one place. And then let's go ahead and drop it right there and then move on. I don't think they'll do that, but I don't know. I don't want to give them any ideas, to be quite honest, because they will take our ideas and run with them because their ideas suck. AM1 says, what do I think about the trap music flat earth idea? Yeah, hey, listen, if you got any music you want to put out there for content creators to use as soundtracks or to use in their music, do it. I think it's a good idea. Okay, I'm going through your questions here. I didn't see the last Fargo episode. What was that about? A fake moon landing? Yeah, the movie Armageddon about the asteroid. But no, the new series is called Salvation. They still have it coming. It's going to be coming up. Ron Fig, you're going to the conference. Awesome. So am I. I am going to the conference. I don't know why anyone wouldn't if they're close by or if you can afford it, because it's going to be an interesting thing. Although it's going to be in November, and I'm fascinated to kind of just see what happens between now and then. A lot can happen in 6 months. There you go. Thank you for the link. Logic Before Authority. Well, his videos are all about this idea of a flood, but it's worth considering because, listen, all of the myths that have to do with this specific Astrotheological cult associate Jupiter with floods. Yeah, oh, that's right. AM1 says, I mean to use the popularity of trap music as a delivery system for flat Earth. That's a good idea. I've been thinking about this too. What about people who like pirate movies? So let's say a new movie comes out, it's going to be pirated. Could you take that movie and insert some flat Earth memes in there and then put it out there for people to pirate it? Like, could we start using clickbait stuff? Like, I remember a few years ago as a joke, I had a video up that said booty shaking contest on YouTube, right? And then the icon was like some chick in a bikini. But when you clicked on it, it was a bunch of Power Rangers running in a circle with the song Banana Phone playing in the background. You know, ring, 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 banana phone. Really stupid. But it got like I don't know, a million hits or something in like 6 months, and people are just clicking on it because it's clickbait. And so I'm like, well, what if you had clickbait where, someone's thinking they're going to watch some chick shaking her rump. He clicks on it because it's going to be a he, and he ends up finding a flat Earth video. And it's not hard to do that stuff, and it's clickbaity. But I'm thinking about making a flat Earth clickbait channel just to do that kind of stuff. Gat Nina says, too much hate going on in flat Earth. IPS said no shills, stop the fighting. I feel you, bro. Wanting privacy is valid. Well, yeah, they see. This is what gets me about these people is that we're up against a system that believes in no privacy, no private property, total surveillance, and now here they are acting like Big Brother, like they're Big Brother, they're flying monkeys, they're Agent Smiths. I mean, how disgusting is that? It's pathetic, and I know who's sending them. I know whose flying monkeys those are. And it's an intimidation tactic. They think they can shut you up by calling out your real name. And I can tell by the person who commented, and this is why I keep spreadsheets. The commenters who drop those names that they were commenting, I know who they are from their other comments, and I know what cookie crumbs they followed. And I'm like, well, it just shows you, because I know how much time it took them to get there. And I'm curious to see what else they've done. Like, if they're going to drop docs on me, and they think it's going to help, it's not. Because honestly, when this art show comes in July, I might actually, let people stay over or stop by or whatever if they need to. Like, I'm not like hiding, just so you know. I'm not in a bunker, and I don't dial 911, by the way. Drady, you have not seen that big red eye on Jupiter. Yeah, have you noticed that Jupiter picture where it's got the little sparkly blue crown on top? And if you compare it to one from 2 years prior, the storms haven't changed. Like it's the same thing. Hey, what's up, Nathan Oakley? Earlier today, Nathan Oakley, I was about to go live, and right before I went live, power went out in a 2 block radius. And so I'm not accusing anybody of anything, but I thought it was suspicious that I was going to do a live stream at the exact same time as Flat Earth and other hot potatoes, and then my neighborhood gets hit with an electromagnetic pulse. I don't know if they have that kind of tech. I don't know if Mark Sargent or Patricia, if they have drones that can blast out the EMP, but somebody did it. Not pointing fingers, not getting conspiratorial. But 6 hours later, the power's back on and I'm live. So we're all good. Who else is here? Gina says, yes, it is a waste of time to hate on other flat earthers because that's hate that could be used on people who actually deserve it. Nathan Oakley blames Mark. Yeah, I do too. To be quite honest, I watched his live stream yesterday. It was actually really good. Mark and Patricia show, and Mark was wearing a shirt with a skeleton on it. And they were talking some of the stuff. It was kind of cryptic, but sometimes they drop hints, and I think I know what they're up to. Awesome. Dailyplane.com. Let's do it. Hey, look at this. I gotta check this out. Click that link below. Um, Now that's amazing. Good job. For those of you who are just getting here, we were just plugging this campaign by thedailyplane.com, who's going to do a flat Earth billboard, And this billboard is going to be in Philly at the Philly airport. And we just raised enough money in the last 2 hours to cover the billboard. He crossed it by 20 bucks. 920 bucks. Good job, man. Get that billboard up. That's going to be incredible. Because I was just talking to Deep Inside the Rabbit Hole about billboards the other day. And watch all these butthurt Scottish flat earthers calling me a shill, saying I'm just in it for the money. Watch them come over here and naysay this shit. Like, if it's not Scottish, it's crap. No, it's a flat earth billboard, man. This isn't about any egos or individuals. This is about the memes, the ideas, the mental revolution, the Renaissance, this new reformation, a truly scientific revolution, untainted by scientism. That's what this is about. And look, this is going to be great. I can't say enough good things about this person. Mr. Dailyplane.com, very good sport. He's the second newspaper, well, actually the first, because he beat me to the punch, but we are the beginnings of the Flat Earth Associated Press. So anything you get published on the flatearthreport.com will also be on the dailyplane.com. So anonymous guest, you're right. It's time to switch gears. Let's talk about the ideas for the billboard now that the actual money's in. Oh, awesome. He did. Nathan Oakley says Dell did a flat earth Google It sign and filmed it. Was it a billboard? Drady, that's a good idea. Cryptocurrency. I thought about that. Instead of fiat currency, it would be flat currency. DMT, deep inside the rabbit hole, sounds kind of wacky stuff. Yeah, it does, doesn't it? Well, Nathan, this is going to be the same thing. Yeah. I'm not slagging off the Scotland Yard, man. Listen, they're stalking me. One of them called out my real name in this chat, and I'm just kind of annoyed by it. And one of them stalked a customer of mine who had bought my eBay store 6 months ago. And they're starting all this shit. I don't know who they are, nor do I care. And I'm banning them on site now because of this obnoxious stuff. But it's like, if you want to make it personal and you want to stalk me, that's fine. I don't really have time for it. Right now, we're trying to figure out what we want to put on this billboard. Gina says, weird about the power, bro. Yeah, I'm kind of joking, Mark Sargent, having an EMP bolt to shut down my power here. But I'm actually happy about the power going off today. It was very useful. Now, as far as what we're going to put on the billboard, that's a good one. Lickety Split says, if I see the word Scotland, I ban. Well, everyone has their own way of doing things, and I don't think that we should attack people for doing things differently. We have to cover every single area. Some people cover PSYOPs, some cover NASA and ISS, others cover going out, others are more about going in the street and talking to people. All kinds of different ways of approaching these things. And I don't think that there should be any of this infighting. Nathan Oakley, is EMP real? Good question. Good question. All right, DMT. Thanks for stopping by, Jason Chaswet. Let's see who else is here. Marcus K, how are you today? So for those of you who just arrived, we had a GoFundMe campaign announced a little while ago. And thanks to one of a great supporter of the Flat Earth Revolution, that sign is going to go up in the Philly airport where it's going to get a ton of hits. Mixlix, by the way. So thanks to Mixlix, we appreciate that. Mixlix also is the one who supplied us with the battle plan for a hijacking of video game live stream, which we will be doing very soon, if not tomorrow, the day after. Anonymous guest says, sex sells, curvy women saying in a bubble, can you see the curve? Yeah, I see what you mean with that. I've seen some memes with that about seeing the curve, and you're right about that. We got to use like I said, clickbait. We need a good clickbait example. Yeah, learn how to force these raids. Exactly. Like we did a couple of test raids on the sad two people who run the Earth discussions and their six sock puppets. I think their record is 4 live viewers talking about the globe, and we broke that record by rating that thing. The globe will fall. Hey, I think by the airport's even better. Hey, you know what about the airport? If it's going to be at an airport, yeah, dailyplane.com. We'll brainstorm it tomorrow. But since it's going to, but consider this as you brainstorm your ideas or whatever, since it's going to be by an airport, maybe it should be something about the curve. Because no one getting off a plane saw a curve. So tomorrow we'll do a live stream and we will absolutely figure it out. And it's going to be at a Philly airport, even better. Uh, so basically, yesterday, Daily Plane was talking about researching billboards. And so today he found a place, he found the price. It's going to be at an airport. And man, there's no better place for a flat earth billboard, I don't think, than an airport, just because, yeah, these people just spent hours staring out at a flat horizon. None of them saw a curve. Anybody who says they saw a curve from a commercial air flight is lying to you. Or they're Jimmy Kimmel, who can see the curve from the ground. Miss Lassa says, tell them to download the iPhone Level app. Yeah, there was an article, and it's actually on the, I'll put a link for you right here. It's on the flatearthreport.com. And someone took a spirit level onto an airplane, and everyone's trying to debunk it. I'm like, well, I don't know. There's the link to it. How did they survive landing on a moving object? Yeah, you know what? I seriously, just having this billboard by the airport, I think it adds another dimension to it. Because I remember every time I've gone on a plane, I've always just had this strange feeling looking across. I never thought to look for the curve, but looking at the tops of clouds, I always had this feeling. I was just like, man, I'm just staring at this flat plane that seems to go on forever. And that was just the impression I got. No, at no time did I ever say, hey, there's the curve of the earth. The only people who say that are globies who are reflexively defending something they have no evidence for and no experience with, because they've never seen not even Steve-O on his little special airplane flight saw a curve. Yeah, Nathan Oakley, the spirit level is debunked by gravity. That's what they said. The iPhone app is better as it doesn't reference. Okay, you're right. That would be. I thought that was such a weak defense. Jason Rivera LeBron says, is it even possible to awaken people on a worldwide scale to the truth of the earth? We're up against very powerful people. I think it is. I think it is because previously, and I'm looking at this as a pattern. And as Mark Twain says, history doesn't repeat itself, but it rhymes. And I'm seeing this as a repeat of the Reformation, which was catalyzed by the movable type press. But the movable type press was still limited by a lot of things. And what we have right now is a greater catalyst, much more powerful, much less controllable. Like I said, they don't have enough trolls and shills and bots to go around. And the more of these live streams, the more videos, the more content, and the more places this thing goes, the harder it's going to be to contain it. We got to break the dam. That's really the intention behind the counter Earth Day protest, this art show. Um, Anything like Kyle McDonald going out and protesting in front of this NASA shill, his little stage performance. The purpose of getting out of the YouTube um, zone is that this zone is flooded with enemies. It just is. And we knew it. You know, this thing's controlled, corralled. And it's not the content creators, it's the trolls in the comments that are working for the other side. And there aren't that many of them. I thought there were a lot more, but I think they're spread thin. And they're going to have to invest in more or something, because what are they going to do? What are they going to do when this hits the streets? Like in big numbers. it's going to be interesting. Something that no one's really, I haven't really thought about yet. But like, so for example, you had the Occupy Wall Street group, and it got the news, it got all this attention. It's hard to ignore masses of people. And what's going to happen when you have masses of people unified on flat Earth? You can't ignore it. I mean, the tactics don't have to be the same, but you can imagine what it would do. Like where I live, the Occupy Wall Street punks were blocking the streets. And I wouldn't say do that, where they bring out the SWAT team and all that, but hypothetically, those types of actions might not even be preventable when you have enough people and enough public outrage. It'd be interesting to see what happened. The media wants to marginalize this and make it look like you're crazy or there aren't a lot of people who know about this. Jason Andreo says, "Did you find out about a young man with ALS getting a scholarship? They call him Hawking Marat. Oh, so they got a replacement. Parapolylogic Occupy Wall Street was started by the CIA. That's true. Controlled from the top. They say it's about 99% versus 1%, when that movement worked for the 1%, financed by the 1%, really against the middle class. Yeah, you're right. Learn how to force. They will use our own armies against us, which is why it's we're not talking about raising a flat Earth militia. We're just talking about, no, we're not even talking about disobedience at all. We're just talking about a little bit of iconoclasm, mockery, and just choosing not to believe, and then actually making the statement that, hey, I'm not a follower in your spinning ball religion. Sorry. I reject the doctrines of scientism and the cult of heliocentrism. Therefore, I'm no longer tithing to your priesthood. I'm not going to buy any more bow ties for Bill Nye the Science Guy. I'm not going to pay for any B level, D level actors. These people are just to pretend like they're floating in outer space. I'm not going to pay for these scuba divers to perpetrate this hoax anymore. No thanks. Non serviam. Sheep and neeps. I agree with you. The earth, the pear, the cross, the Star of David, the what is that one? See, this is how you know I'm not shilling for the Jews. I can't even. Oh, menorah. Yeah, all crap. All the Abrahamic faiths are all the same thing. They're all equally crap. We don't need religious mind control, whether it's a cross, whether it's a globe. All of it needs to go. The reality filters need to go. This blind belief in authority is a sign of codependency, and it needs to stop. Sassy Goodlow says, if you want to come out of mental illness, I'm all for it. But how about having a plan to usher in a new system? Because the one you have only works for you. Interesting. Having a plan. Well, that's the thing, about having a plan. Like, this is why I say codependency. I think what big government has done and big religion is they've convinced people that you need to have an authoritarian figure, or you will have chaos. You need to have their order, or it will be chaos. And it's not true. I think it's a false dichotomy. I think that this is the big lie. The big lie is that without religion, you're going to be a sinner and you're going to do a lot of bad things. Without government, you're going to do a lot of bad things. And I don't think that's the case. And I think that human beings don't get the credit they deserve by those who would have us think that we're uncontrollable and need to be regulated. Yeah, contributionism. In fact, that was I have that bookmarked right here, a couple of links on it. I'm researching that now and I'm reading more about it and I'm really liking what I'm reading. And I think that is the future. Absolutely. Appreciate you posting. Let me give you a wrench so you can post a link to any articles on the subject. If you have any articles on any subject that you think that people need to look into that pertains to the subject, post them, and I'm putting them into a document, and I will make sure that they get onto the flatreport.com, because we really want to see these ideas get out there. And I'm using this as a way to disseminate information, to facilitate the spread of information. It's a think tank. We brainstorm, and all these good ideas, like you're bringing them up in front of the right people. And so, here's the link I got yesterday. I'll just post it. I'm gonna be doing some more work on that. Anonymous guest, you're right. This is Reformation 2.0. Let's get it right this time, meaning this time we have to recognize that they will try to counter it from the very get-go. The Counter-Reformation succeeded. Heliocentrism is the result of a successful Counter-Reformation. Dragonlord, contribution, much better than pushing their service. Right, serve us, servitude, serfdom. AM1 says she's saying that we better figure out any lingering issues with race and class. So when Flat Earth takes over, society would collapse. Yeah, I get you on that one. But see, I think that a lot of these issues with race and class are propped up by the globe model. I've been saying that the globe, far from being a map of the world, is actually a radical authoritarian control system. And that it puts this dynamic in play, sort of like a jail, right? Like, right, you can get along with all these people, it's very diverse, but then you look in a prison and people self-segregate. They go into tribes for their own survival. And so if they put us in a prison system, of course, people are going to tribe up. They're going to side with people they're going to have in-group preference. They're going to have the built-in us versus them. There's the social Darwinistic competition, and that's where they want us. And I think that once the globe breaks apart and the dynamic changes, I think it's a move from collectivism to individual sovereignty, because there's this misconception that diversity means people of every different group, race, age, gender preference, everything. No, diversity is a room full of people, because every person is an individual. You could have a room full of people, they're all the same color, same race, same gender, whatever. It's still diverse, because diversity does begin at the individual level. The smallest minority is and always will be the individual. And that's what we're moving towards. Anti-statism is a move away from collectivism. And I think that a lot of these lingering issues will be solved once we break apart the infrastructure that holds them up. And you're absolutely right. Those with power advantages will want to keep that power flat or not. And my contention all along has been that it's an infinite plane model. Makes more sense because there's probably more land, is what I'm thinking. And that they would want us to think that there's nowhere to go. And so I thought that the idea of an enclosed system might be a trap, so that they could maintain the status quo even though the flat earth becomes revealed. So like, yeah, it's flat, but you still can't go anywhere, and we still run the show. Sassy Goodlow says, why do most people commit crimes? Basic needs mostly. If it were provided, the basic needs like food, shelter, and clothing, crime would end on its own. I agree 100%. And something else, if you look at all these people who are considered criminals, how many of these things are actual crimes in the first place? Like I've been noticing something. I've been talking about how the powers that be want us to believe we need big government or there'll be a lot of crime, and we need big religion or there'll be a lot of sin. Well, big religion invents the sin in order to create a need for itself, and big government creates crimes to create a need for itself. They need a criminal class. And so a lot of these people, like, who are being locked up for victimless crimes, like, who benefits from that? The state, big government. It's a parasitical system. And most of these people would not be creating crimes if it were not for the conditions that are imposed upon them by the globe itself, this authoritarian control system. It's designed to create sinners, polluters, and criminals, people who need to be locked up. So I really appreciate your comments there, because these are very, very important things. AM1, I see what you mean, but I have doubts about a smooth transition. Exactly. So do I. So do I. Like, but then again, I don't know. I see what you mean, though. Man, that's why we talk about this, though, and that's why this is about more than just Um, this isn't like a anything else we've ever experienced because yeah, we're looking at something. It's apocalyptic, but we just have to make sure that we're the ones who write the script for the future. We're the ones who define what comes next. We can't let them continue along the same lines. But yeah, you're right about that. And that's one of the reasons why I like channels that focus on what happens after the globe. Because, I was thinking, honestly, I was thinking infinite plane, more land. I was thinking, is this going to be like, I mean, it doesn't mean that everyone has to pack up and leave. It just means that suddenly everything's called into question and there's got to be a big transfer of power from centralized authority to the individual, like anti-statist, away from this big centralized beast system. But at the same time, even if we did discover there's more out there, it doesn't mean, Columbus all over again. It doesn't mean westward expansion. It doesn't mean manifest destiny. And Subtle Infinity talks a lot about this. He's like, let's make sure that moving forward, post globe, we don't carry on according to the same control, the same system, the same behaviors that guided us thus far. Because if you look at it, however far back this history goes, what we can all observe is that humanity has been essentially guided by two things: universal slavery and the conqueror ethic. And these things have to go before we can move forward. Hey, thanks, Jason Rivera. I appreciate that. This is awesome of you all to hang out and to support this because this is very important. I mean, you know what really kind of snaps me out of this tendency to want to hit back at people, fling mud or whatever, because there's a lot of crap talking back and forth. But honestly, when I saw Jeff Bezos, Dr. Evil, Crazy Eye Bezos, with his occult religion and his blueprint for mind controlling future generations, when I saw him sitting in front of these or standing in front of these kids, these toddlers, I'm like, you know what? Those kids are relying on us, literally us. I mean, seriously, there are no other red pillars. There's you're either on the blue pill or you're a purple pillar, half-assed, 1 foot in the matrix, thinking that's enough, and it's not. The only red pillars are on flat Earth right now, and we're the only ones that stand between the Dr. Evils, these weird psychopaths. I mean, look, that guy's buddies with Podesta. What does that say about him? So we don't know what these people are about behind closed doors, but we have a pretty good idea. And we wouldn't trust them to babysit those kids. So why are we going to give them the authority to design the future world these kids will inhabit? And we are literally the only thing that stands between them. Yeah, Subtle Infinity is a good post-globe thinker, and we need more of that. I mean, the globe is dead. Maybe not officially, but we ought to start thinking that way because listen, it's better to act as though it's already dead and start planning for what comes next and get ahead of the game. It's better to do that and be wrong than to wait until all the evidence is in and then act, because by then it'll be too late. So it's time to just start moving forward and acting as if. That's my approach, 100%. Because, like I've said before, the ones who built this thing, they've been playing chess for centuries. And those of us who are searching the truth, most of our lives, we're on the level of playing checkers. And then the masses of people are at the level of tic-tac-toe. And by thinking post-globe, we're finally playing chess. We're finally playing on their level, and we're going to make sure that they don't get one over on us again. And look what they've built. They built the infrastructure for a brave new world that's like the Truman Show 2.0. It's going to be awful because no one will wake up from it. I mean, we're talking about human beings being farmed and controlled, cradle to grave, with no ability to question the reality. That's all CGI that's going to be fed to them, and they're going to be exploited to no end. They're going to be stupefied, dumbed down. It'll be like a technological dark ages where you have a god class ruling over. And if you read Brave New World, they talk about it. It starts off with these like test tube babies, and they're injecting things or they're ice picking their brains so that they don't develop their intellects when they grow up, so they can be useful to serve the state. It's really twisted, but that's what they see as an ideal. Westworld. Yeah, Westworld is fascinating. I've watched 5 episodes. I'm going to continue. That has a lot of very important ideas. Anybody, if you haven't seen it, you can go to I think it's HBO, whatever. Just get a trial membership and check it out because once you get 5 or 6 episodes in, it really deals with the themes of a totally mind controlled. Because this is the thing, you read these books, but they're telling you how they see you and the dynamic they want to create. Blade Runner probably has one of the best explanations of this because it's not specifically flat Earth, but it's about people who are totally controlled, and then the ones who control them are basically their gods, and that's what they want. They want this dynamic. Hunger Games, yeah, that's another one. And speaking of Hunger Games, the author of the Hunger Games came from Sandy Hook, and the guy who filmed it, his father was what I mean, his son was Elliot Roger from the other psyop. I mean, this stuff is so sick. Relative Perspective says Jeff Goldblum in a psychiatric ward after repeatedly screaming the earth is flat on set. I like the sound of that. Yeah, skunk, the population is totally mind controlled, but we got to cut them some slack. There is some level of complicity. You are responsible for your own personal awakening, but I mean, you can lead a horse to water, you can't make him drink. You can't really wake anybody up, but you can dispel some of the myths. You can clear away some of the smoke in the mirrors and let them see it. Because the thing is, it's not like you have to be convinced the world is flat. You just have to be shown how the globe is a lie. You already know it's flat. So another word, another phrase I've been using is cognitive harmony, because to accept the globe, you have to accept a reality that contradicts your senses. So just to be a normal person, a normie, you have to have a high level of cognitive dissonance. So when you have taken the true red pill, the only legitimate red pill, and you're on the flat earth, flat stationary plane, you have cognitive harmony. And that's where we are at. Sassy Goodlow says, I do want the truth for all. There was once a time in human history that they were at a level of awareness and consciousness that no generation has seen since because of hate and control. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking too. That these this parasitic elite, the ones with the obelisks, this astrotheological cult, and all its iterations from heliocentrism to Christianity to the Roman polytheistic system, Baal worship, whatever it is, and all these different, it's all the same blueprint of control. And I know that before that, we had knowledge that has been stripped away from us. We had our history, our true history. They put bleach bit on it. They deleted it. They stripped it away. And what they have done, I mean, look at what they have done when you look at the history of like serfdom or slavery. What the idea is, you take away, you don't want them to be literate. You don't want them to have individualism. Look at how totalitarian states treat artists, poets, writers. They don't want you to think creativity. They don't want you to use your brain to its maximum capacity. And they don't want you to develop spiritually. They put a kink in that hose. They don't want you to have a direct access to the creator, to your soul. They want to take away your soul. You get straight A's when you've been disabused of the belief in a soul. When you accept that you're just an accident, a chemical reaction, just some temporary glitch. When they get you to accept that, they pretty much won. They've taken your soul away. And so they have been stripping away, spiritually castrating the human race for so long. And they suppress the information. They are occultists. They do magic. Whether or not you believe in magic, it's done. It's done on you all the time. And they don't want us to rediscover what the human mind is capable of, what the individual is capable of. They don't want you to be a conscious co-creator in reality, because you might create something that they don't like, something that's a little more copacetic towards the ideas of freedom and equality and empathy. They don't want you to be a co-creator consciously, because you are one regardless. But they want you to be an unconscious co-creator so that you plug your creative capacities into their beast matrix and you feed it your blood, you feed it your soul. Whenever you watch their garbage movies like The Walking Dead, what are you doing? You're using your soul, you're using your capacity as a sentient and soul being, as a conscious co-creator, but you're unconsciously feeding into their system, feeding into the beast matrix, and giving reality to that vision of mankind, which is a hateful, misanthropic, nihilistic view of man. And that's not what we are. I used to buy into all that stuff. Sassy Goodlow says religion is a personal belief and should be left out when developing a new plan. This has been the single most destructive cause fought for in the world. Exactly. I think it's very important, and I say this, I've said this from the beginning, is that I learned to separate religion from spirituality, because spirituality is an expression. It's a unique thing. It's like you don't want everyone to have the same personality. We're all allowed to develop our own personalities, our own uniqueness. Why should our spirituality be conformed by some authority like that? This type of conformity on a spiritual level is the exact opposite of what it means to be human. I don't think we're meant to be compartmentalized. Oh, you fall into this religion because this area you're born in, you believe this, and then you hate that group. No, these people, these controllers, if you want to call them people, they see themselves as zookeepers, and they want us to self-segregate into our own cages as zoo animals. And they want us to believe that we need this to happen, because if they don't segregate us up, that we will kill each other. They don't want us to believe that our natural state is peace and empathy and creativity. They want us to think that our natural state is brutality, psychopathy, murder, death, that we're no different than animals. And here's something else. You all grew up watching National Geographic and all these different TV shows where they show you the animal kingdom. And the subtext there was that that's us, that we're part of the animal kingdom. We're just as ruthless as that. And it's all propaganda, and it's all designed to diminish us and to make us agree with the notion that were it not for big government, we would all be just like that. Law of the jungle. Nope, not true. All lies. Gat Nina says they've been playing chess on all aspects of the conspiracy webs they've been weaving, like Pole Shift, Mayan 2012. Yeah, exactly. Like they did. They're constantly pushing end of time scenarios. Like they had people gearing for Y2K, and notice who was pushing Y2K? Alex Jones. And that didn't pan out. Then they brought out Nibiru. Then they brought out 2012. They keep pushing new ones, and now they keep pushing the September 23rd. Sorry, nothing's going to happen. They want you to believe it. They don't care if you believe in global warming, the second coming, Nibiru, or 2012, as long as you believe that there's an end time scenario coming, because with that comes you're now a dependent and you need someone to help you. You need the government. You need to give them the power, and that's what it's about. It's about taking away power. Skunk says, if you've ever astral traveled, you'll know that God exists. It's nothing like religion teaches. Yeah, in fact, most mainstream religions really don't even really get into anything spiritual. It's about belief, which is different. It's about faith, which has, I mean, you don't need to have faith to believe in anything spiritual. You just need to experience it. You need knowledge. But they've demonized that. Now they say, oh, you're a Gnostic because you think you can experience God without church. Because that's a bad word to them. It's like, why is that a bad word? It's like you're allowed to think even though you're not in school. You can self-educate. You don't have to have everything, laid out in front of you and spoon-fed to you. You don't have to be spoon-fed knowledge about the soul. You can figure it out for yourself. You just live it out automatically. Lamont Spellman says, like the Bible, people are surrendering their energy to those religions, giving it more power. Exactly. And it doesn't even have to be a religion specifically. It can be a political party. It can be a cult. It can be a political identity group. So many excellent comments in here. Very thoughtful people. This is so funny to me too. It's ironic, this impression that people have when you say flat Earth, they think, oh, you're all uneducated, you're dumb, you don't know how to think. And honestly, there's 229 people watching. I would think maybe 200 are probably awake. But what I'm saying is that the comments here are some of the most thoughtful comments, thought-provoking comments, obviously the result of people who have pondered their entire lives about the deep, deep questions and how anybody could come over here to these comment sections and be disrespectful or dismissive or just denigrating flat earthers at all. And just the word flat earther, I mean, I'm just saying that word generically, but truth seekers. Like, why is it that today that they try to make it sound like that being called a truther is a bad thing? Like, you can be a liar, a publicly exposed liar, a humiliated liar like Brian Williams, and you don't lose your show. You don't lose your credibility. You don't lose your news desk. You're still like the voice for like millions of Americans every night, telling them about reality. A known liar. And then if you don't agree with that liar, they say, oh, you must be a truther. It's like, yeah, I am. Like, since when did truth become a bad word? That's how they invert everything. It's like, oh no, please don't call me a truther. I don't want to lose my credibility. Don't tell anybody that I care about the truth. Nathan Oakley, good point. Truth equals lies, love equals hate, 1984. You're absolutely right. The ministry of love was where they tortured you. The ministry of truth was where they falsified the news. They said, what, freedom is strength, ignorance is slavery. Unbelievable. Yeah, well, just for the record though, I think we can make the case now that flat Earth is the only true red pill. That if you haven't gone this deep to see that the globe itself is a deception used to create a system of control, a system of divide and conquer, because it's all about divide and conquer. They divide us. That's the only way that the few can control the many, which is kind of a good thing. They know there's more of us than there are of them. And so they have to operate in secret because if they operated out in the open, we would stop them. They wouldn't have the power. They don't have the manpower, right? Well, we're seeing it right now, I think, because I've noticed that the troll activity is going down, down, down as the content creators increase. The number of people putting out content, the number of live streams, they can't match it. They don't have enough trolls. And so, we're thinking about this in terms of chess, which means that we know that they're going to try to either bring in more trolls or find other tactics, or maybe just send in more. Who knows what they'll do to try to control the narrative. So what we do to stay one step ahead of them is we do what they didn't expect. So they knew there's a flat earth conference coming. They know that flat earthers are meeting in public and starting to talk to people. They see it's happening because they're watching it. So now we have to accelerate it. So getting a billboard up in the Philly airport, that's what I'm talking about. Stuff like this where they can't put a lid on it. The toothpaste is out of the tube. Nathan Oakley, they will criminalize us with Jew hatred. Yeah, well, you notice something here. Anything that you see with phobia or phobic attached to it, it's just them trying to set the stage for thought policing. I've seen it quite a bit. Because they want you to think that there's a separate thing like hate crime. Well, no, there's crime. There's not hate crime. All crime you could call hate. I mean, it's a useless adjective, but you're right. They are going to try to smear flat Earth with Jew hatred. In fact, someone mentioned this to me the other day. He had brought up to someone. He said, "Oh, it was Morgile actually. It was live. I got to check it out." I guess he was taking a caller or something, and he was taking calls because what he does, and this is what I'm probably going to do. He has his microphone out and he's got his speakerphone, and he was taking callers during a live stream. Someone called in. It was a telemarketer. And apparently, and I have to check this out. I got to hear it word for word, but I'm paraphrasing. The telemarketer said something, "Do you want to buy my whatever?" And he said, "No, thanks. Did you know the earth was flat?" And she said, "Yeah, the earth's flat and the Holocaust was a hoax. I get it." So for some people, it does work. They can associate flat Earth with Holocaust denial, whether or not it's a real thing. The fact is, it's a big PR flop. It's an image problem. And flat Earth being associated with anti Semitism, whether or not it's real, whether or not it's a real thing, or whatever your thoughts are on the matter, you can't argue to me that it's a good thing to put a swastika on flat Earth. So, all of you Hitler fanboys who call me a gatekeeper for Jews, I'm not naming any names, but those of you Hitler fanboys who think that I'm doing that, explain to me how putting a swastika on a flat Earth map is going to make this thing an easier sell. War is peace. Elgene, good call. Miss Lassa says, first they ignore you, right? Which they did for a long time. Then they laugh at you, which a lot of them aren't laughing so much anymore. Then they fight you. And that's kind of where we're at right now. And right now, the fight is all psychological. But we're going to start seeing them doing, I think they're going to try other stuff. We'll shall see. Then you win. Exactly. Because then they see it as self evident. Then people wake up. So we're at that point, I think, where they're not laughing so much anymore. I mean, I remember the laughter. I remember those types of comments. And now they're on the defensive, which is a very good sign. It means we've made progress. Sassy Goodlow says, look, we're not spinning. A merry-go-round tells it. Yeah, exactly. The merry-go-round. You know, I was thinking about the merry-go-round. How in movies they use these things, the symbolism of it, where when you're on a carousel, you know, everything around is moving around you. And it's this idea that now you're stuck on this little area till it's done spinning. And I look at this idea of globe exit as getting off the spinning ball, getting off their carousel. You know, just getting off of this thing and now seeing reality. I mean, that's what we are. The globe is like a carousel, if you think about it, on the infinite plane. They got us stuck on a spinning ball. Hey, Zatetic Mindset, thank you very much. Appreciate you stopping by. It says, what's up, IPS? Been listening while out of town. Got some family members interested in the art show, even though they're globies. Good work. Hey, man, we need some globies there because there's going to be a mix, but it's going to be interesting to see what happens when we have a flat earth panel discussion with these globies around us. It's going to be interesting to see what happens. I think that the dynamics can be different because the trolls that we meet here and the globies we meet here, it's a completely different environment online. It's really easy to be disrespectful to people when you've got a screen and a keyboard, you know, between you. But when you're face to face, I think it's going to be interesting because like that book I mentioned earlier, Games People Play, it talks about transactions and communication. Well, in any communication, only a small percentage is the words when you compare it to tonalities, facial expressions, body language, the environment where the conversation takes place. And the type of situation, environment we're setting up, the conversations that are come out of it, it's going to be completely different. I think it might open quite a few minds. Gatnina says, Holocaust denial could hurt this movement and discount the credibility. Yeah, that's true. But you know what? As long as we don't have any leaders, that's why I call this thing a leaderless resistance. Like, let's say you had one person who is considered the leader. And this is how you know that they're trying something, because they will try to make somebody the leader so they can take that leader down. So let's say you had a leader, and then this leader suddenly gets a lot of attention and starts sig heiling and flashing swastikas. Yeah, that could be used to destroy the movement. But because there is no one leader that could be said to speak for everybody, it won't work, which is why we need lots of leaders. When I say leaderless resistance, I don't mean like a bunch of followers with no leader. I mean every single person's a leader. And if you have that mindset, every person speaks for themselves. That's what I mean. I don't speak for any of you, and none of you speak for me, even though we have lots of agreement. We're all seeking the same truth, but we're united by this thing for the truth, but we're very diverse. We're not like a white nationalist anti-Nazi group. I mean, anti-whatever group. We're not Nazis, right? We're not anti-Jew. We're not a racial separatist movement. We're not a political movement. We're not. We're just united on one thing, which is we're on a flat stationary plane. We're sick of the deception, and we're even sicker of the deceivers, and we don't like the way that they're designing a future hell for future generations to be born into. We're not cool with that, and that's what unites us. But we're extremely diverse. There's nothing, there's no more diverse a demographic than flat earthers. If you put 20 of them in a room and you don't find any agreement between any of them except on one thing, yeah, it's flat. There isn't any one person that speaks for all of us. Someone says, "Oh, is Math Powerland really acting?" He's an actor and an artist, but no. As far as his thing, no, and I don't think so. But even if he was, here's another point. Even if I'm a shill and an actor or whatever, here's my point. The truth is the truth. Even if a liar is speaking the truth, it's the truth. And if you can discern it and separate from its truth, it's fine. I mean, if you know it's true, it doesn't matter who's saying it. But it's up to you to be the one to discern it. Like I was saying earlier, you have to be capable of taking the pearls from the swine. We're truth junkies. Exactly, Miss Lawson. We are truth junkies. We're shills for truth. We're truth junkies. 100%. Can we refer to Joe Rogan as Ho Rogan? Yes. I love it. Army of one male. You're right. Because he is. I try to figure it out. Is Joe Rogan, was he threatened? Like Bill Hicks tried to say? I mean, Alex Jones. Alex Jones like, oh, Joe Rogan was threatened 5 years ago. That's why he backtracked. Sorry. We don't believe you. You're covering up for your friend. Because it's one of two things. When you're at that level, it's one of two things. Either you're acting in self-preservation or you're greedy. You're a sellout. You're a hoe for the New World Order. And Joe Rogan is Ho Rogan, and he's a New World Order hoe. And he's a bitch. Bitch Rogan. Ho Rogan. I like Ho Rogan. Let's go with that one. Dale says, Eric Debase. You know what? Here's the thing. Listen, sometimes people have what you might consider they seem paranoid or they seem very combative. But here's something. You can't really fault. I mean, here's the thing. If certain people weren't the way they are, they may not have come to the revelations they came to. Like sometimes maybe somebody's very aloof and they don't trust anybody and they're combative. Well, maybe it's that combative nature, that suspicious nature that caused them to find flat earth in the first place. So, I'm really not looking to be that critical of people that much anymore. Like I used to. I think I used to be more than I am now, but I'm more inclined to extend an olive branch to anybody who's on this same exact path as us, because it's not about us. It's really not. And if you think about it, they're not building this mind control matrix. They're not building the next iteration of it for us. We're expendable. They're building it for the little kids because they see that as their next human resources. They see us as resources. We're like sheep to them. So it's not about us. It's about stopping this thing from carrying forward. It's a psychopathic system. And all of mankind's children, all the children in the future, they're going to be born into whatever the present mind controllers get away with building. And the only ones that can possibly stop it are us. They're not trying to brainwash you anymore. They already had you long enough and you got through the filter. And so they're focused on the little ones. And that video is so disturbing. It just keeps flashing my head with this. John Podesta's BFF, Crazy Eye Bezos, with his rockets, his sun worship in a room full of kids. That's just messed up. Sassy Goodlow says, you have to get to the understanding that those on the second level of the elite are just trying to survive. Yeah, that's something else too. I've been kind of trying to break this thing down into how they have these things set up along certain levels. Like, yeah, you have the elite, the gold, the philosopher kings. In the middle, you have the silver, who are the servants of the elite, they're the ones who are born into this thing, cradle to grave, but they see themselves as above us. And we never see the elite. We don't know their names. And then those of us at the bottom are meant just to be regulated. And the ones in the middle aren't exactly necessarily, all born into this thing. A lot of them are just sellouts. But Andrew Leon says Eric Dubé's channel is extra full of Jew hate lately. Well, here's my thing. Let's say every single name you could find with the Trilateral Commission or any sort of Illuminati front group, they're all Jewish names. They all end with Berg or whatever, right? Even if you could make that case, we don't know the names of the people who control this thing that we don't see. And that's what I'm suggesting here is that their MO for centuries, for longer actually, has been to use a scapegoat. They're all Machiavellian. They're playing chess. And if you think they wouldn't put a scapegoat out, they wouldn't use a pawn, a sacrificial pawn, to address an agenda, then I'm sorry, you're playing checkers, if that, if you can't see beyond this deception. It's not about any specific group of people right now. It's about the infrastructure, this horrible system that gets passed down and carried forward with our complicity. It's facilitated by our ignorance. And by our ignorance, I mean the blue pillars and the purple pillars. Red pillars, though, we're the only ones. We're the only ones who are really capable of seeing the big picture. Gat Nina says, love the idea of a leaderless movement. Yeah, and it's important to keep that in mind because, yeah, a leader can be taken out. This thing has to be assassination proof and has to be it has to be insulated against somebody being bought off or compromised. Because greed's a powerful motivator, fear's a powerful motivator, and they can do both quite easily. It's not hard, if they can get their beat on somebody. And they play dirty. They cheat. Yeah, they play chess, but in addition to playing chess, they cheat. Nathan Oakley says, I'm not a doctor. I'm not here to diagnose people who are psychopaths. Well, you don't have to be a psychopath to function within a psychopathic system, which is a sad thing. Like I said before, you could elect Captain America, put him in the Oval Office, and he's going to govern like George Soros, like a globalist half the time, at least. Dragon Lord says, hierarchy is key for them. We have to remember they have limited imagination. They are observing this because they can't do it. Yeah, isn't that something? That is something that's true. The idea of a psychopath or a sociopath or a narcissist, they lack empathy, which means they lack a lot of creativity. They lack a lot of this what you might call the soul. Like they're pretty much soulless in the way they behave. You have to be. Anonymous guest, that's how you can tell who's genuine exactly. What do I think about vaccines? I just changed the word vaccine for medicine. I think medicine's good, but I don't think that mandatory medicine is good. And the problem with vaccines isn't the vaccines necessarily, but it's this idea that they ought to be mandatory or that the government should have the right to put needles in the arms of your kids. And that's the danger because even if they gave you really nice medicine, most of the time, all it takes is Bill Gates to have one bad day, put something in all the dosages, and then bam. Problem solved. Georgia Guidestones fulfilled that little prophecy. Let's reduce the population to 500K. Summer Maniac says, a lot of flat earthers don't understand gravity, for example. So they build scenarios and claim scientists claim. No, you're talking about straw man? No, it's not that we don't understand gravity, Summer Maniac. Not at all. It's that your model's wrong. And gravity only exists if your model's correct. We're on a stationary plane. Anonymous guest, about determining who's genuine. At this point, I just go on one thing, information and facts. Because you can never know somebody else's intentions. And there's no reason that, we're past the point of, it's no longer safe to trust people in the same way. Like, trust me science, trusting experts. You really have to use your own intuition. And your intuition's correct 100% of the time. At least that's been my experience. And it's like you are either right or wrong, whether or not you listen to your intuition, because your intuition isn't mystical or magical. It's just it's your it's your what you're sensing from the situation, but also your intuition comes from kind of the gestalt, and a lot of it isn't easily definable in terms of the words. Like you don't know exactly why this person strikes you as creepy, but there's something there, and they train you not to listen to it. Like when I look at Bill Nye, like if I look at him objectively, I see I see somebody who's looks very psychopathic, narcissistic, probably a control freak, probably has a bunch of yes men around him, but I think he's creepy and psychopathic and cold. Neil deGrasse Tyson looks like he eats babies, but I'm not sure. But Bill Nye looks like he'd be comfortable doing the work of Jack Kevorkian. Like like he looks like he would enjoy euthanizing people. But that's just my impersonation. Someone else said that Bill Nye is a serial killer, and I kind of think that might be true. He looks like one. Okay, relative perspective. No, who was it? Someone had a comment here. Oh, anonymous guest. Think tank topic. Who in flat Earth is here intentionally to muddy the water? The ones that are here intentionally to muddy the water are the trolls who try to tell you what to think. I'm not worried about content creators because people will judge their content based on what they say, and if it's valid, it's valid. I wouldn't worry about that. I think it's the ones surrounding you, and not necessarily in this chat room, but like when you comment and somebody says, you're really dumb for saying that. They're trying to shut down debate. They're not arguing a counterpoint. But I don't even worry about it either because, like I said, as the numbers increase, they don't have enough trolls and agents and shills to control this thing. The dam's breaking. Good point, Nathan Oakley. Every person I know who got the shot got flu. I didn't. I don't. Yeah, I do the same thing. I don't do it either. I've never gotten a flu shot. I don't trust it. Honestly, I don't trust it. When I see that needle go into my arm, like the idea of it, it's like, no, I don't trust you. I'm sorry. I mean, I don't want to be the one to find out. I don't want to be. I don't know. Listen, I was in the military and I got so many shots. I think I got 6, 7, or 8 times, like anthrax and stuff. And I'm like, now I'm thinking about it. I'm like, they were injecting me full of this anthrax vaccine or whatever. And now I know that the whole anthrax thing was a hoax. 9/11 was mostly, DHS drill. So what did they inject me for? What did they put in me and what did they do it for? It's all a hoax anyway. So, and those things would leave these big painful knots in my arm. Obviously, it wasn't something to shut down my brain because I figured out that the whole thing's a deception, but they put something in there. They probably chipped me, says Ron Fig. Yeah, actually, you're probably right. You're probably right about that. Wouldn't surprise me a bit now that I think about it. Dale says, my cousin got a bunch of vaccines and ended up with autism. Yeah, now here's something else too. The people who are apologists for vaccines will say, oh no, there's no correlation. But here's what they don't understand. They don't have to put some sort of contaminant in every single one. They just have to put it in 10 and track those 10 and observe those results. You see what I mean? Like they don't have to poison everybody at once. They could do 1,000 out of 1,000,000 and have plausible deniability. And they would still be able to do their sick tests. I mean, the government was giving the Tuskegee Airmen, didn't they give them syphilis and not tell them and just observe it? And then they had that sicko Bill Clinton apologize. It's like, you can't apologize for that. There is no such thing. You don't apologize for poisoning a bunch of people with an STD, not telling them, watching their lives get ruined, and then making a study about it. What are you learning from that? So, yeah, I don't trust it at all, man. I don't trust it. I don't trust a lot of the stuff they could do when they get this type of control. Your regular medicine that you get for whatever you have, they could have somebody there ready to put something else in the thing. These people play dirty. I don't trust them. 1 minute chemtrails could just be innocuous, but that's what I'm talking about. He's asking about vaccines. So my problem isn't necessarily with vaccines, it's about the infrastructure and the trust. And if they get the premise that, yeah, we trust you, you can inject us every 3 months, all it takes is, okay, we got everybody trained, they accept it, they roll up their sleeves, we stick the needle in, no question to ask, they just go on with the day. And then on this day, we're going to change up the dose and make sure that half these fuckers die. What do I think about Admiral Byrd being a Freemason? I have heard that, but I'll have to look back into that one. It doesn't automatically discredit, but it does cause me to question certain things. Beyond the demagogic echo shed, dissent is futile. Oh, that's funny. Beyond the demagogic echo shed, dissent is futile. Love your handle. IPS, who's been your major opposition? My major opposition has been me and self-censoring, but I got over that. As far as other people, none. Honestly, they've all been very helpful. Even people I've had great disagreements with. Listen, I've even called people out as not being trustworthy, as shills, as dangerous. And then I'd recant it and I'd talk to them. And then I'd be like, well, okay, I jumped the gun, or maybe I don't know enough, or maybe it's not a big deal right now. Who cares? But I just find it's easier to build bridges. And if somebody's an enemy or they hate what I'm saying, like I would rather talk to them and get on the same sheet so I don't have to waste time with infighting. So whatever. Like I put out a video a couple weeks ago. I said no enemies on flat Earth, and what I meant by this, I meant it because I was wasting a lot of time by one particular troll, and I was like, well, okay, instead of this back and forth, let's just talk and then move forward. And I kind of want to start doing that type of thing because there's not a lot of time. And if you get sidetracked by this idea of infighting, watch the video of Crazy Eye Bezos brainwashing those kids with his altar to Apollo right there, and recognize that he's friends with John Podesta. These people, they don't respect human life. They don't respect children. They support totalitarian regimes. They support every form of evil, from child brides to human trafficking to slavery to war to total mind control. That's important. We can fight afterwards. Like seriously, after we've broken the globe and it's flat, if you still want to take sides and fight and trade blows, yeah, we'll get together and we'll have it out if you want to at that point. But I think at that point, nobody's going to care. I think that will be. I think that at that point, we're all going to know who's on what side. Cancer cures. Keep posting this question. Hey, thanks, Ron. Yeah, it's the only it's the only logical attitude at this point. Hey, thanks, Ryan. Thanks for staying out. We always appreciate your commentary. Those of you comment, because remember, this is a think tank. This isn't we're not just BSing. We're not just shooting the breeze. It is funny. A lot of funny people in here. Great memes. Very entertaining. Better than cable. Better than Netflix. But also, this is a think tank. And look, you were here for a few hours. We're all sharing this conversation. Somebody's like, I want to put a billboard up at the Philly airport, and now that's going to happen. So this is very constructive. Y05H. Oh, I see. Yosh Story. You got my book today. Excellent. You ordered that book. I appreciate it. For those of you who don't know, I was working at a bookstore, kind of slaving away for minimum wage. And I was like, I was just surrounded by brainwashed people at work. And I was like, this can't go on. How am I going to continue to work around these people? And they're just like so delusional about everything. They don't know how deceived we are. but I didn't have enough time to do anything with flat Earth, and I had all these ideas, not just ideas, but I was having like a lot of synchronicities where I was just putting things together. I was making these connections. I started to recognize that these rocket launches are reinterpretations of this ancient Babylon mystery religion. I started becoming very aware of how this thing, the bigger picture was just really dawning on me. And I'm like, man, I have to get this information out as soon as possible. And so I decided to put it all in a book. So I wrote down, a number of essays, 10 debate tactics for the flat Earth, just trying to push the thing forward, saying, let's stop debating flat versus round. We know it's flat. What do we do next? And so I wrote the Flat Earth Activist, thinking that that would be my contribution to this thing since I had to work, full time. But then I published the book and I decided I would use this as a basis for the YouTube channel. And so I haven't really done a lot to push the book, but I just thought even just having it is something of a. I think it's a good idea to have it in paper just because the picture on the cover has a burning globe, but it has these debate tactics and has a lot of essays that are thought provoking, I think, or they should be anyway. Like the globe has no clothes, and stolen prayers about how they hijack your spirituality. So it's a collection of essays. I think it's like 110 pages. Let me put a link here. It's called The Flat Earth Activist. I think I put it down for $6 or whatever. I got it as cheap as I could get it. Nathan Oakley, yes, it will. Let's do a chat soon. Just tell me when, and I will definitely get it. I was hoping to do it today. Jason, did Bill Cooper inform you a little? Yes, behold a pale horse. Bill Cooper awakened me to the fact that these secret societies take oaths to keep us in the dark, and that behind the scenes, if you read the oaths, they all look the same. And Bill Cooper also said that space travel isn't possible. He knew that much. And he also recognized that all of these moon missions were all just thinly disguised Masonic sun worship rituals. And hey, Masonry is sun worship. The master of the lodge is the sun. Beyond the demagogic echo shed descent is futile, says, IPS, do you feel you've made genuine friendships and those connections through flat Earth? And are these sustainable outside? Yes. Yes, because flat Earth is, I call it a meta tribe. Because we are like, that's what it is. I mean, humanity should be considered a meta tribe. We're all the same meta tribe, but that's what flat Earth is. Basically, we're all united by the same exact things. And it doesn't matter what you are, how old you are, where you live, what you've done, anything about you. If you're committed to the same thing that I am, which is reality, which is a very novel concept, incidentally, then we have more in common than not. 100%. Nathan Oakley, yeah, I saw your ad. Thank you for that. And yeah, we will chat later. I was taken off of the internet for 6 hours today, and it was awesome. Bill Cooper's Mystery Babylon. I'll have to read that one. Bill Cooper was legit, and sometimes I wonder if Bill Hicks didn't kill him and then take his throne, take his position, take his listenership. I started that rumor that Alex Jones killed Bill Cooper. Well, let me search that and see. I'm going to do a quick search here. Quotes. Alex Jones killed Bill Cooper. Well, I did. Okay, here's a result for it. 1, 2, 3. Only 7 results for it. Alex Jones killed Bill Cooper. Awesome. I'm not the only one who thinks so. Hey, that's when we ought to start. Alex Jones killed Bill Cooper. No, I think he did. Sometimes. Sometimes it seems like that. It seems like something these evil bastards would do. Like, hey, this guy's telling a lot of truth. We need you to take over that airspace, but to prove your loyalty, go suicide him for the cult. You Vatican assassin warlock, you. And he does it, and he takes the mic and he gets the audience. I thought that for a long time. And I also think that Alex Jones was invited to the Bohemian Club He didn't infiltrate it. And not only was he invited, but I'm pretty sure he partook in all the festivities. And I'm not just talking about the burning owl. I'm talking about all the other stuff they do at the Grove. Alex Jones was there, probably running around in lingerie and pissing on oak trees and the whole bit. Could you imagine Alex Jones and Kissinger? No, I don't even want to go there. I'll go there Saturday during Flat Earth and other paradigm shocks. I'll tell you what I really think about Alex Jones because it's funny. And it really is. You know, we have to destroy the idols. We have to break the idols down. We have to engage in iconoclasm. And if we know that Alex Jones went to Bohemian Grove, we know he was invited. And we all know what goes down there. And so we can just infer from what we know what he was probably wearing because I've read about it. I've heard about it. You guys all heard about this, right? Richard Nixon talked about it. The fact is that if Bill Hicks, Alex Jones, was wandering around Bohemian Grove, he was probably wearing high heels. I mean, if that gives you a hint as to how twisted these owl worshippers are, Moloch worshippers, whatever it is. But anyway, we'll change the subject. Ron Fig says, I just threw up. Good morning, Mike Hogan. So if you just got here, let me post a link for you. If you just got here, we crowd-funded. We did a little campaign. And we had a very dedicated flat earther, someone who really wants to see this thing go down, paid for a billboard to go up at the Philly airport. There will be a flat earth billboard at the Philly airport. What do you think of that? Gatnina says, watch the video of Alex and Bohemian Grove. They ask him what name he used to get in. What name did he use? Don't leave me in suspense here. Please. Yeah, let me give you a link to the GoFundMe account. That's a link to the GoFundMe account. Flat Earth billboard in Philly. Flat Earth NCAP. IPS vaccines are Brave New World. Exactly. Like in Brave New World where they were taking the test tube babies and injecting them with stuff to turn them into basically autistic. I mean, that's what they want to do. They want to chemically lobotomize you. What's up, Bumper? How are you? That link I just posted, and I'll post it again for you, is to the billboard that's going up at the Philly airport. Warlock's in the house. Hey, Warlock, there's going to be a flat earth billboard at the Philadelphia airport. It's already been paid for. It's going to happen. And we think it's going to be awesome, considering where would be a more appropriate place? Like, seriously, what could be more appropriate than a billboard for flat earth outside of the airport? So people who just got off of a plane where they spent hours admiring the beautiful flat horizon are going to see the billboard. It's perfect. Uh-oh, ODD stops streaming? Send him over here. I'll stay on for a little while longer. I see his thing. It says live now. Let's make sure nothing happened. No, it's still going. It's still going. It's not going to stop. And I'll put a link here because when I'm through here, I'm going to go over there. So if you haven't been to ODD stream, actually, I'm probably going to go to Brother Sanchez if he's still on. We have so many options. How amazing is that? Yep, Bro Sanchez is still live. Who wants to go over there with me? Jason says, if this gets enough traction, it'll make local TV station. Who knows? Exactly. It is. We're going to make sure of it. James Gibbons, you're right about that. The Freemasons worship Satan meme comes from Christians, and it's a very self-defeating meme because they're sun worshippers. They worship Jupiter. They worship Saturn. They don't worship Satan. And the word Satan, the whole thing is just, it's a mess. And it distracts you from how it actually operates. It's too simplistic. It's not nuanced enough, and it distracts you from the truth, and it causes you to fall for this Jesuit Masonic Hegelian dialectic where it's like good versus evil. Let me run to the good. Well, by the way, if you didn't notice, the ones under the banner of good aren't actually the good guys. And I've explained that ad nauseum. And still, I don't get anywhere with certain people. And then just trying to explain it causes them to call me Satan. So, yeah, Jameson B., I have heard about Admiral Byrd being a Freemason, but I don't know if that's necessarily discrediting in and of itself. Because to an extent, Freemasonry is a social club. Not everyone's all the way up. And sometimes it's just what you do, depending on where you are. It's like a union or it's just a men's club. But it doesn't necessarily mean he's in on something. But at the same time, it could mean he was put where he was because he could be trusted to keep certain secrets. So it doesn't mean that he lied about anything, but it certainly means that he told you or omitted certain things. But it's certainly something to consider. Okay, let's see if there's anything else here. ODD's back live again. Okay, well, hey, tomorrow we're going to be doing a live stream just to kind of get an idea of what we're going to put on that billboard. So if dailyplain.com, which if you haven't gone there yet, you have two Flat Earth newspapers. One, the dailyplain.com, a newspaper, and then the other one, the one that I'm managing, is the flatearthreport.com. And the flatearthreport.com is a news aggregator. It'll have the most up-to-date stuff regarding flat Earth. And then every Saturday night, I'm going to take all the content that users submitted to me and content creators. So if you're a writer, if you're a blogger, if you can do any sort of gonzo journalism, or if you do any reviews of channels, reviews of movies, anything that you publish anywhere, if you want it featured in the print edition, just let me know. I'll link it. I'll put it on the flatearthreport.com. And then that Saturday, it'll show up on the print on demand version. All right, Jameson B., thanks for hanging out. Mark John. Hey, Sassy Goodlow. Hey, your comments were very constructive, very thought-provoking. I appreciate it. We need a lot of these post-globe thinkers. El Bandito, thanks for stopping by. And especially beyond the demagogic echo shed, dissent is futile. Love your username. And of course, all those who contribute to this channel and all of the content creators, we all appreciate it because honestly, could not do it without Miss Lassa, Ron Fig, Joe Fresco, Flat Earth Ancap. So many of you have been very instrumental in moving this thing forward. I mean, seriously, it's not just the content creators, it's the commenters, and this is also sharing a lot of information and research. Because, in my city where I live, like, I don't really have a lot of people around that I can even talk. I can't even go a foot deep into the rabbit hole with people around here. Sassy says calling whites Caucasoids. Oh yeah, there's a difference between racism and forensic anthropology, and it is a subject worth. I mean, it's not politically correct, but it isn't for some dumb reason. But whenever something's not politically correct, we do need to look into it because whenever something's not politically correct, oh, it's not PC. What they're saying is, don't look behind this curtain. And whenever they tell you don't look, there's something there you probably should look at. And that's why these chats are so important because we can talk about anything at all. Say whatever you want. And, feelings and facts, mutually exclusive. And we'll find out what we need to know. We're trying our best, to have civil discourse. Doesn't always happen. But I think overall, I think we're advancing. I think we're progressing. We're moving forward. Just the fact that we can talk about these things and come back tomorrow and talk about it again and still disagree is fine. I've been butting heads with a number of Bible thumpers for a long time, but I'll go to their channels, even though I think that they're wrong, and I'll tell them I think they're wrong, And even if they ban me, I'll still contribute to their super chat or whatever just to be sarcastic because I support what they're saying. Not what they're saying, but I support their right to say it. And I'm glad they're having the discussion. But I certainly wouldn't want them not to say it. 3 hour live stream, 6 hours later. Yeah, exactly. Well, you know what? I was getting back at the Globe for shutting down my internet for 3 hours. I was going to be on for 3 hours today. They threw me offline. They turned off the power. I was stuck in, my air conditioner was off, and I was just like, all right, when I get back on, I'm going to go on twice as long to show them what happens when they try to shut off my power. If they do it again, I'm going to go 24 hours straight, and I'll just seriously, that's kind of my approach here. Nina, thanks for stopping by. Hey, if you're not subscribed, please subscribe. Not just to listen to what I have to say, but because the chats, if you've noticed, they're very lively, very constructive, and we're getting very good at filtering out the three types of undesirables: Bible thumpers, globe thumpers, and Mein Kampf thumpers. People pushing an agenda based upon a discredited anti-human philosophy or political ideology or anything like that that just doesn't move this thing forward. We just don't have time for it. And in the last 2 weeks, we've really filtered them out. Like I don't think I've spotted more than 2 or 3 trolls here. And before, this thing was a Shark Tank. I used to have to everything I say. Hey, this is well. I do say this already that this is a NSFT chat, not safe for trolls. Like you have NSFW, not safe for work. Well, this is not safe for trolls, and they've got the message. There's a decrease, but there's also a troll graveyard. If I go into my user menu and I look at all the people who've been banned or wrenched, and I'm not the one doing it, I'm having other people doing it. I deputize you. I give you a wrench, and I say, hey, trolls to the ovens, show no mercy, put them away. And I look in there, I'm like, man, these people are busy. I've got all these, dozens or hundreds actually. Dragon Lord says they know they're wasting time here. Exactly. NSFT, not safe for trolls. They know it and they go to other places. And oh yeah, so another good meme that started tonight, Ho Rogan, Joe Rogan, he's a ho. Let me hashtag that really quick. Ho Rogan. I'm gonna have to tweet that to him. All right, I'm gonna head over to Bro Sanchez's live stream. I'm gonna post a link here. 2 links I'm posting. This is the live stream I'm heading to. When you get there, hit up hashtag Globe Exit, which is the title for the art show. Anonymous guest. Good comment. Man, this is good. He says, think tank topic. Co-opt the feminist movement into flat earth by presenting patriarchy as heliocentrists. Good one. That's exactly what the kind of thinking I'm looking for. Because yeah, you can absolutely get them to understand in those terms. Ho Rogan, Joan Rogan, Josephine Rogan. Again, there's a link. And if you want to contribute to the GoFundMe account for this person who's putting up the billboard at the Philly airport, there we go. He already crossed the $900 threshold, but who knows? We know where it's going. It's thedailyplane.com, which is convenient because he's got his own paper now, so he'll be able to put the cover image will be that picture of that billboard. Anonymous guest, you're right about that. Because see, the feminist movement today, or feminism, whatever you want to call it today, isn't really about females any more than environmentalism is about saving the planet. It's all about growing the state power. They co-opt good ideas or ideas that sound good, and they co-opt people who have good intentions, and they use them for bad ends. Like they say, the road to hell is paved with good intentions. Hey, it's about time. Let's head over there to Bro Sanchez. We already got these. I've seen this Benjamin Cotter troll before. Thanks for wrenching him. Block him. He'll go into the file. Out, go to the troll graveyard with you. Thanks, relative perspective, and I'm heading over to Bro Sanchez, and I'll be tomorrow. We'll be on again. We're not going to stop.